pain points are, what the different types of unique pressures that they're facing are, because we want these things to last for long term, and we want them to be globally competitive and successful. And the President's AI Action Plan lays out a truly superb roadmap that allows doing that.
There's no doubt that, I mean, how do you, what is that? They're not even frenemies, are they? Are they just, they're just competitors that we need to take very seriously, but we shouldn't be, we shouldn't have rose-colored glasses on what their eventual goals are. So we need to, you know, we need to man up and person up and do these things to protect our own interests.
You know, I find it incredibly encouraging that there's been somewhat of a great awakening on China about the fact that they are our most ardent economic competitor. They obviously pose a number of different security challenges for our country in different parts of the world. Ultimately, I think the best strategy, and I think private companies can appreciate this, is when you try to innovate and when you try to compete, the best strategy really comes from thinking about what is in the best interest of America and having an America-centric strategy. When you're too focused on what your competitors are doing, you try to compete tit for tat by replicating what they do.
Oh, you do?
Ultimately, that tends to not play to your strengths. So what we're doing is we're leaning into our strengths by thinking about, first from a first principle standpoint, what is the best America-centric strategy available based on the core competencies of our companies? Where do our closest partners actually help contribute to those strengths? That's why we're partnering with countries like Singapore, South Korea, Japan, who each bring very unique capabilities to the table in order to actually come up with a creative approach and an approach that's economically sensible to address our serious supply chain challenges.
Life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree
Secretary,
that this situation was preventable. I've spoken to the President today on
Great
the
to join you,
situation here
guys.
on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while
When we
ago
come back,
with Governor
finding
Walz.
cures and improving lives for
I want
those
to
with rare
reiterate first
diseases.
with all of you
Today is the
facts
launch
what
of our
happened today.
CNBC Cures
At
Initiative.
10:25 a.m.
Former
Central
FDA
Time,
Commissioner
Immigration
Dr.
and
Scott
Customs
Gottlieb
Enforcement
will
were
join
carrying
us.
out lawful
Squawk Box
operations
will be
here
right
in
back.
Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in the city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous
Today, we're announcing the launch of the CNBC Cures Initiative, focusing on advancing awareness and understanding of rare diseases. My 9-year-old daughter, Kaylee, has a rare genetic condition called SYNGAP1. It's a brain protein deficiency that results in autism, seizures, developmental delays, and there are less than 2,000 other people in the world like her. The patient populations for rare diseases are small, but there are more than 10,000 conditions that you call rare. Altogether, it impacts some 30 million Americans. Many of those patients are children, and 95% of these diagnoses don't have an FDA-approved treatment. Despite those eye-popping numbers, millions of people continue to suffer from diseases that often go overlooked by the broader healthcare industry. Small patient populations mean that drug companies and investors may not be willing to invest in the space, and outdated regulatory frameworks make the process of developing life-saving treatments too slow for the families that need them. Joining us right now is one of the first people that I turned to for advice and guidance when we first started to go down the path of being rare disease parents. CNBC contributor Scott Gottlieb. He is the former
Scott Gottlieb.
of the FDA, and he serves on the boards of Illumina, Pfizer, and United Health. He's also on the CNBC Cures Advisory Board. Dr. Gottlieb, thank you for being here.
Thanks a lot.
You were one of the first people I talked to because I just wondered what was possible, what was out there, what might happen. And you told me about some pretty exciting and amazing things that were taking place in the world of research and things that the FDA was doing to try and help push those developments along.
Yes, I'm
Talk a
Scott
little bit about what
Gottlieb.
you first learned at the FDA and how that kind of changed what the FDA was doing at that
Yeah, and I remember our conversation. At the time, we were starting to think about what we were calling these N-of-1 diseases, and this was really galvanized by a single parent, a woman by the name of Julia Vitarello, and a doctor at Boston Children's, Timothy Yu. Her daughter had a rare disease, Batten's disease, but a very specific mutation, and what the doctor was proposing to do was to fashion an siRNA oligonucleotide, I heard you mention that last hour, that would be very specific to the particular mutation that this little girl had. And it could potentially be a treatment, and they wanted a pathway to take this forward. We ultimately created that pathway for them. They were able to treat her daughter. Her daughter did derive some benefit from that treatment. She unfortunately passed away during COVID. But it started to change the agency's thinking about how to create a pathway for these so-called N-of-1 diseases, where you might want to fashion a very specific construct for a very specific genetic mutation, and how could we operationalize this into a policy construct? And this has continued. We made some progress when I was there. You've heard FDA recently talk about trying to advance these frameworks. This was ultimately adopted into forms of policy. I think it was personified in what the president tried to do with Right to try to get these treatments out to patients more quickly, these gene therapies, and the technology has really advanced since then. There's much better constructs trying to treat these diseases, and ultimately what the agency is going to need to do is to start to think about new drug therapies for these ultra-rare diseases, not as single products, but regulating the process that is used to derive the products rather than the product itself. And so if you follow,
What's that mean?
well, if you have a genetic disease that has a sort of common phenotype, and you know that the disease is being driven, for example, by the production of abnormal proteins or a missing enzyme in the brain, which a lot of these diseases are. If you can design a construct to address that specific mutation, that's going to have the effects that you're intending for, so reduction, for example, in the production of a certain aberrant protein, you should be able to get approval just on the basis of that construct itself, if you can prove that the oligonucleotide or the other construct that you're using is going to have that biological effect. So rather than having to do a clinical trial on every individual patient, because in many cases you can't find enough patients to enroll in a clinical trial and power it adequately, what you're doing is regulating the process by which you're trying to derive a construct that would have an effect in that biological system.
What is happening on the scientific front that you described, even the things that were happening in 2017, that those are outdated at this point? We're looking at much different ways of pushing forward.
Yeah, that's right. There's been a lot of progress just in those intervening years. I mean, what really opened up the field of gene therapy was the development of the AAV vector, a viral vector that could deliver genetic changes to people who were born with genetic diseases and other patients as well. But the first time that we used an AAV vector in a patient was really the late 1990s for the attempt to treat cystic fibrosis. And so this is relatively new technology, and there's a lot of shortcomings of the AAV vector, including systemic side effects that you get from it. If you try to deliver it systemically, it oftentimes localizes in the liver, and create certain side effects that can be very dangerous, and we've seen
Or
kids
even
die in
death.
clinical trials. Right, exactly. And so we've seen new technologies like lipid nanoparticles, where you encase the genetic change that you're trying to deliver in a lipid nanoparticle directly to the target tissue, and you can target it to specific kinds of body tissue. We've seen things like synthetic capsids, where you're, again, encasing the genetic alteration inside a capsid rather than inside a viral vector, rather than relying on the virus to deliver the gene into new tissue. You're able to more directly target it to that tissue. And so these are relatively new advances that are in clinical development. They've shown good results in clinical trials. Companies like Beam and Verve are also doing things like base editing, where rather than delivering a whole gene, what you're doing is delivering a particle that will just modify the gene that's already in a person to try to make it a normal gene. And so we're having very good success with this technology.
It's somatic cells. How do you do it so that it would be, I mean, in other words, you can't get it into the stem cells where, does it stay in the somatic cell long enough to be expressed and provide the protein?
Yeah, I mean, that's the critical question. So you're not getting into gametes. You're not trying to get into changes that are going to be inherited. What you're trying to do is alter tissue that's in a patient's body.
It can stay there and do it for 6 months?
It could stay there and do it potentially for years and maybe in perpetuity. What we don't know is the durability of a lot of these treatments and whether or not patients are going to need to be redosed with these constructs. And that's also the problem with the AAV vector, because many times you can't redose a patient because they develop neutralizing antibodies. It's one and done.
It's associated adenoma.
Right, so with these other constructs, presumably you can redose patients if the genetic alteration dissipates.
Would it be nice just to make the protein and introduce it into the, you can't.
We're doing that, well, we are doing that.
But it's hard, what happens, it gets broken down?
It gets broken down, you develop neutralizing antibodies.
Blood-brain
You
barrier.
can't get it into the brain, you need constant infusions, patients develop neutralizing antibodies.
It's better to have it done this way.
Even with ASO, you have to have it done every 3 to 6 months. It fades away, and it's not an easy injection, it has to go in.
Intrathecal. Look, we've transformed diseases like Gaucher's disease with these infused enzymes, but if you can deliver a genetic alteration that provides a more durable treatment safely and comparable, if not better, efficacy, that could potentially be preferable.
Messenger RNA vaccines were delivered in the lipid.
They were delivered in a lipid
Is
nanoparticle.
that where the?
That's where the technology really has been perfected. Yeah.
Scott, what's the biggest roadblock, I would say, and then the biggest hope you have on the other side of it?
Look, I think the technology is really promising, so I wouldn't say anymore that the technology is the biggest roadblock. I think regulation is a roadblock here because it's still hard to do these so-called N-of-1 trials. I think while the FDA has opened up a pathway to this, and we're able to do it in this particular case for this particular trial, and others since then, the FDA hasn't created sort of a reproducible framework. They put out a paper in November talking about this plausible mechanism pathway that they were going to create that would operationalize this at a larger scale. I think ultimately Congress...
To talk about that.
Right, I think Congress should intervene here. I think there's room for legislation that would give the FDA very targeted authorities and resources to do this.
You just have a lot of continuing education, I think. You're an MD, right?
Yes.
You just read about molecular biology constantly?
You're a biochemist.
Well, I know, but when you talk, MDs can't talk the talk like you do. They don't know any of these things you're talking about.
I think a lot do, and I think certainly the people at FDA are very well versed in this.
Because they've kept.
They're working on it. Look, when I was there, we put out a statement that we thought there were going to be upwards of 10 cell and gene therapy approvals a year, and at the time that we said that, people thought it was absurd. We're close to that. We've had 7 approvals in the last 2 years. Last year was down, it was only 5 approvals, but I think we're getting to a run rate where these things are becoming more mainstream therapies.
I mean, you're amazing, Scott.
Yeah.
People want, yeah.
And we are very grateful to have you on board with CNBC Cure.
Thank you.
Be good at the
Thank
FDA.
you.
Oh, wait.
It's done that. All right, for more on my family's journey with rare disease, you can check out cnbc.com/cures, and please join us for an in-person Cures event that's happening later this year in New York, March 3rd. You can click there to sign up for it. We're going to be bringing together some of the best minds to try and make a difference. Go to cnbcevents.com/cures to register for it. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. Right now, we want to get into the situation in Venezuela. New York Times opinion columnist Tom Friedman's latest piece is titled, "If Trump doesn't bring democracy into Venezuela, he will never get much oil out of it." Tom Friedman himself joins us right now, and Tom, it is great to see you. We've been talking about this situation since it first evolved all week. Your take is that there's no way they can leave the previous administration and setup that is there and think that this is going to work. Why don't you lay out your views on this?
Well, first of all, Becky, thank you for sharing the story of your daughter. I didn't know that. It was enormously powerful. And I'm wishing her great success as a science. Well, the situation basically is we removed Maduro, the president of Venezuela, the leader of basically a mafia regime, but we left the mafia regime in place. And now President Trump is basically saying we are taking over Venezuela's oil exports and production. And he'll be meeting with the major oil companies, American oil companies, tomorrow at the White House to get them to go in and begin exporting, rebuilding the infrastructure of Venezuela's oil sector and then exporting their oil. And the point I'm trying to make is if you're a major American oil company, if you're Exxon or Conoco or Chevron's in Venezuela still in a limited way, Conoco and Exxon where their properties were expropriated. For them to go back, you need a legal structure. They need a new hydrocarbon law. They need assurances of any disputes will be settled by international arbitration. They need security. They need the rule of law. And the notion that we can decapitate this regime, leave the incredibly corrupt system that Maduro led behind with all the same people, and then say to our oil companies, hey, please come in and start pumping oil, I think that's an illusion. Our oil companies need a legal structure in order to operate there.
I think that's a very fair point. And I think it'd be difficult to convince them that that structure, first of all, is going to take place really quickly. Second of all, the idea that it would last past this administration or something beyond that, we're asking them to spend billions and billions, probably $10 billion a year to try and put the infrastructure back up. How could you possibly make some of those promises and make sure that they are lasting ones? Because you would need to be there for years in order to get that money back.
If you talk to the companies, Becky, they'll tell you, if they started tomorrow, it would probably take them 3 years to repair everything that's been destroyed in terms of Venezuela's economic infrastructure and then get it going. They could probably do about 500,000 barrels a day with low-hanging fruit, in a reasonable amount of time, but to really get it up to the capacity, it would take 3 years, 3 years, 3 years. That's the end of Trump's term. They would begin really exporting oil right when this administration would change. When you look at the whipsaw nature of our regimes when it comes to our governments, when it comes to energy, these oil companies, I think, are going to be very, very wary.
There has been, though, Tom, real investor interest. We've spoken with other investors this week who are raising funds right now. They're not the majors, but some of them used to work for the majors, and they think that they can get a couple of $1 billion raised very quickly. And I guess that's the question. If we do have a plan to go in and rebuild the infrastructure in Venezuela, try and help the Venezuelan people with this as well, where does the money come from first?
Yeah, a couple $1 billion, that's probably about $98 billion less than the estimates are of what would be needed. So please tell the people raising those monies I'm not interested in their prospectus. I really think that the problem we are going to run into here is that we decapitated this regime, a terrible leader, but the leader of a terrible regime. We have now basically brought him to trial in New York, but we've decided, the Trump administration decided, to leave that terrible regime in place and not move to say to that regime, okay, we've gotten rid of your leader, we need a transition here, you have 6 months, 9 months to organize free and fair elections. That is a political context, I think, that would really be attractive to investors and give Venezuela a long-term path to restoration of its democracy. But
That was implied, wasn't it, Tom, that that's the way you would do it, that the military wouldn't back Mikado, so they said, in the meantime, in lieu of an election, which we want in a year, I thought that was part of what the administration is pushing for at this point, because it would have been, the military is behind, for good or bad. The opposition party wouldn't have the support of the military, then we'd be right back in the same place if there was a, what's it called, is it a junta or something, Tom? You're well versed in all that.
you know, Joe, you're raising an important point. I've not heard the president say that at all. I've not heard him use the word elections at all in terms of Venezuela. And this really gets to the problem. I saw this story unfold in Libya. I wrote about it last week when the President Obama and NATO, our NATO allies, decided to decapitate Gaddafi, but not put boots on the ground. And what happened basically was nature took its course there, and the country basically fell apart into civil war, and is still basically in a tribalized situation there. And so I think that's the danger in these kinds of situations where when you decapitate one of these regimes, but you don't put in place an alternative structure on the ground, you try to remote control it from afar. I think it's going to be really, really challenging.
Tom, politically, the idea that we may ultimately have to subsidize these oil companies to even go in there, and what kind of game of chicken might go on between some of these oil companies that are even contemplating it and what they may ask for. How do you think that plays back here in the U.S.? Because at some level there's this unique paradox, which is if you're trying to lower the price of oil, which could be great for consumers to some degree, but by doing that, you could actually put some of these shale producers out of business at the same time.
Well, the Wall Street Journal today has a lead story that Trump wants to bring the price of oil down to $50 a barrel. For our majors, that's very problematic, and for the shale drillers, number. I mean, that's really close to break even for them. So Trump's political interest, which I think is to get the price of gasoline at the pump as low as possible for the midterms, is going to run up against the economic interests of the oil companies. And at the same time, they have a lot of opportunities around the world. These are also, they've got to report to their shareholders. And so if Trump says, well, let's say we're going to give you subsidies to go in, I mean, the amount of subsidies would have to be huge. And Bull says it's owed $20 billion by Venezuela for the expropriation of its assets back in 2007. ConocoPhillips says it's owed $12 billion. So before they even go in, those debts, there's got to be a process at least in place for eliminating those debts. So my simple point is in the long run, and we're only less than a week into this, is that ultimately if you want to exploit, to see Venezuela, it's their oil, exploit their oil in a way that would be helpful to them and the world market, I think you need to move down the road toward free and fair elections. Let's remember, the opposition won the last election by estimates by 70% of the vote. Joe is right. The people with the guns right now are not those people. And that's why this is going to be very complicated. Changing a country of 28 million people by remote control and just focusing on oil, I saw that play in Libya. It ended really badly.
We've talked about the Middle East so many times, I can't believe we don't have time to talk about anything there. I mean, I'm sure part of you is like, I can't believe what's happening in Iran, and things happen gradually, and then suddenly, I don't know if we're on the cusp of something really unbelievable, but then I think you probably have major concerns with Gaza and what's happening there, but net, aren't there some really positive things going on? And maybe we can talk about that some other time. And as a long-time watcher, you must have watched some of that stuff saying, wow, this is possibly a really good future setting up for itself. I don't know when, but at some point.
Joe, let's go the positive and the negative, because you really got both. Positive, President Trump organized a ceasefire in Gaza, prisoner exchange, hostage release, set the table for a possible peace process. It's now frozen, but that ceasefire was a good thing. Same time, you have actually now, Joe, Syria and Israel talking to each other. about, economic relations and stabilizing their border. Both really important. It's not downside, on the worrying side is, you have this uprising in Iran. I think that's wonderful. It's logical. But this is a regime that has proven time and again, it will kill as many Iranians as it has to stay in power. But beyond that, Joe, I would say this, and it applies to Venezuela as well. The opposite of autocracy in the Middle East is not always democracy. It's often disorder. That we assume that you get rid of the bad guys, then the good guys come in. What actually can often happen is actually complete disorder. And in a country like Iran, nearly 90 million people, that has to be a concern too. It's not rooting for the regime, just the opposite. But everything is about what happens the morning after the morning after. How does the transition unfold?
Tom, thank you so much. We'll have you back soon. It's good talking to you.
Good to be with you guys.
Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves. Which 4 other countries round out the top 5? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves. Which 4 other countries round out the top 5? The answer, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada, and Iraq. Source, Visual Capitalist.
Coming up, Bruin Capital upping its game in sports investments. We're going to have an interview with CEO George Pine next about sports, the business of sports, and there's a bubble in the business of sports right after this. New this morning, Bruin Capital raising $1 billion in capital to further scale its investments across the sports ecosystem. Joining us right now, first on CNBC is Bruin Capital's CEO, George Pine. Good morning to you.
Good to be here.
So you raised some new money.
Yes.
Congratulations on that. It feels like everything is going up and to the right in the world of sports business right now.
It really is. I mean, I'm coming in here, I was really, you study the ratings, the NFL's best ratings ever, second best ever. You look at the games the other night in the quarterfinals, 19 million average per game. You know, the World Series, 26 million for Game 7, average 15 million. I mean, the category is red hot. You guys have the Olympics here. You know, they've sold out. They have 100 new advertisers. The Super Bowl ads are sold out. I mean, it is red hot.
So what do you think's happening? Is it that sports is just taking business market share from other things? Is the pie expanding?
Well, I think in a fragmented world, things that aggregate millions of people become more valuable, and also the engagement's off the charts. I mean, you know, 96 of the top 100 programs on television are sporting events. I mean,
How much do you think this is about gambling?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think that gambling in the U.S. has really grown the way I would have thought it would have grown, you know, when they legalized it. And you know, the other thing is always had illegal gambling. Right? And for cost-effective bettors, you still have illegal gambling. So I don't really think, I think gambling's helpful, but I don't think it's driving the interest.
I agree with you, but I can just tell you, and I'm not normal. Yeah, everybody knows that. But when I was most recently in Georgia and there were games on, you can't bet in Georgia. And if it's just an average NFL game between two teams that aren't necessarily factoring into, you know, the playoffs, I didn't watch them. I came back and I put $5 on with a couple of parlays, and I'm riveted to it. So I'm telling you, it does drive some.
Well, I think to the hardcore fan or people that love it, it further engages them 100%, and it creates new ways for them to bet and to be involved and to watch games they might not otherwise watch.
Right, because if the two teams that, you know, they're both 3-11 or something, why watch? But if you're betting on the quarterback or this guy's going to score a touchdown, or
it doesn't hurt, but is it really driving?
No,
I'm not.
more than.
When you think about this new $1 billion of dry powder in this space, where do you see the opportunity?
Well, you know, we see the change in media consumption changing, going to different ways fans can experience the sport. So we invest in data, technology, and all the innovation around the distribution of content. And look, technology is disrupting people's lives, and we're investing in that as well. And
What does that mean?
So, well, we own a company called Full Swing, right? And we've had enormous success with it. It's golf technology. It empowers the TGL. But someday, we build simulators, and someday you and I are going to be able to compete against one another in our garage, right? And it's closer than you think. We came out with a contest, which is really a betting product. It's going off the charts. So I can take a shot, I can bet on what that shot is, I can play you and compete, and we can gamble who's going to have the better shot. So
How much does that cost to put in your product right now?
anywhere from 25 to 65,000, whatever, depending what level you want. But
But you think that product becomes a consumer-grade produut?
it is a consumer-grade product. Now,
Well, I understand that. No, but what kind of price point do you think it has to get to reach the masses, if you will?
you know, it depends. It's in 5 to 25,000, but you know, those types of things. Technology is changing the way you experience sports with your friends, and whether that's people gathering in a room, whether it's you competing against a friend. Technology is bringing sports to fans in ways it didn't before, and that's the stuff we're investing in.
What is the chance that we are in some kind of sports bubble?
You know,
Maybe not around the NFL or NBA or some of the big majors, the Olympics and things like that, but maybe some of these sort of ancillary, newer sports that are on the make.
Well, those newer sports are venture capital of sports, and they're not all going to work. But you know, look, 20 years ago, who would have thought the UFC would be what they are today? But they're not all going to work, right? But things like the UFC are going to break through, and so some will work, some won't. But right now, it's really the fragmentation in media and the ability to have big audiences around things you really like is driving sports. It's the one thing you have to watch and have to go to.
And how much, though, is it about the networks being willing to spend the money on this versus making the money through either ticketing, advertising, sponsors, social media, and everything else?
Well, it's going to change over time, right? The future is the lifetime value of the consumer. The future is going to be in data. That's the future, but we're in a transition, but still the viewership. I mean, look at what Netflix is doing on sports, and the other thing that the streamers are going to like about sports is advertising. Advertising rings the bell. Like I said earlier, you have 100 new advertisers for the Olympics. This stuff is sticky. People like it. where else do you go for that?
Are you surprised? I'm surprised that the NFL and other network, I mean, the majors have figured out ways to slice and dice their programming to so many different players. I mean, I think there used to be a thought, oh, we have to be either, with NBC or with CBS, or we're going to be loyal to them, they're going to be loyal to us. But now there's almost no loyalty to anybody.
Yeah, well, I think when you're in the NFL or these other leagues, you're thinking about what consumers do I reach? And if I don't go through these other channels, I'm foregoing a whole consumer audience that I don't want to reach. So I think the NFL's done it quite thoughtfully, and I think when you look at what the NBA did with the NBA Cup and what it did for Amazon. So I think if you stay in one lane, you're going to shrink. And you have to go out and try different things to reach different consumers and build different lines of business.
George, I want to thank you for coming in this morning.
Great to see you guys. Happy
Look
New Year.
forward to seeing what you do with all this money.
Me too.
Thanks. Coming up, Maryland Governor Wes Moore on his state's economy, affordability issues, and the state of the Democratic Party. We're going to talk to him in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box. I'm right back.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, President Trump saying he would block dividends and buybacks at defense firms until production speeds up, while also criticizing executive pay. At the same time, he's calling for a 50% increase in defense spending in 2027, an effort that would require congressional approval. After yesterday's sell-off, defense stocks are broadly higher in the market this morning. In fact, some of them up sharply. Lockheed Martin up by more than 8%, as is Northrop Grumman. Turning to oil, the president says that the United States could be running Venezuela and pumping oil there for years. Those comments were made during an interview with the New York Times. WTI this morning up by 1.4% to 56.78. And in a post on Truth Social, the president saying he plans to bar companies from owning single-family homes to boost affordability. He said people live in homes, not corporations. Shares of Invitation Homes, Blackstone, and Apollo all falling sharply on the news, with homebuilder stocks also in focus. Joining us now to talk more about housing, the affordability issue, and much more is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. And Governor, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Governor, why don't we start talking with what the president is talking about? First off, in terms of defense spending and limiting the pay that executives can take in defense, and then second of all, housing issues, because affordability seems to be something that everyone is focused on right now.
It's true, and when I saw that message from the president, it was very welcome news because there's a complete agreement that affordability is not a hoax. This is a very real issue, and it's the reason why I know in the state of Maryland we have focused on creating pathways to work, wages, and wealth for the people of the state of Maryland. It's the reason that we've been so aggressive when it comes to housing policy, where actually I just recently signed an executive order saying we are going to take a look at all available state land and saying that state land, that we will work with our local jurisdictions to be able to prioritize things like transit-oriented development and density bonuses, because the way you address housing costs is not just by putting caps on it. The way you address housing costs is build more housing. You've got to increase the amount of inventory that exists. And so I'm grateful that the president actually sees what we have been doing for these past years, because you have to create more avenues for home ownership, because that's also the best way to create long-term wealth for the people of the state of Maryland and the people of the United States.
It's pretty interesting what you just said. You don't believe in capping prices, that is something that doesn't get you there. It's increasing supply. I know that is something that we're watching pretty closely in this city too, in New York City, with Mamdani elected as the new mayor. He has talked about ways to increase affordability by limiting what you can increase in terms of rent. I know he's called you to speak to you about these, about a lot of issues. Is this something that's come up with him in your conversations?
It is something that has come up, and when I think about the work that we have done here in the state of Maryland, and looking at how can you both reduce spend, but then also increase your top line, that's the way you're going to have enhanced economic growth. When I think about what's happening in the state of Maryland, we've been very focused on diversification off of Washington, D.C. We recently just saw the announcement yesterday that over 25,000 Marylanders have been fired since Donald Trump has become the president of the United States. Federal workers, which is, by the way, the largest hit of any state in the United States of America. So it becomes imperative that we can focus on economic growth, economic diversification, but it also means that the way you're going to help to drive down prices is you've got to incentivize more business activity. You've got to make it easier for small businesses to be able to come and grow and scale. You have to focus on what industries are going to be your priority industries. And in the case of Maryland, that is life sciences, it is IT, and it is aerospace and defense. And also you have to increase more supply of things like housing if you're going to also help to offset the amount of increased demand that we have now in the state of Maryland.
Governor, it's good to see you. We've seen you since you became governor, but we could go way back with this show. I think 10, maybe more than 10 years in some of your past lives. I know what happened with and I understand that you losing those jobs, but the bigger issue that it raised for me was, and I think about DOGE and the size of the federal government, I can't help but think of Minnesota and the situation out there since you're a governor. And I can't imagine Larry Hogan, Waltz has been there for 8 years or something. I can't imagine Maryland has a similar situation down there. When you saw that happening in Minnesota, did you say, whoa, I need to make sure that something similar isn't playing out here? Can you say that definitively, that it's not?
Yes, when we first came on board, in fact, one of the first hires that I brought on was a chief performance officer. And really what our chief performance officer has been doing is focusing on government modernization. It's making sure that all of our departments were working efficiently and effectively and actually working together. It was making sure that there was no waste, fraud, and abuse inside of the state of Maryland. And if we did find instances of that, I told folks that not only is it going to be intolerable for our administration to be able to see it, but also that there need to be consequences for those who are breaking the law. And so we knew that there were, some basic things in terms of governance that were not happening when we first came on board. We saw how for the 7 years before I became the governor, that spending increased by 70%, while our GDP stayed relatively flat. So as a state, we were spending, but we just weren't growing. So we had to be able to focus on, real performance indicators. We had to make sure that people were doing their jobs and there were people being accountable for it. It's the reason we've done things like a complete revamp of all of our government services in Maryland.gov, so people can use it as a one-stop shop for everything from filing their taxes to building the businesses. But we had to focus on accountability on that.
Address the surplus issue, because and I know your take is that the surplus that you inherited was a one-time thing, and your critics say that it was an actual structural surplus, but you said it was from the pandemic or something, because the surpluses and any future surpluses are now pretty big deficits, even though you've raised taxes.
Well, it's not my opinion, it's math. Every single state got billions of dollars from the federal government, from the Biden-Harris administration during COVID. So every state got COVID money. That's not a structural surplus. In fact, what I inherited was a structural deficit. A structural deficit because the state continued to spend, but the GDP did not move. And so, in fact, if you look at the last 21 years in the state of Maryland, in the last 21 years in the state of Maryland, we have needed cuts, 18 of them, in order to balance the budget. And so the focus that I have had now, and we're about to present our next budget, which for the 4th year in a row will be a balanced budget, and the thing that you will see continually is that we are reining in spending while also focusing on increasing the top line, focusing on economic diversification. It's the reason why we've had announcements like Samsung Biologics, which is Korea's largest biotech platform, now building their first manufacturing facility inside of the state of Maryland. It's why we've seen things like AstraZeneca now putting the largest singular investment in Maryland's history, now having that investment taking place in Montgomery County, Maryland, which is also going to help produce over 2,600 jobs. And so these are the things that we're focusing on, because the structural deficit that we inherited is not one that I plan on passing off to my successor.
Governor, I'm curious what you think is sort of happening in the Democratic Party and which way things are moving. And the context, of course, is here in New York, Mayor Mamdani was just elected. There's a big debate going on in California about a possible wealth tax. Gavin Newsom, maybe considered more of a moderate Democrat, is against it. Ro Khanna, who I think some people thought was a moderate, maybe closer to a Bernie Sanders now, and there's a group of technology executives that may be trying to back somebody else. In terms of the sort of the moderate Democrat in the middle versus somebody maybe who's moved in a more progressive way, and I know you're probably on the more moderate end. Where do you think this is all headed?
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't come from a political background. My background is I was a paratrooper. I led soldiers in combat. My background is I worked in finance, and then I ran one of the largest poverty-fighting organizations in this country. And I was having this conversation with someone before when they said, they think that billionaires are a policy failure. And I said, I don't. I think that the amount of people we have living in poverty is a policy failure. I think that, I actually celebrate our entrepreneurs. I celebrate success. I want to make sure that we have more people who are successful. But also, I want to make sure that we have a system that actually creates opportunity and space for more people to be able to live and thrive and benefit. When we talk about work, wages, and wealth, giving people a pathway to good jobs that pay them fair wages and give people an opportunity to own more than they owe. I think that's where we've got to deliver for the people of my state. I think that's the direction that we have to think about as a larger country. And I think that we know that we have a shared responsibility in order to make sure that economic opportunity and, frankly, the great experiment of America can continue to thrive in that way.
Governor, just to cut to the chase, and we asked this question to so many Democrats when they come on about and democratic socialism and about Mayor Mamdani and his proposals, his solutions, and almost without exceptions, they all are able to say, he's highlighted some really important issues that we need to address. And they never will actually talk about his solutions and his policies to address these issues like affordability. I imagine they disagree with most of them because they're not necessarily democratic socialists, but I can't get any of them to say it. Oh, I don't agree with capping rent. I don't agree with free this. I don't agree with that. Will you say that Mamdani's right about the issues but wrong about the policies? Will you go on the record and say that for me?
Well, Joe, I mean, I honestly don't spend my time digging deeply into the policies. I know. No, but it's not fun because I think if people want to understand, but if people want to understand where I am on issues and how I feel about these things, look at what I'm doing in Maryland. I think that's the clearest indication as to how I think about the world and how we think about what we're going to do.
You're not.
But no.
Okay.
Do you know what we are doing? No, but do you know what we are doing?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what we are doing? We're presenting, we now have 4 years in a row, we're presenting balanced budgets where we're not, if you look at the budget we're presenting, and I've been clear, we are not raising taxes on the people of the state of Maryland. We want to make sure we're incentivizing economic growth. I believe deeply that we have to be able to open up the aperture and provide more opportunities for minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses and veteran-owned businesses, because I think it's going to help to create a larger pot, and I believe deeply that we have to be able to make it easier for businesses to be able to thrive. I mean, like, I think part of the challenge we have is we've become this idea, this party, this state of the answer is no and slow. We have to stop being the place of no and slow and start being the place of yes and now. Do permitting reform, regulatory reform, the things that are working inside of the state of Maryland to create more opportunities for more people.
You don't sound like our mayor. Or, not my mayor, the mayor of this. I'm here now, but I leave every day.
Governor, we want to thank you very much.
I'm rooting for success. I'm rooting for success.
Right.
We all are.
Against all odds.
We appreciate your time. We didn't even get to AI and data centers, but we hope you come back soon so we can talk about other issues too. Thank you for your time.
I would love that. Thank you so much. Thanks, all.
All right, when we come back, key economic data, plus Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson on the markets. But next, we have a new initiative from CNBC launching today, Squawk Box. We'll be right back. Today, we are launching CNBC Cures. It's a new initiative focused on raising awareness for rare diseases and improving outcomes for people who have them. Rare diseases impact tiny patient populations. There are thousands of individual diagnoses, but collectively, 1 in 10 Americans lives with a rare disease. Half of those people are children. My daughter Kaylee is one of them. She was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental condition called SYNGAP1 6 years ago. Learning how to parent a child with a rare disease changed our world in ways that we could have never imagined. Up until now, I've chosen to keep this part of my life mostly separate from my life here at CNBC, but that changes today. I sat down with my husband and CNBC colleague, senior executive producer Matt Quayle, to tell you our story, starting from our first shock at Kaylee's initial diagnosis.
And then you start to peel back and worry about what might not happen for her. And I remember at first thinking, okay, being mad when he said maybe she's not going to be a Fortune 500 CEO. And then thinking if we could just get her to college, that would be great. And then thinking, well, she doesn't have to go to college. If she can just find something that she loves doing. And then you start rolling it back, and it's like, if she can just walk, if she can just talk, if she can just find a friend.
I don't want to say it was the first birthday party. It felt like a wake. There was something so wrong with it. And we knew we were trying to be happy, and we were trying to celebrate it. But she couldn't blow out the candle, right? Like that, we weren't there yet. And she wasn't able to do that, so we kind of faked it because we wanted to make it feel like it was normal. And it wasn't normal, and we knew
it. Fast forward to when we got the diagnosis. It was just before Kaylee turned 3. It was September of 2019. And so it's just before Kaylee turned 3 and just before COVID.
I remember where we were. It's like one of those moments you know exactly where you were. We were driving on 9W. We got the phone call. We pulled over into an office building right by CNBC's headquarters, and we pulled into the back parking lot. Still know, every time I drive by that building, that's the first thing I think about, is sitting in that parking lot, crying. But at least there was an answer, a little bit. But the answer was not very clear because it was so, we didn't know what SYNGAP was. Nobody knew what SYNGAP was.
And our neurologist didn't know what it was. He had to look it up and said, you'll probably know more about this. It was a Friday. You'll probably know more about this by the end of the weekend than we do.
Yeah, she went into immediate, reporter mode. Immediate. Like she was calling, she was researching, she got people on the phone, she's getting doctors on the phone. We're gathering an awful lot of information because at least finally we have some kind of direction.
SYNGAP is a protein that your brain needs for its development. Kaylee has one good functioning SYNGAP gene and one that is not functioning. And so she has about half the protein she needs of the SYNGAP protein for brain development. Kids who have SYNGAP, most of them have autism. Virtually all of them have seizures. They have developmental delays. There are behaviors that are associated with it. And intellectual disability. That's what SYNGAP is.
Ring around the roses.
Because of the lack of protein, the only way that any of us can learn, right, is for that electronic signal to go from one side of the brain to the other, and it implants in your brain, and that's the memory. And because she only has half the protein, right, only half the amount of signals go through, so her memory, she can't build memories the way other kids can build memories. So as a result, you can't learn. You learn everything based on memory. She does, but it's at a much slower pace.
But it just takes repetition. It takes a lot of repetition.
Good job.
Kaylee also has apraxia, which means she understands so much. She understands exactly what's happening, She can't always make her body do what she wants to do. She can't always make the words come out the way she wants the words to come out. She can't make sounds come out necessarily the way she wants them to come out because there's rewiring the brain.
Can I get a kiss with you?
So why tell this story now? Well, because we've learned so much about rare disease. Most importantly, that rare isn't actually all that rare at all. There are 30 million Americans living with a rare disease, and as many as 400 million people around the globe. And there's a lot that we can learn from each other. We are really proud of the CNBC Cures initiative, and we're working on several ways to try and get the word out. For more about Kaylee, please check out our new podcast series. It's the first episode of The Path with Becky Quick. It's out right now wherever you listen to your podcast, and it will be on YouTube as well. I'll be talking to doctors, innovators, and parents just like me and Matt, all of us trying to connect the dots to lead to better treatments or potential cures. I hope you listen and share the podcast. And to join this conversation, you can sign up for the CNBC Cures newsletter. That will be out weekly. You'll get all the latest news and compelling stories of innovation right in your inbox. And we're announcing a live, in-person event in New York City, March 3rd. It's a first-of-its-kind gathering of all the key players in rare diseases. I hope that we can do some good together. You can go to cnbcevents.com/cures to register.
So how many people suffer from rare diseases?
30 million people in
30
America,
million.
300 to 400 million people around the globe.
How much is neurological? Are we covering everything?
We're covering everything. Yeah, these are not just neurological diseases.
Like
This is not
cystic
just people.
fibrosis or something? So that's not rare.
No,
What does it take to be rare?
to be rare, it's different in different countries, recognize it differently, but you're probably talking about 20,000 or less that have this disease. The situation, though, is that often rare diseases, like for Kaylee's disease, there's only 1,700 people who have SYNGAP1. For these small patient populations, they often get overlooked. There's just not enough of a total addressable market. Those are the phrases we use on CNBC for it to make sense for companies to spend a lot of money doing this. However, if we can find some of the new therapies that are coming out and new scientific discoveries that are coming out that branch out and meet several of these different types of neurological diseases or other diseases that are out there, you might be able to get some bang for your
It's
buck.
not all genetic.
No, but I
Is
think
it?
80% turns out to be genetically, that come out from it, right? Others can come from
Something later,
stress. They can come
metabolically,
from
something that could be
metabolic disease,
wrong.
line.
Or cancer, what about,
Kaylee's disease is genetic.
is genetic, what about rare cancers? Would that be covered?
I don't know if that's part of the 10,000 that's there, but I will tell you, we're hoping to branch out from just the rare genetic diseases and rare diseases that make up these 10,000 diseases. Autism is a big part that is pretty common in a lot of these areas, and part of what we're trying to do with the PATH is to reach out to families who are dealing with all of these types of things. And it's a very lonely path that you're walking, that's what
A
it feels like
database,
you're on
a
it.
database would be great, to have everyone, and we can do that now in terms
We
of
can.
genotypes instead of just.
And we're getting better at diagnosis. These genetic tests used to cost thousands and thousands of dollars. The cost is coming down. There are states and cities where they are working to try and offer genetic testing to newborns and getting insurers to pay for those things. When Kaylee was first diagnosed, there were fewer than 1,000 people who had SYNGAP. It's just over 1,700 today, but we think it's a much, much larger population. When you can identify it, first of all, you have a community you can live within and learn from. And second of all, you can really work towards potential for
That's the thing I think is amazing about this, because you can already see it online, even in the past hour or two, just the amount of people. I mean, I told you before just how sort of courageous and brave I feel you are putting this out there.
Thank you.
It's a pretty amazing thing, and I think it's going to connect a lot of people.
I certainly hope so. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
When we come back, a lot more on Squawk Box. We'll talk jobless claims. We also got trade deficit figures, the numbers, market reaction, a lot more when we come back.
Fox. Rick Santelli here live at CME HQ with the breaking news on this Thursday morning on initial jobless claims. And of course, these are for the week ending January 3rd, so there are potential seasonality issues here. 208,000, that's a bit below estimates. Last week's 199 pops back over 200,000. Suffice it to say, these are really well-behaved initial jobless claims. On the continuing side, always a week in arrears. These are the week ending December 27th, so once again, there are seasonal issues here. 1,914,000, very close to estimates. Last week, well, we remained under 1.9 million. The 1,866 becomes 1,858,000, also well-behaved as we dabble between being above and below 1.9 million. Let's look at productivity, shall we? The secret salve of the U.S. economy, what Greenspan called the special sauce. Well, this is the third quarter preliminary. There will be changes. 4.9%, extremely close to estimates, and a really solid number. In the rearview mirror, 3.3 becomes 4.1 for the last quarter's final. So 4.9, wow, you have to go a long way back to find a higher number. We have to go all the way back to the third quarter of 2020. Productivity is great. And if we look at unit labor costs come in, well, 1.9, down 1.9. That's a minus sign. They are lower. Unit labor costs are lower. That's always good news. And in the rearview mirror, the 1% to the upside becomes minus 2.9 to the downside as costs drop. And finally, on the trade balance, which we know is going to be a deficit, we're expecting a number around 58 billion. Buckle up. This is unreal, the movement in this number. Minus 29.4 billion. We cut it basically in half. We cut it in half. Just consider this. In March, it was 136 billion. Right now, it's a whisker under 30 billion. We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far, but you're going back a ways. And here's the news on why it moved lower. Imports were down and exports were up. Well, normally I'd say that's a good thing, because let's make our own widgets and export them and keep our own production within the country, which would mean potentially lower imports, which is part of the strategy of this administration. However, there's also the possibility, you could look at it, that imports are down because demand is down, so we'll have to really scrutinize this carefully. If you look at interest rates, we're basically unchanged in a 2-year. We're at 16 in a 10-year, that's up 1 basis point. And boy, interest rates, especially on the long end, they've been stubborn and they've been in really tight ranges. Joe, back to you.
Thanks, Rick. Widgets are an actual thing. I thought it was just, I was looking it up to see if, how you're talking about. They actually do exist in different disciplines. But that is pretty amazing.
I have a garage full of widgets.
Yeah, absolutely. Electronics got a lot of widgets. But, and I like the way you said, so you're not just celebrating what's happening, because if it's demand, then it might not be just, you need to really look into what's causing it to decide. Anyway, Rick, thank you. Up next, they have what's a ridiculous show with the Masked Singer. I think we should do it, because who would you want to talk to at the beginning of the year about a stock market?
This guy.
Outlook.
This guy right over here.
There he is. We're going to take a shot of him. Look who's here. This is my way of getting you to stick around, because Mike Wilson's going to be up after the break to tell us exactly where the stock market's going to go this year. And apparently he thinks consumer discretionary and financials are the way to go. Do you need to say more about it? We'll come back. We'll come back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Joining us right now with his insights on the data and the outlook for this year is the man that we teased right before the break. Mike Wilson is the Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist at Morgan Stanley. So, what's going to happen, Crystal Ball?
Well, crystal ball, can be cloudy, can be clear. I think it's pretty clear right now that it's more of the same. I think that what happened last year is now still playing through, which is that there's a lot of consternation around these policy changes. That all was kitchen sink kind of in the first quarter. They flipped it really quickly, and the market has really adopted that narrative now. The Fed seems to be in a good place. I think the big surprise, the change from say end of last year to current, is a net positive, is that the Fed now is addressing these liquidity concerns that we've been talking about proactively. I wasn't sure they would do that, but they're now purchasing assets again to make sure the funding markets are stable. And I think that wild card was there. I think that's been taken off the table now. So look, the earnings picture is crystal clear to us. We've been probably leading in that view in terms of what we think earnings can be this year. We think it broadens out. That's starting to play through some of the stocks already, and I think that's the year we're looking at.
Do the midterms matter at all, do you think? Given we're in a midterm year?
Well, I think they matter in the sense that we know the government's going to be supportive. So that what that means is if we're going to get corrections along the way. Okay, like if we don't have a 10% correction, it would be unusual at some point this year. Trying to predict the timing of that's weird. I'm not worried about that because I think ultimately it'll be bought for the reasons we talked about. Growth is good. Okay, visibility and earnings is quite good. The Fed seems to be in a good place, and we have policy support going into the midterm if something were to go haywire.
How do you think about the employment situation? We're in this sort of growthy period, and yet we also have a growthy unemployment situation.
Well, I would say it's neutral. I wouldn't. I mean, employment is not growing rapidly, particularly in the private sector still. And this is where, as you know, we have a very differentiated view from last year, which is we think the labor market bottomed in April. We've done a lot of analysis around this. We still discuss this with clients, and there's a lot of disagreement around this point. But the market is telling you very clearly that the rate of change on the employment market bottomed in April, and that's a positive. Now, the thing about employment, you have to remember, the data lags. And so the data is going to remain weak probably into the first half of this year, but that's backward looking. But what that will do is it will allow the Fed to cut rates and to be more supportive on the balance.
We decided off camera that if earnings per share or earnings, you said at least double digits, and you said the surprise would be high double digits.
High teens.
High teens. Okay, so you got that, then we got to figure out the multiple. If the multiple were to just stay where it is or even contract a little, that just seems like you're almost baking in some type of advance for stock markets, unless there's a shock of some sort.
That's right. So that's our base case, is that double or high teens growth. And
now we got to figure out the shock.
Well, we don't forget. Let's talk about the other side. Okay.
If it doesn't,
there's a risk that multiples expand. Okay. If the Fed is actually as generous as they're kind of alluding to potentially with the new chair, you could see the back half of next year see multiple expansion. Right. It could be a repeat. That's where then I would get worried about valuation. I'm not worried about valuation here. But if multiples expanded and we had sort of a bubbly type atmosphere, that's an upside risk potentially in the second half of the year. Something to think about.
Do you have any
problem I could deal with that problem.
Yeah,
to the extent there's been a lot of hand wringing about AI and about whether we're in some kind of bubble or something cracks there. Do you have any anxiety on that front?
Not now, because we're in the process now of raising more capital in the debt markets. Like that process has just begun. Let's look back at the 90s as a good proxy for this. Or even the fracking, capital expenditures that ended, with a credit problem. We just started raising credit. Okay, you can't have it's too early. It's too early to be worried about that. And so what I'm looking for though, Andrew, is critical. Is you got to watch the credit markets. The credit markets will tell us early. For example, in the late 90s, credit topped in the fall of '98. Year and a half, okay, before, or almost 2 years before the tech bubble sort of burst. Now, could there be another reason why AI CapEx collapses? There's another shock. If there's a new technology that comes out of China that suggests that this CapEx that we're doing is irrelevant. I don't see that currently, like another DeepSeek kind of fear. I'd be more worried about that than I would be worried about sort of credit rolling over in a way that constrains the spending.
Okay, so if you can only own one thing for the year, what would you own?
Well, for the full year, I still think consumer goods is an area where there's a lot of pent-up demand. They've been through somewhat of a recession. Okay, that's an area where it's going to get a big boost from the big beautiful bill from the tax cuts in the first half of this year, and then of course rates coming down and the attack on affordability I think could be quite good.
Have the banks already made their run?
Some of them, for sure, but, I mean, one thing that surprised me is that the banks, you know, we've had a pretty good correction since September in a lot of, like, speculative parts of the market, and the financials have not given up any of those gains. I think that's the banks telling you that this deregulation change is real. I mean, that's gonna accrue right to the bottom line for a lot of these banks, and I think you know the Treasury Secretary is very focused on getting the community banks and the regional banks going, and that engine of growth, which has been missing for a period of time, should drive a very good earnings story for most of the financials.
Didn't use the T word or the I word. Tariffs or, haven't said anything about inflation.
Yeah, let's start with the easy one, okay, inflation. I wanna be, this is also a differentiated view. One thing that would bother me is if inflation collapses, okay, like we need some inflation, in other words, pricing power. Seeing companies pass through some of these costs that have been in the system, that's good for stocks until the Fed has to react to it. I don't see that being a risk for this year. It's a positive development. So I think inflation is going to stay where it is, maybe even accelerate in some areas, particularly from an earnings standpoint. And then on tariffs, I mean, look, we have a big announcement potentially tomorrow. You know, rebate on these tariffs. Short term, there would be a positive for some of our consumer areas. I don't really have a.
That could come out by the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court ruling. I don't know how they're going to rule on that, but short term, it could be a positive. They decide that these tariffs had to be refunded. I think it'll get caught up in the courts ultimately, and I think they'll find other ways to increase tariffs through executive order.
You mentioned Besson. In general, do you like some of the people that are running things now, like Besson? I think Besson, isn't he like an asset right now?
Fantastic. I mean, I think the cabinet, for the most part, is quite impressive. A lot of them come from private industry, which is
a shocking change. Yeah.
And I don't think they're lifers. You know, they're not gonna. Some of them are lifers, but you know, a lot of them are not gonna be lifers. They're there to do a job, and I think they work very, very hard. That's what I like to see.
I was thinking that maybe Big Powell's pretty good at similar. I mean, inflation got out of hand. It did. There's no doubt, but maybe that was pandemic related. But since then, I just don't see a lot to really talk about right now in terms of monetary policy.
No, but that's why the markets are so relaxed. I mean, like bond walls relaxed, you know. And that was one thing I was worried about, as I said at the beginning, which is the liquidity picture has deteriorated since September, but now the Fed is getting in front of that. Okay? And that's Jay Powell doing his job. I mean, everybody criticizes the Fed, but I mean, Jay Powell's been a good chair. He has done his job when he needed to. He's a rational person.
So how's he going to go down in the end?
I think he's a guy who dealt with the crisis pretty well. Generally, I mean, he had obviously a snafu in 22. He let inflation get too far out of the bag. But let's not forget that the government was spending money like crazy post the pandemic. And so the Fed's job, as I've said many times, is to help the government fund itself. So that he got criticized for doing QE in 2021 and not raising rates. But like, we didn't know at that point. We couldn't let the thing collapse because then you have deflation. And that's a real problem.
Their job is to be a partner in crime and enable the profligate spending.
Well, so
that's what they're supposed to do.
People think that he's, I mean, look, the president doesn't like him, but there's other people who think he should be on Rushmore. I mean,
it's a tough job. It's a tough job. We can all criticize him. We have the Monday morning quarterbacking. Okay, but at the end of the day, I think they do the best they can with it.
All right, thank you.
So to come, you're everything. So, House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington on today's vote to extend Obamacare subsidies and much more. Later this morning, the House is going to vote on the Obamacare subsidy extension. Joining us now, Texas Republican Congressman Jody Arrington. He's also the chair of the Budget Committee, and I hesitate to call you a short timer, but we're going to miss you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know where you are? Is it decided what you're doing yet when you leave?
No, Joe. I mean, I've got what I hope will be Reconciliation 2.0 and continuing to advance the safer, stronger, more prosperous America First policies and that agenda. I'm truly focused on the job. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but it's been a great run. It's been an honor to serve, but I don't believe in, this job being a career, just temporary stewardship. Go back to West Texas and live under the rules and laws that we passed.
Yeah. Very good. Just wondered if you had any knowledge of what was next, but you do have a lot left to do, and today there's something going on. What's going to happen today? Should these subsidies that were, they could have extended them, they could have made them permanent the first time around, Democrats. They didn't do that. Should they be made permanent or extended at this point?
Absolutely not. You were right. When the Democrats had total control and created this additional layer of Obamacare subsidies, they designed them to expire after COVID. And in fact, they made the Green New Deal tax subsidies permanent, so they had a choice, but they made these expire. And they are fraught with fraud and waste. According to watchdog groups, tens of billions in fraud and millions of people who are on the program ineligibly, and we're also subsidizing people making hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, I mean, my job now is to convince my colleagues, sadly, some Republicans, to not throw good money after bad, not just because of this wasteful subsidy program, but the underlying law, the Obamacare, which has made healthcare anything but affordable, and it's being propped up by these subsidies. We need to address affordability in healthcare, no doubt. We know how to do it. We should do it in reconciliation, but we should start by stop throwing good money after bad, as I mentioned.
That's the key, whether you can actually get something done in reconciliation. And we got the greatest system in the world, obviously, Mr. Chairman, but people got to get elected to govern. And there's times, these may be horrible, these subsidies, and it may not be the answer, and there's better ways of doing it, but they are, when it's not fraudulent, there are real people that are going to be affected when these things go up, and they're going to vote. And it's already the first midterm after an election, and the party that wins everything usually loses a lot. So the realities are, this could be setting up for a scary November for Republicans.
Joe, here's the thing. Trump models this better than anybody. You do the right thing and the people will reward you for it. And they will reward you for it because when you do the right thing, the economy and our families and our country get a positive response. We've got almost a year. We shouldn't go into prevent defense in the third quarter. That's a losing strategy. Again, we know the policies that will work for our country and the American people. We're seeing the policies that were embedded in the big, beautiful bill already yield positive results. Our economy's growing, interest in the long term and short term is coming down, more money in people's pockets because wages are outpacing inflation for the first time in several years. So, look, we should not be about over-calculating and over-gaming the midterm elections. We should focus on the policies that will make life better, because that's the fundamental question going into November. Is life better? Is the economy stronger? Are they keeping more money in their pockets? Are prices coming down? Do they feel safer? And I think we have more work to do, and we have the most consequential tool in the toolbox in budget reconciliation to do that. It would be a travesty to leave that in the toolbox and to try to coast into November. I'm not saying be cavalier. I'm saying do what we know would work. By the way, the bill that we passed before the break was an all-Republican bill on health care. CBO, Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, said it would bring premiums down by 11% and save taxpayers $30 billion dollars, that's one of many reforms that we could put in play to help our country.
Sad news about the congressman the other day passing away suddenly. That narrows the margin that Speaker Johnson has at this point. And I think you started off the interview saying we need to convince some members of our own party not to take the bait. And I don't know, they might be in purple, so whatever it is, they may be in districts that maybe didn't vote for the president as strongly. What? To address people's concerns about health care. Can you pass something in reconciliation that would do that? Because that's the big rap you keep hearing. Republicans keep talking about how bad Obamacare is, but they never have anything to replace it with.
And that's a fair comment. What do we replace it with? We can't use rhetoric to just oppose something that we know has doubled premiums and deductibles with Obamacare and these additional COVID subsidies. What's our solution? We have it. We know that fundamentally about 80% of premium increases are the structural problems in Obamacare. We have several fixes, including the cost-sharing reduction provision that it was in the all-Republican bill we passed that reduced premiums by 11%. We know there's waste, fraud, and abuse. There's more of that to go after. Certainly, I think the American people are awake to that. We can make the private sector insurance market more competitive, offer more affordable products, and then we can look at the systemic problems, the anti-competitive behavior because of perverse incentives that have created basically big medicine monopolies in pharma, in hospitals, in insurance companies. So we need more competition. As what Reagan said, the government isn't the solution, government's the problem in healthcare. We need competition, innovation, etc.
Congressman, thank you. We appreciate it. Budget Chair Jody Arrington. Thank you.
Coming up next, the Wall Street Journal reporting a new valuation for Anthropic, and it might blow your mind. We're going to tell you about it right after this. Breaking on Squawk Box this morning, a lot going on. Anthropic reportedly now planning to raise $10 billion at a valuation, though, of $350 billion. Wall Street Journal saying that's nearly double the valuation from just 4 months ago. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying more Fed rate cuts are, in his words, the only ingredient missing for a stronger economy. Bessent speaking for the Economic Club of Minnesota today. And new data showing the pace of layoffs hitting the lowest level since mid-2024. Planned job cuts in December dropping 50% from November and 8% from the same month a year ago. That does it for us. Markets look open off after the tumble yesterday. We'll talk more about all of this tomorrow. Make sure you join us then. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Pre-market adding a touch more to Wednesday's selling in the Dow S&P, although much of the macro data today is actually pretty bullish, whether that's Challenger layoffs, jobless claims, Q3 productivity, and the trade balance. Yields are higher. Our roadmap begins with defense stocks rallying in early trade as the president calls for a record $1.5 trillion defense budget, takes aim at dividends and buybacks for defense companies.
The president also scheduled to meet with top oil executives tomorrow. They'll discuss how to revive Venezuela's battered oil sector. And battle of market caps, Alphabet now tops Apple. That's the first time it's done that since 2019. That stock, of course, up 65% over the last year. Also got an upgrade and a price hike today.
Let's begin with these defense stocks today, jumping on the president's call for a $1.5 trillion military budget for 27. That would mark a 50% increase from this year's Pentagon budget. Jim, it would be almost 5% of GDP, which we really haven't done since the early 90s.
Right, but it's kind of you feel like it's a wartime footing, a Cold Wartime footing. But I thought this interesting is the analysts completely take it seriously. I mean, without a doubt, I think, David, you'll get a kick out of this, so to speak. You'll have a president that will say, listen, no buybacks. This is an industry that exists on buybacks. No dividends, okay, because you're not doing a good job. But we're going to raise it. And the combination of when you do it, so you get this no buyback, no dividend, shorts. The shorts come in and just like take them apart. And then right at the end he says, yeah, but we're going to boost your budget. You know, your earnings are going to take up by 50%.
I mean, obviously, the last I heard, Congress had the last word on budget, but
Historically, how they do things.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything right now.
Maybe they'll take this under advisement.
Okay, so I was prepared for David coming at me after what he did yesterday with Amazon, where it really hurt me.
Where he accused you of being part of their management committee?
Which I
had forgotten this until I told, because he knew there was something yesterday that went over the line, and then I reminded him, and that's where we are.
All I did was tell Jassy what to do with the retail section. But Jassy made this here. But you probably forget what happened in April 10 of 1962.
I do. Tell me what happened.
Okay, President Kennedy, by the way, who was a liberal Democrat, just so you know, he said he had enough of the double cross of Bethlehem Steel. Bethlehem Steel and U.S. Steel were the two big ones, okay? 9 out of 10 richest executives worked for Bethlehem Steel time. He made a deal where he said to the steelworkers, listen, you guys don't ask for price increases. Then he went to management of Bethlehem Steel U.S. and don't put any price increases through for steel. As soon as it was signed, U.S. Steel came in and said, listen, we just put through a $6 per ton price increase. The president said, privately said, my father always told me that all businessmen, were sons of bitches, but I never believed him until now. And what he did was immediately say, okay, that's it, we're shifting all our defense contracts away from Bethlehem Steel and U.S. Steel, because they did this, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Sr., immediately starts the antitrust investigation of the steel industry.
So your point is that
we've seen it before.
That this president it's not unprecedented to take these kinds of actions.
The only thing that's different is he didn't have True Social. He had to actually have a press conference.
Right, he had a press conference.
But I'm saying that we all accepted when he did this, when you were growing up, you thought, you know what? Those rich, greedy bastards. But now we think this has never been this unprecedented. Well, no, it happened. And Kennedy won, they rolled back prices. And there was an antitrust investigation. So I think that as much as you may think this is like, whoever thought about this, 62. I don't know if the president was
I don't think the argument is that it's unprecedented, it's that the president is acting like a Democrat.
Well, that's why I said liberal Democrat who did this. So I think that you could say is this a return to corporate statism, the state of the government, in sync with basic industry? That's the biggest industry we have.
Barron's right. They put it using government influence to further ideological goals at the expense of free markets. That's how Barron's puts it last night.
That's exactly what President Kennedy did.
But by the way, it's not just defense. We saw yesterday as well the move on housing. We're covering that. Also, institutional ownership of housing, single-family homes, not as much multiple family dwellings.
Right.
And what that may mean if, in fact, it comes into place.
Even though the percentage of housing stock owned by institutions is 1.1%.
But they do have a higher rate of vacancy, and if they were forced to put all of their product onto the market or dump it, we could be at a tipping point of equilibrium where suddenly housing would come down, where we've seen a concentration of unsold homes, Florida, Lennar, pricing has come back to 2019. It's not a fatuous idea. If you shock the market by putting
already last year, Jim, he floated a 50-year mortgage. He said the Fed should take short rates to 1. Yesterday's news about institutions, mortgage demand was down 10% last year.
Well, when you listen to our own Diana, you don't get the sense that there's any sense that anything can happen good in this market. I come back and say at least he's being constructive, trying to figure out, not unlike David often complains about empty storefronts in buildings in New York and scaffolding.
Well, scaffolding is a huge issue in New York. You didn't want to go there with me. All my colleagues know.
Local law 11.
As I've harangued them forever, that I feel like this law is the dumbest law that's ever been done. No other city in the world has chosen to envelop itself in tunnels, essentially, where you can't see the sky.
You have buildings that are owned by people who don't have a mortgage, therefore they don't have to put a tenant in, so therefore it's abandoned, looks abandoned, and there's scaffolding.
Well,
that is exactly the James Q. Wilson.
The scaffolding goes well far beyond that.
James Q. Wilson School.
We've come a little bit far from that, getting to some sort of specific issues. But I mean, Blackstone stock, back to the market, was down sharply yesterday.
BlackRock got unfairly enveloped in this whole trade.
And imitation from Holmes, I can understand.
Stick with AMH and INVH if you want to bang these guys
We'll
down.
see whether there's a rebound at all, because it's not clear to me at all that Blackstone has a lot of exposure to this area. Again, after the financial crisis, they were active. That was a great move, by the way, by them. And then they spun off much of that in the form of invitation homes, of which I don't believe they own anything anymore.
But remember, the vacancy rate is 3.5% for the ones that are owned by corporations and 1.3% for individuals. So in that sense, the president, again, saying, listen, corporations don't live in homes, meaning the corporations are willing to leave things vacant rather than force sell, whereas an individual doesn't have any choice. Remember, David, what the most reason why people sell, divorce and death, okay?
You can see Blackstone, by the way, did recover during the course of yesterday's session.
Death or divorce. INVH doesn't have divorce and American Homes doesn't have death.
Oh, you've talked about those D's all the time, quite often.
Death, divorce, diapers, what's the last?
Diamonds,
yes, engagements, right.
Wow.
David and I are all real estate hands. But your point, Jim, is that you're on the lookout for more efforts to control price going into midterms.
Yes, I'm efforts because we got to stop inflation, and I think that we also have to break up. Look, I was back when I'm trying to get Pounds here to comment on the record. We got this in this fix with the Defense Department because we allowed the combination. We had this big five mafia, and they all don't. There's no competition.
I thought we were all about. We love M&A.
Well, you mean you don't put my corporate hat on or my American hat on? I mean, I want a safe defense, but I want a lot of money. Look at the Pounds here.
No.
What do you think, James Takelet? Do you think he's a great American? Lockheed Martin's CEO?
Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time with them. I've met them a few times. Very nice folks.
Is that true?
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Guys, speaking of M&A, we got a response from Paramount to yesterday's Warner Brothers rejection, of course, to the latest bid from Paramount, which was the same number, that $30 a share, all cash for the entire company, but included the guarantee of Larry Ellison for the $40.4 billion in equity. We've got a response now from Paramount, reaffirming their commitment to what they say is delivering superior 30% share all cash offer to shareholders. Much of this may now play out, it appears, over the next months and many months until we get the shareholder vote, which is the company's chairman told me yesterday, again reaffirmed late spring, early summer. And as I've had a couple of people on the Paramount side indicate to me, dug in and grinded out, and then today was similar. Trench warfare up to the meeting. We'll see whether that continues, whether they battle it out shareholder after shareholder in terms of making their case as to why they should vote down the Netflix agreement. But in their response today to the rejection, they say, as you don't, no surprise here, they clearly believe it offers greater value, more certain, expedited path to completion. We worked hard for shareholders. We remain committed to engaging with them on the merits of our superior bid. And then they go on to do something that we can't be particularly happy about here at Versant Media, which is just even talking about our own stock price. Because they go on to talk about the multiple, of course, which may be significantly impacted by what has been a lot of forced selling and or selling since the index fund sold earlier in the week in Versant. But you do back into a multiple to EBITDA that is incredibly low, 3.8, let's call it.
But now you gotta start focusing on yield.
Right. And
4% of
this gets to the overall value, right? So it's $27.42 in cash and stock from Netflix, and then what's the value of this entity called Global Networks that will exist on its own, that will be spun off this summer. And of course, Paramount's arguing based on the Versant multiple and everything else that we know about its capital structure, it's zero. In fact, it's negative. Now, that may be unfair because it's not the same entity as Versant. They have free-to-air, a lot of free-to-air. They've got a lot of sports in Europe. They claim that CNN alone could be worth upwards of $9 billion. Maybe it generates as much as $900 million in EBITDA. Unclear to me exactly where that stands right now. So it may not be a fair apples-to-apples comparison. And by the way, that multiple on Versant may be unduly depressed right now. AMC, for example, trades at a higher.
The index funds have to get out of it.
Well, they got out, Jim.
They're not done.
How can they not be done? They gotta get it done day one.
Why don't you look at the buy? Look at the buy.
That's because everybody else is selling it.
Well, they don't know. The people don't know how to do
You gotta
this.
find somebody to buy it.
You
That's
have
the
to
key.
short it. You have to have the hedge fund short it. The debts have to be
But
short.
that
And
takes
the
away
end of the day, the index funds are blowing out.
what is
And
it?
that's what you get. That's what is happening.
It takes away from what is an interesting analysis here from Paramount. Now, we're not going to get it from Warner Brothers Discovery. I can tell you, they're not going to provide that. They don't feel like they're doing the fiduciary duty by putting a particular number on what they feel the spin is going to be.
34 is what you need well with it.
That's what you think ultimately gets us
No,
done.
that I know.
What I will tell you, actually, what I believe might actually get it done and move the needle at this point is, given their concerns about bank financing at Warner Brothers, continued concerns as to whether they could pull, given the financial constraints that, in fact, Paramount might find itself under in 12 to 18 months. They want a very large reverse break fee. $5.8 billion, forget that. Let's talk $8-10 billion or more. And they want it very clear that the $2.8 billion break fee would be paid by Paramount and on from there. Will Paramount be willing to step up into that? Unclear.
Can Charlie Sharp say it? Can he come out to me? Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo is Netflix.
No, I'm saying, can he, all right, so who's going to come out and say which bank is coming
Well,
out?
Bank of America, Citi, and Apollo are good for the money. Nobody's questioning that. And Paramount makes the point in their release, in fact, as well, that the debt financing, is not something that should be in question. These are among, the most sophisticated financial institutions in the world with decades of experience.
Is that a tip? Do you think?
Listen, I think the Warner Brothers side actually believes that if, in fact, things were to go bad, really bad on Paramount, the equity holders might back away, and you might actually have a case where they say, please, banks, figure out a way not to fund so that you can get us out of our commitment. So I don't know what moves the needle here, guys, but it's going to be an interesting dance between now and potentially the shareholder vote that's many months from now if Paramount does choose not to increase its offer and answer some of these key questions that Warner Brothers continues to have. And a lot of it does go to the operating covenants that they believe straitjacket them at Warner Brothers that Paramount wants that are different than the Netflix deal, to be fair.
How'd you feel about your guest yesterday?
Paramount having veto rights over financing decisions and things like that. My guest yesterday, Matt Halber from Penguin, is a very serious guy. He's a very serious guy. But for every Halbauer, I think there may be some shareholders at Warner Brothers who feel differently and agree with the board of directors. I think their advisors are telling them, no way, man, you cannot accept this idea of a Paramount deal with a company that's going to be 7 times levered. And I know that shouldn't matter because cash is cash and who cares what they look like once you get your money, but their worry is you won't get your money. That's where we stand. You saw the response today from them, and we'll take it from there, Carl.
Great setup.
I guess we just are going to chop around this until.
Thankfully, there will be some quiet. If they don't actually do anything, we're not going to hit it every day. I promise. Even though I get calls every day.
Take a look at the pre-market. A little softness here on this Thursday. Actually, a lot of sell-side research activity today. Downgraded Nike, but some upgrades of Tyson, Roku, the autos, Gap, and Google. When we return. The Chevron, ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips are up in the pre-market. Tomorrow, the president is slated to meet with oil company CEOs at the White House to discuss reviving production in Venezuela. Yesterday on Power Lunch, Brian Sullivan asked the Energy Secretary about taking Venezuela's oil and selling it and what that has to do with rebuilding the country. Here's the Secretary's response.
Number one, we're not taking their oil. We're not taking their oil. We have put a blockade on and prevented them from selling their oil. That's choked off cash flow. They get cash from selling oil and from selling drugs and from human trafficking. So we choked off their revenue sources to get leverage over them. We're going to restart the selling of Venezuelan oil on global crude markets, put it into counts in the name of Venezuela.
Oil's higher today, reversing a couple days of down action. This interview with the Times as well, Jim, is notable, where he says U.S. likely to be involved in running the country possibly for years.
And yet, I had Rusty Brazil in yesterday. I think it's the Cormac guy's done a lot of planning for all the major oils and this RBN. And he just said, look, it's not a slot, it's not a side ship, but the amount really involved here is not really going to move the needle. We were just comparing the Permian to Venezuela. Permian much bigger. David, I think it's a fascinating story, but if you think that it's going to bring oil prices down, that's probably not true. Yet I think that's something that the president stands for, and has stood for almost all his life.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage, of course, not just in the Times, but others. He wants the price of oil down around $50, which is a level at which you may start to see a lot, fewer rigs potentially.
And oil workers.
And oil workers, so everything's got to balance. It's pretty low right now. I mean, 57. We can take a look, of course, where we've been. You can see that, but everyone agrees, Jim, and the experts obviously will defer to, such as Rusty, of course, that it would take a lot of money and a lot of time.
He said that, Rusty said the infrastructure is worthless. The whole refining infrastructure. It's not like we'll go down and put $1 billion in and it's going to maybe we even have what Rusty said.
Meantime, there's this piece in the FT about the meeting tomorrow, saying that the CEOs are going to demand some pretty serious guarantees. This one quote, no one wants to go in there when a random effing tweet can change the entire foreign policy of the country.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting quote for the whole, our whole show so far. Although I would have left out the F, I do think that there is a sense that maybe we have to accept the fact that we're more risk in owning stocks, and witness Raytheon. Raytheon's a great company. It's really well run. It's done terrific. It's down huge, and then it's up huge off the increase in the defense budget. These stocks are trading. The big story about Exxon is it's going to miss the numbers, but it's trading off of Venezuela. I think we're going to have to start thinking. You know what? I don't know how seriously we should take the president unless he can back this up with real change, like.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can hear musings about him taking Maduro out in Venezuela, and people are like, oh, that's not going to happen, and then it does, which is why there's continued focus on Greenland or others. You've got to take into account the geopolitical ramifications. What if we do something? I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, if you like Raytheon, you got a great opportunity to buy Raytheon when the president said, "Listen, I'm not going to let that."
Because you don't think there'll be a follow through.
Exactly. It's scary, and not unlike, that's why I mentioned JFK. JFK got the price increase down.
Yeah.
But this is different. You can't really get in and say, listen, we're not going to let you give that dividend.
To Carl's point, you walk into the Oval tomorrow with the president as the CEO of one of the major oil companies. It's precarious. You've got to be, what is his ask going to be? What is your ask going to be? And how does that all play out? There may at some point be a trade mission down there to Venezuela with all these guys. We'll see.
Well, look, I just urge people that if they want to invest in it, not trade in it, invest in it. If the stock really gets hit, you think it's valuable, buy some. It's going to, because the company's going to prevail in. But I understand how people think everything's fraud. In the last 10 minutes of major companies, the stocks trade like small cap. They were small cap stocks.
Huge swings. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash in the opening bell after a short break. making our way through a very eventful week, whether that's Venezuela, pretty positive macro data points. We'll get a jobs number tomorrow, that oil CEO meeting, and maybe some decisions on tariffs, as SCOTUS does designate tomorrow as a decision day. We'll get the opening bell in a minute. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime and anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Let's do it. Mad dash for this Thursday. Got an opening bell a minute and a half from now. Where are we headed?
Ever since Bloom Energy came public in July of 2018, okay, it's done very little. But they have a technology called solid oxide, which is, for data centers, turns out to be a good fuel. American Electric Power, very forward-looking utility, largest transmission company in the country, did a $2.65 billion deal with them. They signed it this week, and you know what, David? This fuel, and the company's a profitable company, this is one of those companies that it just, they weren't doing something that could be feasible, and now because of the price of energy, how difficult it is to get, they have a good
And the data center play, which, I mean, we talk a lot about Caterpillar, but the same thing might have been unexpected that would be a growth engine for the company a couple of years ago, and here it is. So.
It's like one of those things that came from the space, from NASA, and I just want to point out that not everything in the data center, we're getting things, or things are getting to be so valuable, it's so expensive to have energy. A company like Bloom, new technology, being used to solve a problem. I think it's terrific, and congratulations to both companies for seeing another way out, Jim.
Let's get the opening bell here in the Secret Studio Sound Exchange. For the big boy, who's one first? Dan Ives, just in on his Revolution ETF, and we can get to the show doing the honors. You can spot him, he's the white and yellow. Yes. Back in NASDAQ It's Sun Opto, provider of organic and plant-based food and beverages.
It's such a strange market, Carl. I mean, we're rotating from one area to another, to another, to another. In that sense, it is exciting. I thought a very exciting market, but that's obviously not the way you want to invest. It's really exciting. But every day you come in and like the banks for a couple days. We had obviously defense yesterday. There's a sector that just catches fire, and day traders are making a lot of money right here, even though I don't want to encourage them.
Yeah, which kind of belies the VIX, which is barely budged above 15. Spreads after 90 billion in new issuance in the first 2 days of the year, amazing.
Oh, I've got to tell you, when I was looking at the amount of money, global startup funding, we're up 30% year over year in 2025, 425 billion. Well, we're just going to see those companies come public. It's a very buoyant market. And in the meantime, you have Western Digital that had been the leader, and now that's coming back down, and that turned out to be a very exciting trade. Monday was Chevron was a very exciting trade. So, the only one's holding up is SanDisk. I thought with Samsung's announcement of great earnings last night, that was also about the shortage of these what used to be called less intense, not as complicated storage plays are doing better than anything that is complicated. So go ahead, that's your chance to go ahead and say it. That the complicated chips are not doing that well. Say it.
The complicated chips are not doing that well?
Well, look, I'm giving you an opening. Last night, Bloomberg reported that NVIDIA, its all systems go on the H200 from China. They're going to probably, this quarter.
Well, all systems go with some
caveats,
military,
but
space
NVIDIA,
stuff.
I mean, between the people who come on our air and say that it's a short, and the commercials that I've had to endure for the last 200 points to say it's a short, that's split adjusted. There is just a feeling, David, that this one is more of a head and shoulders play than it is a play about intellectual property.
Do you think that the story regarding China-bound crude, Venezuela, intersects with H200s and chips?
Look, I think that if you want to, I would take it to the point where cybersecurity gets to be talked about that. Actually, George Kurtz was a very good private privileged access management acquisition just now. I think that the Cold War continues in all sorts of variations. Japan will have a fight about China. What about Taiwan? So, I mean, I think the geopolitical risk is much higher than it's been because we do know that if we can take Maduro, the things that people talk about and what China can do would make it so that you would not want to own Taiwan semi. I'm a little less catastrophic about it, and I think NVIDIA is a buy on what they're doing. But the market's saying I'm wrong.
Well, certainly a lot of charts floating around today about financial conditions being quite loose. Some of these, you saw the trade deficit number, you saw the productivity number at 4.9.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Look, I think that a new Fed chief is going to have to think about what the right thing to do is because we know the housing's not doing well, but everybody else is kind of doing well.
Right. We're going to hear Besson later today. We'll talk to Hassett tomorrow. Besson speaking at the Economic Club of Minnesota. Myron's on the tape today, Jim, looking for another 1.5 points of cuts this year. Underlying inflation running 2.3, he says, and he thinks we can add 1 million jobs without adding inflation.
We need 1 million people to add 1 million jobs. And that, there are issues here in terms of number of people.
There are issues. There are not more people. There may even be fewer people to some extent, given the workforce is being reduced, you could argue, as a result of an aggressive deportation policy.
You look at Constellation Brands, people feel that they're over-indexed for Hispanic. Maybe that the risk is being ratcheted back of Hispanics being able to go out, which is there was a sense that was the problem. This is Modelo.
You can see what happened
Maybe
in
that's
Constellation, and
heading a little better.
they have cited this. It's that people are not a part of the population they service to a certain extent is not congregating as often, and therefore not celebrating, not drinking as much together in that way, and but maybe getting a little bit better now.
Yeah, look, maybe it's just lapping, you know.
Right. Although, well, not a year ago, really, because it wasn't happening.
Look, I'm going to take the consolation move as being that things will be easier.
Things have gotten a bit easier.
Yeah, I have to do that because there's no other reason we have a case. But yeah, the number one year sales were not as bad.
When it comes to moves of companies we watch closely, we mentioned at the top of the hour, of course, Apple's market value is below that of Google or Alphabet. That continues. Apple shares have begun the year with a 5+% slide. That continues this morning. What do you make of it, Jim?
Well, I do think that some people feel that some of the services revenue may not be that strong. I disagree with that. It did have a fantastic move at the end of the year, and we are in a what have you done for me lately market. I've got to tell you that Alphabet is a tough compare. The things that they keep doing are just wrong. They just can't seem to do any wrong.
They are in a very good position, and they've had a great run, of course, in the stock, as you can see right there. I've made this point so many times, but it bears repeating. I mean, a year ago, we were having such a different conversation about Alphabet. We were talking about its monopoly on search being truly threatened by OpenAI, the fact that they were behind, seemingly, in their chatbot at Gemini, that organizationally, they didn't seem to perhaps have things working the way they should have. A year later, such a different story.
And what you said.
And Judge Maida, which you have pointed out numerous times, which is so important, a remedy for the antitrust trial from the U.S. government, which one, of course, accusing Alphabet of being a monopoly, got them nothing.
That's like Rockefeller. He's a monopolist.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nobody's perfect.
I do like exactly. Thank you, Joey. The thing that you keep pointing out that you did just now that is incredible is that you talk about Paramount, CNN, all that stuff. YouTube.
Oh my God, YouTube.
Oh my God, it's games about YouTube.
YouTube is dominant, and there's a belief that it will only continue to become even more so.
Well, when you hear the cable went to YouTube TV, there's almost no latency in it.
Oh yeah, YouTube TV is a good product. I'm not sure economically it's any cheaper than having your cable bundle, by the way, to a certain extent. Well, I'm the idiot who's paying for both right now, so don't even talk to me about that. I know. What, then I'm an idiot?
I saved a fortune on this when I cut the cord. But then we're not connected with that other outlet.
No. YouTube TV, you absolutely get CNBC.
I'm just saying YouTube
CNBC is getting its
Look, if the
subsidy.
latency's bad, I mean, if you're gambling on the Eagles and you're given 4.5, there's a possibility that you miss a play and you gambled incorrectly with DraftKings. I'm just saying that there is this, YouTube just took the whole, your kids told you, hey dad, how much you pay? And I said, listen, I work for this
YouTube is a giant. YouTube TV may not be making as much money in and of itself as a part of it.
They didn't even tell you. Have you ever watched the package where they have these like pictures of like animals and you have a Zen moment? They could be making like millions of dollars.
The Zen moment, I know. But YouTube itself is, yeah, if it was a public company of its own, it would probably have a market cap exceeding that of Netflix, given its profile and its growth rate.
It's incredible. I don't know.
Out of nowhere.
I'm saying when it became the number one. I mean, I know that I thought we could be a Netflix here. They tell you, look, you know, if you're going to compete for time, they always say who's time.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix shares are down by what, a third in 6 months?
Yes.
Something like that?
David killed
Big time. A little overbought.
Netflix's decline is due to its continued and the belief that it will be the winner, so to speak. And obviously, having a merger agreement makes you a powerful incumbency is important in it.
Well, we did have a good sell-off from yesterday.
Netflix has that. I'm not sure shareholders love that.
So 689.24.
The stock has really done
I'm here.
It is now far below the bottom of the collar. The impact is not that
I'm here.
significant on the overall value being delivered to Warner Brothers shareholders because stock is such a small component of the overall value. That said, it impacts it. And you know, if you're Netflix, Carl, and you were to if Paramount does come back with something that leads to a superior proposal or is considered, let's say, Netflix might very well say, we're going to go up a couple of bucks. How do you, if you're Netflix and you're making the strategic argument we need this asset, can you really walk away from it? If Paramount raises and say, forget it, don't worry about that, we're fine.
Yeah, that would be not the best look in the guys' assumption, let's say. Jim, I do want to get you on Costco because those December comps were a blowout at 9.8, looking for 5.2. Interestingly, Walmart's the worst performing down name.
I know, it's just a reversion from last year. The Costco, the monthlies we're very good, even ex-guests, always look at it. And I love the categories. I mean, tires, that's something I've always been very competitive with. Food is good, but what I like the most is that this is a stock that I think is putting that new low list behind them. Technically, he's very good for what that's worth, but I do know
not much volume.
This is the first real beat that we've seen in any of the numbers. We need to see e-com numbers up more.
We got a double bottom.
It would be great to see this company reassert itself as one of the great growth companies. It has been horrible.
What do you make of this native downgrade to Nike?
Listen.
Turnaround slower than expected.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tim Cook doesn't know what he's doing when he's buying. Elliott Hill doesn't know what he's doing. Bob Swan, I know you always felt you're critical of Bob Swan when he's running CEO of Intel.
Was I critical at the time? I don't remember being critical, but perhaps I was.
Yeah, but when you look at this, and you think you downgraded here, I mean, how about 120? I mean, it's a 2-for-1 split. I mean, honestly, you think Elliott Hill is just sitting here playing tiddlywinks? I mean, Elliott Hill is working his butt off. He's got the win now program. The win now does not mean win later. Okay?
Gerald Ford?
That's with inflation now.
I like Nike.
I mean,
I have a win button, I think.
It's next man up at Nike.
Next man up?
Yeah. If you don't deliver,
you're out.
You've seen it. Look, there's a series of changes. Personnel, I think that they're, from what I can tell, all excellent. I don't want to bet against him. If you see him going to China, not Nixon, if you see Elliott
Big ol' pop an IWM.
spend that get that turnaround for the -9, that stock's at 100. You down there, your own pearl. But PF Corp, I like that.
Yeah, really quick on retail.
You just came right out of there, boy. They just went right in it. Boom.
They have lined up to sue the Trump administration on tariffs. It includes Costco,
Right back.
Goodyear,
Get my coffee going.
Elf, Dole, and a bunch of others. We'll see. You think we're going to get anything tomorrow? Who knows?
We don't know. Dice roll.
Yeah.
Dice roll. I've got to tell you that when I look at Five Below, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, that's where the action has been. Fuller Price Retail, not so good. VF Corp, the upgrade there is Bracondale. That is a chain. It's North Face and Timberland doing well. I'd rather be in the down and out of like a North Face, not worried as much about what happens with the government. But Dollar General, these things can't be stopped, and that's just because people feel. But my wife said the other day, Jim, what do you think about the K economy? Unbelievable. I mean, everyone knows about the K economy. I'm not going to denigrate my wife. She's never watched the show, so I'm so far. I'm running good.
All right. You know what? I got a little report here on the most important company that doesn't trade publicly.
Ooh, big knife on QQQ.
Thank you.
That was close. Thank you, Sarah Farr.
Guys, important, we'll see how important, but an important development yesterday in federal court in the Northern District of California. That is where Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers was taking into account a lawsuit that was filed some time ago by Elon Musk against OpenAI. You may remember, we've talked about this a bit in the past as well, of a lawsuit in which he said he was deliberately induced to co-found and fund OpenAI, based essentially on promises that it would remain a non-profit and prioritize AI safety and openly share its research for the benefit of humanity. Well, according to the complaint, of course, once the technology advanced, and again, this was the complaint originally in the lawsuit, and approached artificial general intelligence, they're not there yet. Sam Altman abandoning that commitment and engineering a shift toward profit and control. That is the basis for the complaint. What happened yesterday is that OpenAI's attempts to get a summary judgment have essentially thrown out failed. Yesterday, Judge Rogers indicated she intends to deny OpenAI's motion, and also Microsoft as its partner as well in part its motion. So for the claims brought by Mr. Musk against Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, of course, is one of the founders of OpenAI as well, are going to trial, namely constructive fraud, breach of charitable trust, unjust enrichment, all going to trial March 30th, phase 1 trial for this. It's important because it could have a significant impact potentially on OpenAI's now for-profit structure. But again, it's a jury trial. It will begin March 30th. It's very much unclear how it will go and what exactly, if they were to be victorious, would be the claims that would be acted on by the jury.
Jury trial, but Judge Rogers, legendary to say populist.
A populist.
And that's the case.
Right.
With Apple, you raise less corn for help, Judge. That's really, she's talking about
A wild card. But this is something that we're going to have to focus on, I think, in part because it is important. If it's monetary damages only, what are they? We obviously know. The last thing that OpenAI wants to do is part with money for something like having to pay Mr. Musk and others, and it could potentially be even more important than that. Let me give you a statement that I got from Mark Tovaroff. He's the lead counsel for Elon Musk. The hearing confirms what we've been
Okay, hogwash.
substantial evidence that OpenAI's
We gave you as much time as we could.
to Mr. Musk about its charitable mission that they never honored in favor of their personal self.
Goodbye.
8360. I'm Marley Caden.
Yes, you are.
Trends
You're a beautiful
and
woman.
company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis
Marley.
and context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy. It's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360. In-depth
Okay, here we go.
Straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Coffee's
on
now
Network.
getting soaked.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. I want to take a look at the key levels to watch here on Wall Street. We just had the opening bell, but we are seeing some down arrows again, attacking on yesterday's losses. Rick Ducat, lead market technician, is joining me now. We're looking at some of the different headlines and sectors, and one that always seems to jump out is defense stocks. And in fact, many of them are leading the way today. Some of your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, anyone who's been trading for a long time has had the experience of getting a whipsaw once in a while. By that I mean a rapid fire kind of reversal in the price activity, a big drop followed by a large rally. That's kind of what happened with these defense sector names that we saw yesterday. And the ITA defense sector ETF has been pretty strongly outperforming the S&P, up about 61% almost during the previous year. But President Trump's comments about first, blocking some of the dividends and stock buybacks of these defense companies, but then later in the same day saying proposing the idea of a 50% hike in military spending is what resulted in these rapid fire swings. But you can see the moves were consistent across all of these defense sector companies here: Raytheon, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, some of the biggest names here. But this ETF focuses kind of on the broader group here. You can see it opened at new highs and is continuing to make further ascents here. 235.11 is about where we topped out so far here, and we can see that the levels that stand out in the past, 220, our red line here, was an old significant high, and then a subsequent stumbling point here for price activity before the rally continued to the upside. Meanwhile, 200 to the downside, a very consistent ceiling here for a bit, and then that's around where the bulls held on for support during the decline here. More recently, the price activity has been a broadening triangle type of formation here, where our two trend lines are diverging farther apart from each other, typically suggestive of higher volatility of wild swinging prices, and this is pretty much what has occurred recently here. So now today we have the situation of looking at our moving averages that have we've outpaced them pretty strongly here. The closest, our 5-day weekly EMA, comes in near 228. A longer term monthly EMA, our 21-day, comes in near 218. We can also see the volume that stands out here lines up with some of our supported areas that we mentioned here, namely 200, but also we can see here 210 and 218 are the standout areas in this case here. RSI, once again, moving into that overbought area as well here, suggesting further strength here. A bit of a hiccup, though, is we haven't quite made new relative highs in the RSI yet. You would want to see that price and RSI make new highs in tandem with each other rather than showing divergence, bearish divergence in this case here. So pretty interesting day for these defense sector names. One thing to consider as well, if we were to look at our options market here, February 20th, 43 days out, 6.2% expected move here. So to give us some idea of maybe a potential high, lines up pretty closely right now with our +1 yearly standard deviation near about 248 or so. So this could be an indicator to keep in mind as we go forward to help project maybe a potential resistance area.
All right. Well, thank you for all of that, because you're right. You're hitting the sectors that are on the move now. And I don't want to leave out home builders because that's another area that's so important right now. Let's hear a little bit about that. This is, by the way, the 10-year bond yield 4.18 right now.
Yes, so we can see here home builder sector not quite performing the same way as the defense sector here, down about 5%. So a pretty
Meta down $11.
Here. Again, similar theme across all these companies, all trending downward here. Lennar, the worst of the pack here so far. When we do look at ITB more closely, we can see a downward sloping channel type shape as the prevalent theme here for our price activity. 106, a standout level to the upside. Repeated support and resistance here marks the top of our range. Meanwhile, 94, the downside area to watch here, repeated support here. At least in terms of our closing prices, we made an intraday dip below. But 94 is the standout area to watch out for.
Nvidia down $3.
Here that our moving averages are diverging farther apart from each other. We're all trending lower here. RSI,
they're
meanwhile,
hyped up about Nvidia yesterday.
Trend line here suggesting perhaps greater bullishness. But we haven't quite broken through that 50 midline just yet here, so the bulls have some more work to do in this case. But a bit more of a positive sign here that trend line has been broken. Now we can also see these shaded areas that we had represent these volume nodes that we see here. So the heavy trading area, according to our volume profile study, kind of right here, this area from 98 to 101 or so, that's a key point to be on the lookout for, the standout area, specifically 98.50 or so. Meanwhile, up here, 110, another heavy trading area. Notice a very big volume spike occurring today as well, so a heavy conviction on the part of traders in this name. Finally, if we were to look at our options market projections here, notice that in this case, the February 20th expiration, 8.7% expected move, the lower edge lines up with the -2 standard deviation channel, our yearly standard deviation channel. So that could be another area to watch out for. That comes in right around 87.70 or so. So that lines up, you can see here, with some notable important old lows. So another very interesting setup and another important sector to watch going forward.
All right, well, thank you for all of that. Rick Ducat all over the charts for us right here on Trump Network every single day. Our lead market technician, thank you, Rick Ducat. Our market media panel is ready to take a look at this action. Alex Coffey, Kevin Hinks is back with us. Alex, some of your thoughts, because now we've got an enormous jobs picture. We have a market, the Dow is now turned into the green. You know, when I look at the up volume versus the down volume, the up volume is actually surpassing on Wall Street, almost 2-to-1. So it looks like there's a little momentum that's carrying us.
Yeah, we talk all the time, though, the importance of the Magnificent Seven, Nicole, and we're seeing that today. With that, if you were to index it, it's down about 0.7%, and so I'm not surprised to see the NASDAQ down a very similar amount, and the S&P is a little bit red as well. This despite, of course, what you just alluded to, 70+% of the components of the S&P 500 are green on today's session. Alphabet is taking the second spot right behind Nvidia as the second most valuable company. So it's not all doom and gloom when it comes to Mag 7, if you could even classify a less than 1% drag on the index as that. But, you know, we crossed 7,000 yesterday in the E-mini S&P futures. I know the cash index didn't quite get there. But that kind of ended up acting like a little bit of a brick wall, Nicole. I'm not surprised to see some resistance at the new big round number, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have some significant pullback. I thought the economic data that you alluded to was more of the same, which didn't necessarily set off any alarm bells.
All right, well, what do you think here? Kevin, what are you watching? Thank you, Alex.
You know, a big focus yesterday was the fact that the S&P was up in the early part of the day, but the equal weight S&P was heavy the entire day. Well, what you're seeing today is the opposite. Despite information technology being lower, despite communication services being relatively unchanged in terms of the S&P sectors, you know, the equal weight S&P is currently up about 9/16%, so more than 0.5% despite the overall S&P being slightly
SPX
lower.
came back and hit the 63.
Yesterday, the weak equal weight eventually
SPX came back and hit the 63.
It's mainly positive.
I'm gonna go get my coffee and I'll be right back.
of the 11 sectors in the S&P higher, one down, that's information technology, communications and services, let's call it, well, slightly in the red now as it's ticked down about 0.1%, so still 9 up, 2 down, and despite the fact that it's 2 of the biggest sectors, the market overall hanging in there just down 0.1%, despite the equal weight being down more than 0.5%.
All right, and last but not least, when we get to some of the tech names, Alex, you're looking at one specific group where we're seeing some weakness. Why that?
Yeah, I think the memory stocks are interesting, Nicole, because one of the things that we highlighted on Market on Close, I believe it was Monday afternoon, was when you start to get these parabolic, momentum-driven moves, you don't need disappointment to send these stocks the other way. We've seen it so many times, and you're starting to see these names that out the gate were having tremendous rallies start to turn around, and this is now just trading and market dynamics. It has nothing to do with the fundamentals, but the same could be said for kind of the accelerating nature of some of those rallies. So perhaps these are opportunities for those who missed these moves to think about getting involved, but I'm not so sure that time is just yet. There could be a little bit more red before green, given the nature of some of these rallies.
All right, great to see you both. Alex Coffey, Kevin Haynes, and all our friends joining us here on Opening Bell. And of course, to our friend Dan Ives, who gave us some great clips that you can check out on all of our social media pages here with Dan Ives, our big tech bull, who's called it right year after year. He's running the Opening Bell here today. Morning Trade Live, in Buzz. Next.
Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
He's back,
Get inside the mind
waiting for the
They're
kill.
getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headline.
That's not true. Oh gosh, look at that. NVIDIA. Come on, ladies. Let's get to talking about NVIDIA. What the heck? Drop a lot more. Well, if we ever saw 170, it'd be a strong buy. And that's NVIDIA. Just like that. Mm-hmm.
home builders are in focus after a rough 2025 as mortgage rates remained elevated. But for now, let's take a look at where markets stand. Around half an hour into trading, we've seen a bit of a mixed picture. The S&P 500 continues to pull back from those records we saw a couple of sessions ago. We're holding above at 6,900 right now on the benchmark. The Nasdaq losing some steam this morning. That is a clear underperformer today, 0.9% lower as we continue to see some of the steam coming out of technology names. The Dow is holding up right now, just fractionally. We've got the Russell 2000 outperforming here, up 0.4%. So a very mixed picture across the major indices today as we have got a lot of moving parts. Of course, we've got defense names rallying off the back of Trump's announcements there. We've got a couple of names in energy also higher. So looking across a number of stories and of course the macro data, here's the performance for foreign markets. We saw a risk off across regional equities. The Hang Seng Index down 1.2, the Nikkei 225
Apple double bottom.
0.6% after a pretty good start to the year for Asian stocks, of course, being weighed down by some of the defense names.
What about Nvidia?
SoftBank was lower over in Japan overnight. The DAX also lower after a pretty good start to the year there for those markets. And the FTSE 100 just on the line at the moment too.
I don't know.
So we've got a sea of red out in international markets right now. We'll dig into some of the key stories from global markets throughout the course of the program here. But let's take a look at futures products given all the data we've got. We've seen the 10-year yield ticking higher off the back of that. We're at 418 now on the benchmark. US dollar index right now trading against the basket of currencies, 98 on the DXY. The gold trade is lower this morning. We're down around 0.5%, 44.39, as we see a little bit of that strength coming through for the greenback. And crude oil, of course, a big story for us, picking up some steam here off the back of the fall we saw yesterday. This might have something to do with some of the inventory data. We're at 1.7% right now, $56 a barrel. Bitcoin losing steam. Remember, we picked up to around 95K earlier this week, but we have just, as I spoke, ducked below that 90,000 level. That has really been seen as key. So losing some momentum in that trade for us this morning. So let's get to Alex Coffey, who joins me now. Obviously, we've had a lot of information as far as updates on the jobs market. We've had the trade deficit out as well. Let's start first and foremost, Alex. Very good morning to you with wholesale inventories. What are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, in line for the October final number for wholesale inventories month over month. They come in as a positive 0.2% rise. This is down from the prior reading of a 0.5% rise for wholesale inventories. As a part of that report, there's also a release on wholesale trade sales, which did come in a negative 0.4%, which was a little bit lower than expected, which were down, expected to be down 0.2%, which would have been in line with the prior reading. Now, while this is a number that is often overlooked, but maybe something to factor in, is it's seen as a leading indicator. It kind of helps reveal some of the supply chain health, Sam, and of course, it also is part of the GDP calculation that the Bureau of Economic Analysis is putting out. So all in all, probably not a giant market mover today, but it kind of shows us where the trends are for this particular figure, which is pretty steady.
Right, and of course, and speaking of economic growth and the trends, we got some jobs data out this morning. Jobless claims at 208,000 on the headline. Also, challenger job cuts are lowest since July 2024. So all in all, it continues to point to sort of low high, low fire like we saw yesterday. Just break down some of the details of that data and how important it is as a prelude to the jobs numbers we'll be getting tomorrow.
She said dater.
Yeah, I think it's important. I would say, though, December, typically not a huge job cut month, just given kind of the holiday season and sort of the, I guess, psychological, aspects of that. But as you mentioned, it is, at least for the job cut number, the total job cuts for December, 35,553, way below where they were in 71,321, and actually down 8.3% year over year. So certainly notable.
Well, Apple's right at its support. I'm just not that bullish. We got a reversal on SPX, I think.
That was a little bit below expected, but a slight uptick from where they were revised to for the
right at the orb.
200,000. That brings our 4-week moving average to 211, just shy of 212.
thousand, which continues to show signs of deterioration of that particular print, which is a good thing. You mentioned this at the top of your program when you were going through some of the quotes, move higher in yields that you're seeing today. One has to think that's due to this sort of low fire, low higher, stagnant jobs environment, but one that's not really meaningfully getting worse. You compare this to the JOLTS numbers as well as the ADP yesterday. Yes, job openings are coming down. Yes, that will highlight, despite the fact that we're looking further back in time for that, but yes, that would highlight sort of a fragile, or the fragility of the labor market, and kind of highlight the risks associated with it, which the Fed has, of course, flagged. But it isn't necessarily going to be the cause for some sort of rate discussion when it comes to lowering rates. You have to see the employment aspect, like the ADP number, perhaps go negative for a couple months, or some sort of a layoff uptick, which we have not seen yet. So with that, the ADP coming in at 41,000 was a little bit weaker than expected, but a positive number, and all in all, again, kind of more of the same. So I would use the word resilient for the labor market, and resilient might not be enough to continue the Fed down an easing path, but it certainly doesn't bring the discussion around tightening into the equation yet either.
I mean, it's a piece of good news, and as you say, I mean, particularly what we're seeing in the yields this morning, the bond market perhaps telling us that they think things aren't falling off a cliff, which is encouraging, and as you say also, I mean, no one wants to be the Grinch in December either, so perhaps some seasonal factors to do with what we saw from Challenger, but also as far as another sort of data print to highlight this morning, we did get that trade balance narrowing to its smallest since 2009, 29.4 billion on the headline, certainly pointing to the import versus export picture, so something to highlight there, but obviously we're seeing, as far as the equity market is concerned, defense stocks are rising this morning, Alex, and this is a bit of sort of whipsaw because yesterday we had obviously Trump coming out on Truth Social talking about defense dividends not being allowed, and then he's obviously talking about after that upping the defense budget to the tune of $1.5 trillion as far as military spending is concerned. We've got Northrop Grumman and RTX flying today. Just talk us through the significance of this story as far as some of these defense names are concerned.
Yeah, I think you highlighted a lot of the key aspects here. So there's a call from the executive branch of the administration to increase the defense budget for 2027 by 50%, which brings you to $1.5 trillion. But there's a desire for this to be spent productively. So again, as you mentioned, an executive order signed by the president restricts defense companies from paying those dividends or conducting stock buybacks until they produce superior products on time.
Boom.
The on-time aspect is really the key here. It also targets some of the executive compensation and some of these contractors as well. But more spending within defense is not something that is unique to the United States. And as these headlines, regardless if they spiral into something larger when it comes to regional conflicts or hotter conflicts when it comes to some of the tensions and headlines that we're seeing, the fears and the sentiment hasn't changed. I think it's only ramped up, and that desire for bolstering of defense budgets across the world is a theme that seems to be continuing in the U.S., ramping things up potentially as well. That does bode well for these companies who a large part, or in some cases the vast majority of their revenue is derived from these type of contracts.
Okay, for now at least we are seeing a nice rally in some of these defense names, especially RTX, as I mentioned, Northrop Grumman as well, among those. Alex, really appreciate it. Thanks for breaking down some of those key stories and data prints for us this morning. Coming up, we will take a closer look at economic growth and the forecast for 2026 and examine what's at stake with tomorrow's job report when it comes to the Fed. Morning trend lines back after this.
Going to the 200. SPX. If we hold, we will.
I'm Nicole Pavlidis at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I've seen something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com. The back morning train line 90 is low this morning after Needham. Actually, it's just slightly higher here. After Needham downgraded shares to hold without a price target. The analyst says Nike's turnaround is progressing slower than expected and cites concern with the company's North American wholesale channel. Nike stock is down nearly 15% over the last 12 months. As I said, it's just over 1% higher right now, trading at $63 a change. All right, let's take a look at the winners and the losers of the session. No surprises here. The defense names are leading the pack, as I mentioned. Northrop Grumman up 9%. And then the rest are doing this, and this, of course, coming off the back of the stories that Alex just highlighted around military budgets and spending coming from the Trump administration and some of the plans there. Seems to be a bit of a story of losses in memory and software this morning. Just keep in mind, obviously, memory has had a pretty big run-up. We did see shares in Samsung declining overnight over in South Korea after hitting all-time highs. It came off the back of a record profit forecast, as we are seeing shares in Sanders, which of course rallied in triple digits as percentage-wise last year, down 7.7%. So we continue to see a little bit of steam coming out of these names. And then obviously we had a good day for software yesterday. Some of that rotation continued out of chips. We've got Datadog doing a bit of downward dog today. We're down 5% right now on that name. All right, joining us now is Josh Janner, Senior Investment Strategy Analyst at Washboardjim Investments. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, Josh. Look, we've got a lot of information today, particularly when you look at Challenger, particularly when you look at some of the jobless claims as well, giving us a little bit of a prelude to what perhaps we might get tomorrow come Friday with the jobs report. What are you looking at as far as some of the updates we've been getting on the economy?
We've been focused on the initial jobless claims data that you were just mentioned a second ago, and I should say thanks for having me on again, Sam. That jobless claims number we think has been one of the most important things to track. I know you were talking about just before I came on the kind of low churn, low fire labor market, and the risk when there's been less hiring could be that if hiring accelerates, that could lead to a severe slowdown in the economy. That would be kind of a recession on the come. However, the good news is we haven't seen that happen. Jobless claims have been incredibly well behaved over the last several months, really the last several years. And as we look towards tomorrow in the jobs report, the consensus expectations are for around 70,000 jobs created. The jobless claims data to us suggests that we should see something in line, maybe even a little bit of upside towards that number, given that we're not seeing a pickup in firings.
Yeah, obviously getting through a couple of weeks there of distortion calls around the holiday period. We're starting to see the forest through the trees, you could say, on the jobs numbers. I'm just wondering, as far as the 10-year yield, we were talking about that earlier with my colleague Alex, as far as some of the reaction in the market to today, perhaps suggesting that, things aren't falling off a cliff, not too much to worry about. Do you think it changes the Fed's calculus come this year? Because while the official communication seems to be they're penciling in at least one cut, the market seems to be thinking two, perhaps even three.
There is a fair bit of skew in the market, so there's a long tail. If you look at what the options market suggests, that there's a long tail of kind of something like a recession where there could be more than two cuts. However, we think that the market has it more or less right. As we look out to the back half of the year, if the labor market continues to hold up, and I think the other part of this conversation is what happens with inflation. Let's just make the assumption that disinflation continues. Our view is that in the first couple of months of the year, price increases could be a little bit larger than normal, the so-called January effect, where a lot of businesses change their prices once a year, tends to be around the turn of the calendar. It tends to take a couple of months to really flow through into the official CPI data. You sometimes see it in February and into March. But once we get through that upside risk, we think that disinflationary trends could continue, particularly with oil prices continuing to drift lower the last couple of weeks, and that should open the door to additional Fed rate cuts in the back half of the year. Our view is that 2 seems like a good guess for right now, but we think the risk is that they will do more rather than less as we get later into the year.
All right, let's talk about the market performance here as we look ahead to 2026 and the sort of themes that are likely to drive things forward. Obviously, Brent looking pretty good today. I mean, we're seeing a 3-to-1 advance decline despite the NASDAQ being down. We're seeing a big rotation out of technology very much into more sort of value parts of the markets. Is this something that you've been looking at? Where do you see opportunity here? What do you think is going to, benefit from some of this rotation that we're seeing? I mean, you like small caps, value plays. Where are you looking?
Yeah, if you go back over the last couple of months, this leadership rotation has had fits and starts. If you think back to the third quarter earnings season, which was recorded in the fourth quarter, there was a clear broadening trend in terms of earnings delivery over the last several years. It has really been a technology and a Mag 7 specifically earnings environment. That was sort of the only game in town for earnings growth. In the third quarter, that was less true. There was more earnings growth on offer in other parts of the market, and the market started to price that during the fourth quarter. You saw cyclicals do better, cyclical sectors do better, you saw value do better, you saw small caps start to catch up. And the Mag 7 might be a surprise to some people watching who don't follow the markets as closely, but only 2 of the 7 names actually outperformed the S&P 500 for the full year. So as we move into the new year, look, the calendar turns, but the underlying dynamics don't. And so we think that leadership rotation will continue to build as we move into the first, second quarter. And as you mentioned, I think that you see opportunities in value, you see opportunities in small cap. Obviously, defense has been catching a bit on headline news, but that's, I think, indicative of what could happen in the more industrial section of the economy. And I think the potential upside that we're most focused on right now is actually in the consumer. So we were talking a second ago about the health of the labor market. Labor income is the biggest source of spending power for most Americans. So if the job market continues to hang on, combined with the upside from larger than normal tax refunds coming from the one big beautiful bill in the first half of this year, consumers should have more money in their pocket. That money tends to get spent, and that can provide upside for consumer-focused stocks as well in the first half of the year.
Yeah, obviously we've seen this rethink at the back end of 2025 around, obviously the AI narrative around ROI, the valuations. But what we've seen as far as some of the leadership and the rotation that you mentioned is that the markets can rally without some of the usual suspects like NVIDIA. I mean, what is this telling you about the artificial intelligence story right now?
I think we might be in for sort of a pause that refreshes with the artificial intelligence story this year. If you look at it, the hyperscalers are expected to grow CapEx by something like $600 billion. It's a tremendous number. However, the growth rate is slowing, and the market tends to focus on that second derivative, rate of change of the rate of change. And so if this is a year of still tremendously strong growth, but a little bit less strong growth, that could be, as I said, a pause that refreshes. That could also be the foundation that the next leg of that rally is built upon. But in the meantime, we think that there can be a little bit of a leadership rotation, as we were talking about a second ago, and that could lead to a broader market participation over the next couple of months.
Yeah, and certainly AI adjacent and some of these backdoor AI type trade plays are also getting a look in right now, industrials, for example. Josh, really appreciate your insight. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Josh Janner, who's the Senior Investment Strategy Analyst at Clearbridge Investments, joining me there. Coming up, we will get a closer look at the big picture with the team from Charles Schwab. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
I'm Diane King Hall, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes, Next. Try it again. You could have done better. Please. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Rebounding a bit this morning after a tough old year after the company posted its solid earnings beat, finding steady demand from Modelo and Corona. While overall sales fell, they declined less than expected, showing signs the business is stabilizing. Beer demand improved compared with recent quarters, even as shipment volumes remained under some pressure. We are trading 6.5% higher right now at 149 and change on SPV. All right, welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture, so let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. We've got Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy. Nate, let's just start with you.
I'm not in
What
anything.
we're seeing as far as the performance today, I mean, technology is down while everything is up. Well, what does it say about the rotation?
Yeah, good morning,
Not right
Sam.
yet.
You know, it's been a choppy week. You would have thought, I mean, we started off really well in the last, 48 hours or so. We've certainly seen some of the selling pressure kick in there. We didn't, we saw kind of a little bit of a rough close
I'm not sure.
the year here. And, you look at, what's going on underneath the surface.
Just more in
we hit
action.
New all-time highs in the S&P 500 equal weight, Dow Jones. We've got new highs in the semiconductor index. But then if you go beneath the surface, for example,
I am not sure.
It's not coming from NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD. It's coming from a lot of the DRAM makers and benefiters, like the semiconductor equipment manufacturer makers. And you look at what AMAT and LRCX and ASML and all of those types of companies, along with SanDisk, Micron, etc., that's where a lot of that outperformance is coming. So it just tells me that there's going to be a lot of discernment. And yes, the broadening trade, I believe, is intact. We got new highs in the industrials, new highs.
We're kind of bullish
recently
in the
healthcare,
SPX.
biotech.
Kind
And
of.
so it's just that broadening trade is going on. I think the assumption is that we're going to get a benefit from, the tax credits and rebates and deregulation. Financials have continued to do well. So it's just a lot more choppy, and I think you've got to be a lot more discerning. It's going to be a stock picker's market here as we work through some of the reallocation, the rebalancing of where, investors see the safest and most reliable growth stories that are intact. And I think we're going to get a good read. Next Tuesday, we're going to get the big banks on financials. They've run up quite a bit. Those book values are sitting at, multi-year highs. And so after they report, let's see what the price action tells us in terms of whether the market is willing to do some multiple expansion within that sector.
Yeah, and once again, of course, we see Bitcoin being highly correlated with the technology. As we see that pullback in that sector, we are actually seeing cryptocurrency down as well. So that's an interesting sort of linkage there. But Michelle, let's just get to you, because you've been writing extensively around the fact that emerging markets outperformed U.S. equities last year and are likely to continue based on the fact that we, of course, have had a weaker dollar. So it's a greenback type story, but also the fact that these valuations look relatively inexpensive compared to their US peers. Just talk us through where and what are the opportunities out there in EM at the moment?
Yeah, EM companies are, a way of playing on global AI because some of those very large semiconductor companies in Taiwan and South Korea are big players and are a big part of the index.
That's right.
Is 28% of the EM index, and that excludes internet-related companies. If you include those, they're even higher. They're located in the consumer discretionary and communication services sectors. And if we look at earnings earnings estimates have really just spiked higher for EM in the last couple of weeks. The 12-month forward earnings estimate by the consensus is at a 10-year high. And it's not just the semiconductor companies in Taiwan and South Korea, it's also optimism about AI adopters in China. We've been seeing a bunch of IPOs in China recently, with a lot of optimism. And, you know, China's been able to make a lot of advancements in AI with less capital, and so the hope is maybe with more capital they can make even further advancements. They're still behind in some areas, particularly in the semi-capital equipment space in lithography, but you know, they're trying to catch up. And EM is trading at 14 times next 12-month earnings, so it's relatively cheap compared to U.S. companies. We have, you know, concerns about AI bubble, but markets are really looking at the opportunity right now. They're looking at things as the glass half full, but the risk is that earnings estimates become too optimistic, and the stocks are actually more expensive than they appear if those profits underdeliver.
Yeah, as you say, pointing out the MSCI EM index trading at 13.7 times next 12 months estimated earnings. But as you say, there are risks associated. But then, you know, having sat out in Asia for so long, there was always that debate as to, you know, why China was still classified, and South Korea for that argument as well as EM as well. But yeah, certainly some opportunities, as you say, 400, 700% rally on IPO days over in Shanghai. I mean, that just really underpins the enthusiasm over there. Hey, Nate, just as far as some of the information we'll be getting tomorrow with the jobs data, obviously the next cab off the rank is going to be, you know, the earnings season kicking off as far as the next event risk and catalyst for these markets. What are your expectations?
Well, probably more of the same in terms of the low hire, low fire type of environment. When we look at the JOLTS data, came in below estimates, ADP, you know, just a little bit soft, but, you know, nothing dramatic there. And then you look at, you know, but weekly claims, you know, we got a sub 200K print. We got 208 this morning, 208K below estimates. We also saw, you know, the challengers overall, the report for the year was, you know, a lot of layoffs, but for the month of December, it was the lowest in multi-years. So I just think that it just speaks to productivity. We saw the productivity number this morning. I think the thesis is that continues to be that low hire environment, and we're expecting productivity gains, margin expansion, etc. That remains where we stand at this point in time. So, of course, the non-farm payrolls report is going to be important. We'll keep a look at that. We get also the Supreme Court ruling on the tariffs. That potentially could introduce some volatility. We got Q4 earnings starting next week. That could introduce some volatility as well. And then January can be kind of tricky just because you have, you know, a lot of the January effects. You have the influx of potentially new capital that's coming to work, and then you also have potentially some of the selling of that was held off from Q4 of last year. So, you know, look, Sam, I don't think that, you know, as long as the non-farm payrolls report and the unemployment rate, et cetera, doesn't deviate too far from estimates, I think the markets become relatively comfortable with the, you know, the volatility that we've seen in the labor market data. And as long as that earnings growth story remains intact, I wouldn't expect there to be, you know, too much of a surprise one way or the other in terms of the market reaction when we get the report tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be watching markets in a bit of wait-and-see mode. Plenty of moving parts as always. Hey guys, we've got to have to wrap it up there. We've completely run out of time, but thank you so much for joining me today. Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy. Coming up, it's time for Morning Trade. We'll take a closer look at Alphabet after an upgrade. Morning Trade Line will be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the CBOE, and beyond.
From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live with the NYSE, right where it counts.
Back morning trade line, let's focus on Alphabet. The stock is moving higher this morning after an upgrade at Cantor Fitzgerald. More on that in a moment. Alphabet has been the clear outperformer in the Mag 7 over the last 12 months, with shares up at more than 65%. The stock touching a new all-time high this morning, above $330. We have pulled back slightly now. We're trading at $326 and change, up 1.3% right now. So that's the focus of the morning trade. Joining us for a closer look is Marley Hayden, who got the red memo. So what went into this upgrade behind Alphabet from Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yes, Sam, good morning to you, and happy Twin Day. I got the red memo this morning, but Cantor's citing a few things here for Alphabet's advantage. We are seeing a move to the upside as well. You mentioned that high. We're up about 1.25% right now following this, upgrading Alphabet to overweight from neutral. Price target now $370. That's up from $310. Like you mentioned, that new high was $330. We're about $326 right now. The firm believes that Alphabet, quote, has the strongest footprint across several layers in the AI tech stack. They say that their decades-long investments have enabled them to have some deep competitive moats. They think that with the regulatory headwinds easing, that Alphabet should start to see more benefits by leveraging its distribution in consumer and enterprise AI transitions. So what does that mean, right? ChatGPT has surged in this AI race since it came out in 2022, but we've spent a lot of time recently talking about Gemini 3 and its capabilities and its increasing numbers as Google's technology starts to come more into play. Cantor Fitzgerald talks a lot about that. The ChatGPT still has an advantage right now in terms of user base, with Cantor's estimates putting it about 900 million weekly active users, but they also say Gemini is up to 650 million active users, and they think that that lead from ChatGPT is only going to continue to narrow and accelerate from here. They see that there is room for those two AI assistants to coexist long term, but they think as the defining modes shift from model intelligence to practical usefulness, that's where Google's really going to shine. When the adoption of agents happens, they think that users are going to simply rely on one SAM. They're not going to use multiple places, and Google has an advantage because it can feed its data from its search technology, its maps, and its payment information. Cantor says that makes its technology superior to ChatGPT, and that is why they think that it has the competitive advantage here.
Okay, a great look at Google Alphabet there as we are trading at all-time high today before pulling back ever so slightly, but great stuff as always. Thank you so much for breaking us down the details, Marley. I'll talk to you later on. Let's trade now with Tammy Marshall, analyst, Elliott Wave trader. Hi to you, Tammy. Nice to see you there. An example trade for us today for Alphabet.
Yes, what I have for you today now, so last week I suggested a debit spread and we placed it around $1 and now it's around $2. So if you are in that trade, you could go ahead and take those profits, but if you missed it, the alternate trade that I have for you for today, I have the same strike because I'm looking at a run into earnings, which are unconfirmed for February 3rd. So January 30th, the butterfly is a 330, 345, 360. When I looked at it earlier, it was around $2.37. Of course, now it's gone up to $2.78. But basically, you're risking $2.78 now if you were to get in now. if we were to pin, okay, and the pin is right between my two targets. My targets are 337 and 349. So the pin is at 345.
Whoa!
So what I'm looking for
Girl
is
has numbers.
around 278. And if we were to pin, like I said, you could look at profits over $1,200. And that's just for one contract.
January.
Okay, and just sort of broadening things out, I mean, when you look at the technicals with this one,
She
what
likes
sort of
it.
stands out with the charts? I mean, as we mentioned, it was one of our outperformers as far as the Max 7 is concerned, and, you know, a lot of optimism, obviously,
We'll
around
pull back.
what the Cantor Fitzgerald analyst was saying. You know, I've also seen a note out to suggest...
Randy, I'm actually seeing the first setup. Well, the second. The 1, 2, 3 bits. We had a double bottom, higher, low. Now I have 1, 2, 3. Triple top breakout. Right there. We're getting close. Oh, VWAP /ES. You see that? If I'd have waited, so I might jump in this a little bit sooner. I think what Jimmy's trying to say, man. And he's looking at the 6940s or the 6940s. Or the 6930s, which he made a decision. We're going with the 420 at the 6930. Boom! Oh, what did just happen? See off the VWAP? Woo! Okay. Oh my gosh. What? How? Boing. Boing. Thank you very much. Randy, did you see the 1, 2, 3? Don't tell me you're out in the garage, please. Okay, this was kind of different. I'm gonna tell you what I just something that you could pick up on probably a little bit sooner, maybe even. Especially if you have more than one monitor. So I'm sitting here and I'm calling them out. I'm looking and watching the SPX. And I get a knock on the door. Jimmy, we're almost down here to the 1, 2, 3. And we were wondering, and Randy's out there in the garage. And he ain't here to help us. But we were coming down to the 1, 2, 3. And then Sammy, S-A-M-M-Y over there in the corner said, look at the SPX, look at the ES/ES. We're at the VWAP. And immediately right there. I turned on the buzzer. I said buy signal. So you're sitting here, you're trading the SPX or the SPY and see how the IWM runs with it. And all of a sudden you see, oh, god damn, slash ES at the VWAP. Oh my, tweezer bottom. It was like the easiest $200 I ever made. Does anybody understand? You want puts, huh? Well, I don't trade puts that much. Jimmy doesn't do very good on them. You'd almost call today Thursday. Hey, Nancy, is there any way I can get you to do my, it's Thursday, if you know what I mean. It's time to do my undershorts and my socks. Do you see what I see? The SPX has to break 69, 26, 66, 66, 66, 66. So we got to break 69, 26, 66, 66, 66, 66, 66, 66, 66, 66, 66, 666 on the SPX. Do you understand? Yes, I do, sir. You've never made so much sense. It's a real serious situation here. Boom, 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 boom. Doo-doo. The 6930s are now at 420. Maintain a higher low, please. Doesn't know what he's doing yet, but he's trying. Oh, did I wrote tattoo? Latu? We're not that kind of room. It's called Lato. Latu. Woo! Oh, that's a good one. Crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. With a tight stop. I like this ascending triangle right here. It's still a wedge, symmetrical flag. But if we can maintain this support level and not go down, I can get 120 bucks out of it. We've got to hold it here. It still can drop, is what I'm saying, because we still have a 1, 2, 3 down here. Do you understand? Oh, 490 all of a sudden? What happened here? A little late reaction here, delayed. What time is it? 9:50. Come on. We don't want it to dip. So now we're back down to 430. Coffee's getting cold. Well, I mean, it's more bearish than it is bullish because we're under the moving averages. Uh-oh. There it goes. I'll add one more down here and we'll make it 2 if it hits that. It probably will. $4. $69, $13, $13, $13, $13, $13, $13. Still at 420. Belch.
But something we've been tracking, David, is the incentives that these home builders have been offering to try to get those buyers off the sidelines and to try to help some of the affordability and try to address some of those anxieties right now. And that is becoming some
Well,
of
it's
the
at
concern as far as
first support here. It's going to do something.
Absolutely, we've seen it for a long
Better
time. And this
sell
is
it and
exactly
wait.
where the more efficient, productive home builders are able to succeed because they've got higher margins, they've got higher returns on capital, they got more room to make these concessions, to offer these incentives, and continue to grow their business. And it's really where they put their sort of the foot on the neck of their competitors. When they can go in and offer incentives and can experience or handle margin pressure that their less profitable competitors cannot, it's a great opportunity to take market share and become an even stronger leader and an even more efficient producer in a very competitive and capital-intensive industry.
David, appreciate your insights, appreciate the optimism as well. Thank you so much for joining us here. David Trainer there, founder and CEO of New Constructs. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for your time. Let's trade it now with George Sillis. And you've got an example trade for us on one of these names, D.R. Horton today, George.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the stock, it's pulled back towards some November areas or levels in price, right around the 135 area. It's actually just drifting sideways right now. If you look at the 200-day moving average, it's broken below that at least. It did yesterday, so it's attempting to reclaim that. So I'm going to use that as potentially a proxy of area of resistance or support. But again, the stock could drift closer towards that 135 area as we move through time. So basically the stock lacks momentum right now. With that said, we're going to basically trade what the market is offering. Without the momentum,
360 right here.
Or at least in the near term, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell a cash secured put out in February with about 43 days to expiration, and I'm going to use that 135 area as our line in the sand. So
okay, we're going to find out.
You can actually harvest around.
We're at support now. We definitely hit that 1, 2, 3. I'm down $100, so I could buy 3 if I get $3. Right now I'm down 100. 69.30. So first, second, and then third support. But this was your first one right here. Give or take. I mean, so I'm gonna stay in it. I should have bought me 2 or 3 of them down there. At 320 at least. I still can. Okay. We're going to find out. It's like a death wish. Right here. Just trying to think we're going to go lower. Well, don't think that yet. We're not. $310. Jimmy would not let you think like that, please. At 420 and 310. Oh! shit. I'll tell you what, that's impressive, Randy. Did you like that? Say yes. How many contracts do you have, Jim? I have 4 contracts, and right now they're at $4.60. So, James, I watched you talk about this pattern here, the 1, 2, 3 setup, and I took you for granted. And me and Jack got into it the other day, and I said, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to follow Jim on YouTube channel and watch him. And he's talking about this 1, 2, 3 setup. Right now they're at $5.50. Unbelievable. That's what you are. Okay, here we go. This is for real. Jim, I remember last week when you said we hit the 200 SMA and EMA and they kind of smooched each other to go ahead and get out of the trade. Well, I took my profit, $6.10, and 3 white soldiers. Say what? Thank you very much. Jim, I'm new to your room and I got to ask you a question. It's not personal or nothing, but I seen this review on Hustler magazine about this song that you wrote. It's called Chart Patterns, Moving Averages, and Being in the Now. And I'd like to ask you if we could hear that song. Oh, hell yeah. You're ready. It's time. Make sure everything's in. It's on mute. Yep. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's going to break.
Magnificent
Chart patterns. Dose and grace. Thank you very much. For I am Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trade Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Now, sometimes everything's not so perfect until after it happens. Even if you kind of suggest like it was, like just if you were listening to me talk just a little bit ago, before this trade broke out, I said something. Does anybody remember what I said? And I'm going to give you a hint. It was just something to think about. Chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. So said we were at the 200 is resistance. That's one thing I said. And I also said that that could form an ascending triangle. But I went ahead and called it a wedge or a symmetrical flag. But now it's more of an ascending triangle, which is bullish. So that makes this resistance level, if we get back up there and hit it again, very important. If we break it, we could have a nice little run up to the top up here. Or you'll get another chance and buy it at the head and shoulders down here. There's your left shoulder and your head, and have it come down and create a higher low off that previous. So one more real red candle and then start to reverse. Oh yeah. Well, I never looked at it like that, James. Anybody want to see a picture of me before I started trading? Yes or no? Yeah, we do, Jim. It was before I started trading. We're at $4.80 right now. Okay, get ready, class. So we're going to come down and hit the head and shoulders. This is live on YouTube. I can hear you right now calling your wives and saying, honey, I want you to put everything down and get on the internet, on YouTube, and watch Washboardjim take a trade off this inverse head and shoulders. And he's also got this saying, if you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. And honey, that'll be perfect for the head and shoulders. So get ready. We're getting second chance. Okay. He's looking at the 69.30s. Get ready. Prepare you. I sold these already. $4. I want less. I want $3.80. Can we get a 4 or do we get the Head and Shoulders? Head and Shoulders would be less than a 4. Or we just stay right here and create the Head and Shoulders. The shoulder line. And not move down to the support. That's the question everybody's asking here at the sports arena. So for that, I will jump in the trade. $4.10. There it is. Just like that, Daddy. He did it. $3.90. Right now it's at $3.70, $3.80. Okay, the crowd's going wild. We're at number 4. It's time to show off. We need to get serum. Oh God, please. They're at $4.20. Jim, you're up $30 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? No. There we go. Now you're up 50. See, we want it to break. Oh, 60. Oh shit. 80. Now, I would advise anybody with the right frame of mind to make a business decision. $4.80. So a little account, you'll be doing like one trade a day, and the money settles overnight. Then you come back in, look for the next setup. That was a tough cycle to learn. I was a pretty good trader right when I first started, and all of a sudden that PDF rule came in, and I can't trade like I used to. Uh-oh, here we go again. We're back at supports. It's got a hold. 390. Oh. Looks like it's going to hit the shoulder line. Maybe. If it does, I'll just hold. I'm not worried. Yet. Okay, I'm better take off my shoes. Back to 390. Oh. Uh-oh. Got a hold. This is it. Low support. Shoulder line. They can do a double bottom. I'm not saying it's the lowest, but it's low. You really want it to hold here. It's stronger. Or either one is. They're both bullish, but I'd rather see it hold this and not dip. So if I bought two more, they give me 3. Mm-mm. Damn it. That's all you get for playing around. See, I could have got them at 330. Right now it's holding up the shoulder line. 69, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13. And it didn't break 69. What was that? 69, 26, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Or 66, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. No, that don't make sense. Oh, yeah. We're at the VWAP on /ES. And that don't look too hot itself, but it's okay. It's got them tweezers and a hammer and inverted hammers. So it looks like it could break. $4.20, Jones. Yes. Yeah. If it gets a little boost to the upside, boom. I'm not saying we're at a point where it could squeeze, but it could. Right here. It's 10:19, 11:19 Eastern. That's usually the time I'm at lunch. So I will be preparing lunch. There we go, 4:30. These are the 69.30s calls. They're now at $4.60. What? See? You kind of want to get a little antsy right there and sell them. You sell them here at $4.50. And we could still run up here and hit the 200. So we could be 5. We got all these resistance levels for the ascending triangle breakout. Boom! It could be 15 to 20. And the ascending triangle was what I was getting to. Is next is this right here. On the body of that candle. 6924.94. That would make the ascending triangle. Jim, they're at $4.90 right now. You're up $100 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. That's what I'm telling all the rookies. Why would you sell here, Jim? Because you're coming up to the 200. Right there. Boom. All of a sudden we get $5 and do I get greedy and wait for 5? Not a very smart idea, is it? Be nice to get the ascending triangle. We need this to hold right here. There's a lot of pressure. You got the orb, you got the moving averages, you got the 9 trying to cross the 21, you got the 63, and you got the 50 SMA. So they're all kind of bunched up here. Just everything's real tight. It'll be hard to break. But if it breaks it, boom. Give it a few more minutes. It's that time of day where, like I said, Washboard Jim's getting ready to make lunch. He's got a date. So it's weird how it stopped right there at that shoulder line, ain't it? I had this up here way. Look here. Boom. Right to that left shoulder. And then bam. That's why I said exit idea. These things are 390 now. They were at 490 for a long time. Less than 2 minutes. I don't know exactly how long, but a good minute. That's unbelievable, Jim. No, don't go down. It's not the right position. No. Okay, here you go.
Just looking at some of the dynamics, again, Dollar General did have a period of time where it really struggled, particularly as the situation with China unfolded in the early days of the administration.
Come on.
But now it's kind of found its bearings. It's expected to have growth prospects in the 2026 that are going to be very positive, and I do think that the stock is going to continue to hold this upward trending momentum.
All right, Rick, so as we look at Dollar General and their big year they came off of, the technicals show that they might be able to hold this upward trending momentum as well.
Yeah, interesting setup here. So one thing that many traders are always on the lookout for is when we have a consistent ceiling that is made, in this case a shorter term one, near 139, but when you have that big breakout above that threshold, then the question first is how long can this go on, and the second question is where will we stop if we do pull back here. So this 139, maybe 140 level seems like one area that many traders might be on the lookout for if we do start to get a retracement. Very common situation in trading for the breakout to happen, then the pullback occurs over the coming days or weeks back to the old resistance area before taking off in the direction of the trend once again and making new highs. Certainly not saying that's going to happen, just a very common situation that many traders look out for. 116 here, a repeated high point, and also the level where our price opened up after our gap to the upside on earnings here. Another important level recently,
there we go.
The bottom of a broader range here, lining up with another gap as well. When we look at moving averages for this particular stock, pretty similar picture for all of these ones.
I want you to make the triangle, please.
Averages, they're all diverging apart from each other still, suggesting the trend is pretty much intact to the upside for all of them. 142 roughly is where the 5-day EMA comes in. RSI is actually pretty interesting.
5-day EMA.
Where we're breaking above the old highs, but notice that momentum is trending downward here. But it's also a mixed signal because we're in the overbought area at the same time. So
5-day EMA.
Entry kind of takes precedence over the bearish divergence, especially if we break through our trend line and start making new relative highs on the RSI. That would be a sign of a solidification to the upside. Finally, volume profile, we can see that kind of a similar picture once again to our last chart, where we have a notable pocket up here near about 135 or so, 130, 137.
What kind of time frame you use?
Real heavy trading area all the way down here near 111. So if we do break down, if the move up doesn't hold, that's as the standout area that the bulls could look for a foothold there.
All right, and Dan, as we look to trade this with the technical setup that Rick just set up for Dollar General, how would you structure a trade here?
Yeah, I mean, Rick pointed out some key metrics there, particularly from just a standpoint, and that's something that I see as well as a possible hesitation here as it consolidates and kind of regroups, but I still think the upside momentum is going to be in place. So really, today's trade example is a risk reversal. So we're selling the 135 put, the Fed 135 put, and buying the Fed 150 call. You can do that for about $1 debit here. But it gives you, captures out when you're able to participate to the upside if we see the momentum continue. If we do see some hesitation over the next month, a little consolidation, maybe a little weakness back down to that 235 or 135 level, then you have the opportunity to get put in the stock at a better level, so you get to kind of ride out this move around this level, see which way it moves. If it moves lower, you have the opportunity to get put in the stock at a better level. If it continues higher, you still get to participate to the upside with this trade example.
All right, right now Dollar General trading about 0.5% higher at 144.15. Dan, we want to thank you for being with us for Big Three today. That's Dan Deming, the manager partner at KKM Financial, and of course Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, for always being with us. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight U.S. trade in 2026 and how much of an impact tariffs had on the market. That's next.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of the platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live that breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters.
She's back.
Spotlight U.S. trade in 2026.
Yeah, I think lunch is time.
Gilbert, the global lead.
Looks to me like we're trying here.
Mark, thank you so
Another
much for
flag
being
right
with
there
us
off
today.
this here little teeter-totter.
BCG Global Trade Report. It suggests
Marty, keep talking, baby. I mean, you talk, but whew.
Work is essentially the direction of travel.
There it is, 460.
We look at it
Break
from the
it.
perspective of where is it going to end up 10 years out. And you can think about four main nodes: the U.S., China, BRICS Plus, and the plurilateralists.
So you got the 200 SMA
basically means folks that are
and
looking at
EMA.
trade agreements and continuing to trade on a normal route.
In the ascending
Think EU, UK, South Korea,
resistance
Asian
level.
countries, Canada. Think CPTPP. So you've got these four.
So I'm gonna hold on.
And they're essentially creating the patchwork of trade. A couple of things to remember.
I get out now
Global
and be
trade is
happy.
still growing. And we forecast it will
We're
grow
good.
just above GDP at roughly 2.5%. Mind you, trade will continue to grow in the U.S., but more slowly, and we expect it to grow roughly at 1%. You know, you got to keep in mind right now, and I say right now, roughly 60% of the goods entering the U.S. are tariffed, and we expect the import share entering the U.S. to drop from 16 to 14%. The second big note is China. And China's trade will essentially grow faster than the U.S., roughly at 2% annually. Why? It's going to enhance its trade with the Global South, which is a growing set of countries, BRICS Plus, and the rest of the world. And then last but not least, you've got this group of nations, which we call the plurilateralists, who are deepening their ties under rules-based trade. That hasn't stopped. In fact, it's enhancing, it's increasing right now in terms of where they're trying to go to diversify from U.S. trade. I said a lot here just to sort of take an outlook, stepping back and looking 10 years down, Marley.
All right, Mark, so a lot to unpack there. Let's go back to your projection that global trade will still grow slightly faster than GDP even, and that's despite those tariffs that you mentioned and geopolitical tensions, which are certainly increasing, especially with the events in Venezuela this weekend. How do you reconcile that resilience with all of the fragmentation that we're already seeing?
Right, so we often get trapped in looking at the immediacy of the changes that the U.S. is putting in place. Yes, it is major. Yes, it is important. But much of the trade of goods is continuing, regardless of the U.S. So absolutely, trade with the U.S. is changing, and it's changing dramatically fast. But there's still a lot of goods that are being traded around the world, and some of it is under rules-based. So I'd say over 60% of the world is still traded. It's trade with the U.S. that is changing. So that's fact one. Number two, the events of the weekend, certainly, they're complicated, but they don't change, in our opinion, at least at this stage, the direction of travel around this patchwork. It changes some of the direction, but not much around the multinodal patchwork.
So how should a corporate strategist or a company be thinking about geopolitical risk in this new world order? How do they best be prepared?
Awesome question. So I didn't get to that, but it's in the report. Honestly, corporate leaders and C-suites and boards, they're already taking action.
Down one more
They're not
time.
sitting still. They took action before the last election.
Just like
knowing
every day.
changes were coming. Three main things jump out. One, they're embedding geopolitics as a muscle into the strategic planning and capital allocation process. When they're making major CapEx decisions or major strategic decisions, geopolitics is at the table now. 10 years ago, sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. It depended on the exposure. One. Two, enhancing supply chain resilience. Code 4, diversifying your supply base and retuning your manufacturing network to ensure that you're not as exposed as you were in the past. And the third, it's a no-brainer. They're all investing in cost productivity, often through technology, partially through, in fact, frequently through AI. But they're all saying, no matter what happens, I need to get more cost efficient, because that's the way I'm going to survive. So again, embedding geopolitics into major decisions, diversifying their supply base for supply chain resilience, and then cost productivity.
So as companies reconfigure their sourcing and their production footprints for this new patchwork world order, what are the cost implications here, Mark?
Generally speaking, it's going to go up. CFOs have concluded that resiliency costs more. The days of a incredibly lean supply chain is very brittle. And folks have been caught. They've been caught during COVID, now they're caught in sort of the tariff world, and the CFOs have concluded it will cost more. Having said that, this is why they're all pushing cost productivity, making major investments in technology most often to improve the cost position, regardless of the changes that they're making to the supply chain. But truth be told, there will be an incremental cost to be able to manufacture and deliver the goods to America.
So Mark, with our viewers watching the global markets right now, where do you see the biggest opportunities and also the biggest risk as we start to see these trade lines and alliances shift?
Look, a huge opportunity, and it's particularly those that are quite dependent on America as a nation for consumption, is the global south. Look, they do not have the consumption power that the U.S. has, but the global south is growing quickly, much more quickly than the U.S., and they're starting to consume much more. So many of our clients are looking at the global south with a keen interest, think Southeast Asia and so forth, to see how they can maximize their top line, their revenue, and their access to those markets. So that's a great opportunity that we're seeing take place. In terms of managing risk, it comes down to scenario planning, and it's about geopolitics. And I think it's not easy. So depending on your footprint and your top line and where you source from, you build out your scenarios, you have a bunch of trigger points, and you act on them. This is a technique and a capability that I'd say most corporates now have in place, which wasn't the case a decade ago.
Mark, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for being with us on the heels of this most recent report, and I look forward to our next chat. That's Mark Gilbert, the global lead at BCG Center for Geopolitics. And coming up, we've got the disruptors. We'll dive into an upgrade and a price target hike for Alphabet. Stay with us.
hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the markets. Welcoming Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning to you, Nicole. Unfortunately, we will not be breaking out those S&P 7,000 hats this morning.
Not this morning, but listen, any minute, any moment, we never know. This is why we are so live all day long. We have you covered. It was interesting because the Dow Jones Industrial Average started in the red, and look at it now. It's at 272 points. Yesterday hit a record of 49,621. The S&P 500 also hit a record, but as Marley noted, not at 50,000, not at 7,000 on the S&P, but many people think we're getting there. In the meantime, here we've seen defense stocks leading the way. We'll go in that story in a moment, but also other areas. Energy has been a winner, as well as consumer staples and materials and financials. We've gotten in different bits and pieces when it comes to data pertaining to JOLTS, ADP, jobless claims, and some of it has been mixed. It's not really clear what the Fed may or may not do. Tomorrow we'll get the non-farm payrolls, and that'll be very key because you know the Fed's mandate is looking at price stability for inflation coupled with full employment, and that's the employment story that we continue to follow.
That is
so
correct.
That's the big picture on what we're watching here. We also got to see Dan Ives this morning. I had a great conversation with Dan Ives from Wedbush and the CEO, Gary Wedbush. I had a great conversation with him and his wife, Kelly, all about what's been going on with his Ives ETF and just the AI revolution. And Dan Ives told me that we're at 10:30 at the party, and the AI party, which goes to 4 a.m. And he really touted Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike. He likes tech, he likes AI, he likes cybersecurity. So he's still full on board and full tech full.
I saw him in his signature bright colors ringing the bell this morning, and I knew that you'd get to say hello there. But let's talk about these defense stocks that we're seeing moving. They're continuing their rally on the heels of an announcement that the president wants to increase our defense spending budget even further.
You know what's really interesting is like early on, as soon as the bell rang, I mean, you saw names like Huntington Ingalls, which has been a great performer. L3 Harris is a winner. Others, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, RTX now. Kratos Defense, which is up 12%. All of these defense stocks are moving higher, and that is because there will be more spending on more defense. How's the money coming? Why are we doing it? Let me answer those questions for you. Why are we doing it is that the president feels that it's good for our country, that it could be dangerous, that we should always increase our military presence, and we'll be increasing that after speaking to lots of negotiations with senators and congressmen and secretaries and so on. Then instead of $1 trillion, that's going to be going up to $1.5 trillion in 2027. It's really to build our dream military footprint so that our Department of War is ready for anything and for the military, according to his Truth Social coach. How do they plan on paying for this? At least some of it will be paid for by tariffs. And so that helps.
Business decision time. We're at the 200 EMA. So let's talk about this song here. Let's talk about this song. Let's talk about this chart pattern. A 1'em, 2 bits, and a 3B with a tweezer bottom. I'll be right back. Something going on in here. Oh yeah, I ain't got time. Well, I'm on the beach, cooking me a hangers. We had 3 black crows, then it ran all the way to the 200 EMA. I'm gonna sell this thing right now. How many times have I showed you this trade? It's called the 3 Black Crows. It's got a tweezer bottom. Oh baby, let's break out and go. I bought these at the bottom price. Now they're at $6.50. Oh, my buzzer just went off. I'll be right back, man. Damn it. Oh, you. Oh. No. Okay. I heard you the first time. Nancy. I hope you got out of this trade. It went 100%. Don't ever second guess Washboard. Damn, he's weird. 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom. Boom! Right to the resistance line. And that's off that triangle. That ascending triangle. See where we had this resistance here into close yesterday? And then we, boom, we hit it again, hit it again, hit it again, hit it again. So if we break that, oh my gosh. Hell's going to break loose. No, we'd be buying no puts yet. Unless you really think you know what you're doing. I mean, it could work. Because it's the time of day, the only reason. I'm going into the kitchen. I'm going to check out my bread. Some of the best guitar playing I've ever heard. 640. Woo! Hot. 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 No, I don't have any towels left. Oh, yeah. Try to trick me, didn't you? Hit that ascending triangle resistance, pull back. Very good. Well, that looked tempting. Smoke down there. It's like loose. Holding up the orb.
right now still up about 40% for Constellation. That's Bill Kirk, the managing director at Roth Capital Partners, and of course Phil Kovarak is the CEO of IFMA. Thank you both again. That's going to do it for us today on Trading 360. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next. Stay with us.
Oh, we are.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders.
Looks like IWM just had a nice little boom.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, I had a stroke?
Looks like he's trying to break.
Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize
that really looks pretty. It really does.
Been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I programmed 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone.
Looks very attractive.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is trading mixed today. Investors don't seem to be holding off on any major moves ahead of the jobs report that is due tomorrow. But let me give you a quick check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. You're looking at the S&P 500, little change right now, just above the flat line, better by less than 0.1%. On the winning side, you've got consumer staples, energy, and consumer discretionary. You've got weakness in information technology, hence some of the, what we're seeing in terms of being around the flat line, and some of the pressure that we're seeing in the NASDAQ 100. The Dow right now higher by more than 0.5%, continuing to push higher beyond 49,000. We're sitting at just shy of 49,300, getting closer and closer to that 50,000 level. NASDAQ 100, we're watching the pullback there today. It is lower by more than 0.5% right now. Russell 2000, look at that, start to show small caps
rallying more than 1% right now. Here's a roadmap for today's show. We will look at example option strategies for Disney. BuzzFeed from Lightfolio will be along with new data on Netflix, your sense of theme, and Roku is also on our radar today, so don't change that channel. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-host. We've got Kevin Ings joining us live from the Seabowl, and Joe Mazzola is in once again for Tom White, who has the day off. All right, we're watching these shifting sands on Wall Street. The Dow's holding on to gains. The NASDAQ is pulling back. Kevin, let's start out with you. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, you know, yesterday we made such a big deal of the fact that the S&P was up, but the equal weight S&P was lower. And that just kept weighing on the overall index throughout the day. Well, today's the exact opposite. You've got the S&P equal weight up 0.9%, while the S&P is unchanged. So it's kind of the revenge of the 493 we have going on here. So watching that, a much healthier
493,
market,
huh?
Look at, I've got 9 of the 11 sectors higher, but the S&P unchanged. It's pretty remarkable. Why? Well, look at information technology. Such a big swath of the S&P 500 is lower, and you just show the strength of the non-equal weight S&P. And so, yeah, to watch this play out, big number tomorrow, obviously. That's the #1 data point of the month. So I think the market is, you know, the VIX relatively stable here, but off its recent lows, back over 15. So, yeah, I think tomorrow morning is going to be real interesting. That news and the potential ruling on tariffs, going to be a big day tomorrow, Diane.
I thought you were going to say revenge of the nerds at first, but talk about revenge of the 493. What about revenge of the small caps hitting a new all-time high today? Joe, what's your take when you look broad strokes across the market, especially this move we're seeing in the Russell 2000?
Sure, I'll just build upon what Kevin was saying. 3 more advancers, decliners in the S&P 500 today. You wouldn't know that if you were just kind of looking on the surface and say that's basically unchanged. But as Kevin mentioned, it's the market capitalization index, right, in the S&P 500 that shows that when you don't have participation from NVIDIA and some of the other big tech names, specifically the chip sector, which is absolutely not participating today, you know, it kind of masks what's happening below the surface. And what you're seeing below the surface, a perfect example of this kind of rotation trade, where if you're looking at stocks and sectors with the percentages above the 50-day moving average, here's the leaders right now. You've got materials, you've got financials, you've got industrials, even healthcare is participating in this. You know, these are sectors where they don't represent a large percentage in terms of the market cap, but they are holding things up from below the surface here today, keeping the S&P 500 from falling, even though you're not seeing a lot of the Mag 7 names participate.
Okay, we're going to come back and go across the sectors, in particular tech sector, in just a little bit. But let's talk macro for a little bit here, because this is a big week for jobs data. We got ADP yesterday. We've got the jobless claims, and it seems to show that low firing environment is still a prevailing theme around the job market. And we've got the jobs report coming up tomorrow, the big monster monthly payrolls report. We're finally back on track as it relates to the cadence of data coming out. Kevin, you're across this all the time. You're always breaking the data right when it hits at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 7:30 your time. What's your take when you look across the job market and its impact on equities?
Yeah. I just want you to understand, Diane, that I've adjusted my view on the labor market to low hire, low fire. I was saying no hire, no fire, but I've adopted your term for it, low hire and low fire. And I think that's what the overall labor market is really showing us. Look at the data that we've gotten this week. JOLTS shows less job openings, right?
Mister, man, I called that out yesterday.
Low number, 35,000. Even remember, 2 months ago, that was like 160,000. Down to 71 last month, now 35. That is a low number for a Challenger job cut. And initial jobless claims that we thought was holiday skewed at 199,000 comes in 208, another strong number. So, I mean, you know, the jobs data, some of the consensuses, sounds like they're starting to drift a little higher for tomorrow, up around 70,000 jobs and 4.5 unemployment. We'll see if that hits. but I think tomorrow's going to be a big day, but it's really indicative. The greatest thing about the first full week of the year is that we get all this labor market data, and it really shows us what's happening with the labor market, and those nicknames like low hire, low fire really seems to fit here. It's hard to get away from it. I think the labor market is just waiting for some inertia in one way or the other, Dan.
Listen, I can't take credit for the terminology of low hiring, low firing. It's a lot of economists who are saying that. But I actually think you have a point to the view that you had where you called it no hire, no fire. Because I see a lot of anecdotes of people online talking about how long it's taking them to find a job. It's taking longer, even, for people who, whether we're talking about people who have certain skills, a strong set of skills, or people who are at the front end of the job market, because there's this question about, is AI taking away those entry-level jobs? Joe, when you think about the job market and what that signals across markets, what's your take?
I think the one negative that we got today from the claims report was on continuing claims coming in higher than expected. And that just shows you that people that have been out of work for a while are having a hard time finding jobs. So yes, while the new unemployment, or excuse me, well, the new jobless claims might have ticked a little bit lower, the continuing claims continue to show that there's some friction there. If you had a job, or if you haven't had a job for longer, you're having a hard time finding a new job to replace that. And I think that at some point what you risk with the continuing claims going up is people just dropping out of the market altogether. And I think that that's a bit of an issue. It's something that we'll have to kind of monitor going forward, because this was a little bit of a bump higher than I think was expected. But we've kind of reached, as you guys were mentioning, this equilibrium, at least in the short term, where there are employers that are saying, look, we don't want to have to replace people who are having a hard time, so we're not going to fire them, we're just not bringing any new people in. And that creates a buildup. Now, I think what has led to the equilibrium is a lower labor supply from the immigration policy. But I think a lot of that was spoken to in the latest FOMC meeting that we had in December, where they kind of looked at that in terms of their summary of economic projections over the course of 2026. You've got some economists that are calling for upwards of a 5%. Over 5% unemployment rate. So we're not there yet, but I think we're moving in that direction.
Okay, that's a great point. It does line up with the anecdotes that I see, with the point you mentioned about continuing claims and, how long it's taking people to find a job and the different things that are people having to try to do to filter through the AI that may just be rejecting their resume. Right, and even, this is a data point that economists will look at as strong, but it, starts to bring in that existential question about how much productivity are we looking for, because worker productivity, that growing at the fastest pace in more than 2 years. So there's this, tension.
Seems like a wait and see kind of market, which is boring.
To increase, but at what cost? When you think about AI and the investment there. Speaking of that, we've been watching big tech. You talked about it earlier, Joe, and the step back that we're seeing today. Good chunk of the Max 7 is in the red. You got NVIDIA in the red, the chips in the red, AMD as well. I know it's not a member of the Max 7. We can't talk about chips without also including that. When you look across that sector, what are you paying attention to, Kevin? I mean, this may just be a bump in the road today.
Exactly right. And, these are such a high-profile part of this economy. The fact that the equal weight is so high, and yet this is the dominant sector. And so, it's tough. They're going to trade in this sector. And remember, we're in the end of the first week in January here. We're about 2.5, 3 weeks away from the start of large cap tech earnings. Remember, airlines and banks start us off, and then we'll get into Netflix, and then we go right into large cap tech, and that's going to be momentous. The difference between this quarter and previous quarters is some of these stocks aren't sitting near their highs. I mean, let's look at just Meta Platforms, right? That stock's over $100 off its recent highs. Some of these names, Microsoft has been beat up. A lot of these names, I don't know. The bar might be actually low in large cap tech going into earnings. That would make for a real interesting earnings read. But I'm looking at a lot of names that are, we're going to talk about a couple of them today. these stocks have rallied, like financials, like industrials, like even some of the streamers have rallied. Not Netflix, but some of the others have rallied. You know, I think that this is just good companies selling off in a kind of a sector trade right now. I don't know what, unless these earnings are going to really disappoint, which Jensen Wong did not allude to that at CES. Remember, he made another, another big hyperbole when talking about demand. I think it's going to be fun to watch and fun to trade, actually.
And Joe, what about this downdraft that we're watching in the memory names too? I mean, we just had up, a board showing the move over the past couple days. Today, Sandisk dropping 10%. Look, I know we just saw big moves to the upside at the beginning of this week, but there's a sharp pullback now. That Western Digital, you named the memory name, not having a memorable day or one that it may not want to remember. What's your thought when you look across the tech sector and maybe in particular memory stocks?
Until we see further downdrafts, you could probably make a case that there's some profit taking. I mean, look at 25% daily moves in terms of Sandisk, and Micron was moving in a very similar pattern. So I wouldn't look too much into it until maybe you start to see some of the reversals. But at this point, to me, it's probably profit taking and looking for other opportunities. And like I said, a lot of this is that sector rotation. There's nothing wrong with taking some chips off the table, no pun intended, and moving that into some of the sectors that are working right now, as we talked about with the industrials. Especially, I mean, think about Diane this morning. So we come into today and we hear about changes in maybe defense and aerospace spending, and all of those stocks were up quite a bit on the open. And so some of that money could be rotating into new opportunities. I would look at that, but until I actually see a further downdraft in chip and in the memory names, I wouldn't look too deeply into that.
Okay, so where we're seeing big gains or some gains today, the defense names, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, those are rallying after the president saying he wants to significantly boost the defense budget next year, and some of the other players underneath that as well. When you look across the defense name, we're looking at, again, Lockheed Martin up more than 4%. We've got Huntington Ingalls up rallying more than 5%. When you look across that space, Kevin, what's your thought?
We don't know how this will play out, but here's the numbers. Fiscal 2024, we spent $874 billion. Full year 25-26, $850 to $925 billion. Seems like nice incremental rising in defense spending. President Trump wants to spend $1.5 trillion. That's about 66% higher than where we're trading right now. That's a monster jump in defense spending. Now, he's very aspirational in his ideas like that, but probably you can bet defense spending won't be $1.5 trillion, but it's probably not going down. It's probably going up, and maybe up a little more than was expected. So I think that news, that he's so gung-ho on defense spending and making our dream military, that one thing we can count on, it's defense spending probably not going down and probably going up. Maybe not to 1.5 trillion, but higher, Diane.
Okay, and then Joe, when you look across this space, I'm curious to know what your thoughts are, especially given that it's been back and forth, because yesterday they were under pressure when, there was that executive order that was going to be restricting dividends and buybacks, but now it's like, okay, actually there's going to be some good news potentially happening for this sector. What's your thought, Joe?
So I think President Trump is speaking to his base, right? He's saying that executives shouldn't get paid too much. That money should be paid back in dividends. What it should do, you should get the 1776 military stipend, if you will, and then we're also going to increase spending in the military budget. Now, think about it this way, Diane. You got a year, right? If you're President Trump, you got a year while you still control the House and you still control the Senate, and probably a little bit less than that as you start maybe campaigning towards November and what that might look like. Remember, the entire House is up for re-election at that point, so it'd be interesting to see how much of this is just kind of kind of speaking to the base versus how much of this actually gets enacted. But I would agree with Kevin. I would expect defense spending to go down this year, and it's not an incremental move, as Kevin mentioned. That's a pretty big jump in terms of spending. Whether or not that actually occurs, we'll see. Time will tell. But at least what you see today is that the defense and aerospace sector hit an all-time high in terms of the sector index. It's pulling back a little bit from that all-time high, but there's still some momentum there.
Okay, still some momentum there. Certainly watching that to see if it'll push back higher throughout today's session. We've got bull versus bear coming up. Guys, get their example trades put together for Disney. We're looking at the streaming sector. What's
Disney.
the market after this break?
Disney. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Nasty.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an
nice little resistance line across.
It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
There's a good example of. Sorry, honey. Oh, don't do it.
Sometimes, you know.
Oh. Oh God.
You could have done better.
I wish you wouldn't have done it. You just went in there and just did it. Okay. I'm going to show you how I draw a resistance line and how I determine if it's a real hard resistance or, you know, a real hard one. Maybe I'm going to sell it right before I get to it. So, I was when I was looking back at it, it looked like an ascending triangle to me. So, ooh, that looks kind of sexy right there. This is the SPY. It's getting ready to break out, I think. I said, that looks like an ascending triangle. We're getting ready to find some resistance. So it's been about 3 or 4 minutes now. So I'm going to magnify this up. And I'm going to draw a resistance line. I'm going to show you something here that... So I'm looking at the bodies of these candles. And I'm trying to find the last body of the candle in this pattern, and it's right there. What I'd like to see now is for this body to touch a few wicks as we go on down. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my price line right across the body of that candle, right in there. And that's going to be my hard resistance to break. I didn't even look at this one over here. I was just looking at this. Because we weren't there yet when I was looking at it. We were right here. So that would be the hard resistance, because in this body, under this body of this ascending triangle, we have wick, 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 We have all these wicks. Wick, 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 wick. Which gives me a real good idea of a real hard resistance to break. Because look at all them wicks. Not one of them could break it. But that body, once it was established, man, it just boop, tanked on back. So that would be my hard resistance. And I'd want to try, if I was wanting to get out of the trade, or it depends on what time of the day it is, because if we break this thing's going to fly. Because it's an ascending triangle. An ascending triangle. Very strong pattern. One of the very first patterns I ever traded. Actually, it was. I mean, that's all I traded. There's chart school. Ascending triangle is a bullish formation that usually forms as a continuation pattern during an uptrend. There are instances when the ascending triangle form is reversal pattern and end of a downtrend, and they are typically continuation patterns. See, there's your little triangle right there. And then what they do is they'll come up and they'll come back down and retest the old resistance. So I use the body and then oh shoot, can't think of the word. Consolidate. No, not consolidate. Well, shit. I use the wicks to, I use the body to be my leading strength and the wicks to, if I get wicks, oh, I don't know what you call it. I'm having a brain fart. Time to go fishing. I'll do it. Validate. 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 I think we understand.
Validate. 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 Validate.
Thank you.
Validate.
You ever go out on a, you ever want to go out on a date? Just don't date a girl with her name Validate. Validate.
Validate.
Woo! Okay, here we are back at support again. This is ridiculous. They're now at $3.10. Can you get 10? Or should you go for 20? I do believe that your time is starting to run out. And we could have another good drop and make it a 1, 2, 3. And do you see it? I do. I'm going to go ahead and draw it in. So now at $3. If I was to buy one, it would be 1. Right there. Right around 688. Ooh, this is 688.84 for the SPY. And we're at the 200 right now. We didn't hold it. So we could easily come down and hit that. Easily.
Validate. Validate. Validate.
Calendar spread. So it's in a diagonal's in the calendar spread family. But what I did was look at the January 30th. Remember, the earnings are February 4th. Staying ahead of the earnings event. So Joe went into it. I'm staying ahead of it. I bought the 118 call calendar. So just a move from where it is now around 114 up about $3.50 towards the 118 strike. The good news is the debit. It was 60 cents. It's now eased up to 70 cents, but it's still relatively inexpensive, the net debit, for an upward movement in Disney. Remember, ahead of the earnings event, staying ahead, but still an ability to reduce the net debit by extending duration. So Joe's diagonal has a little more teeth because of the embedded vertical. Mine is a directional play that's long Vega, but I don't have the same protection on implied volatility that Joe does, because it could rally and implied volatility could come down in some of my months. But still looking for a move towards the 118 strike, spending about 70 cents on that trade, Diane.
Okay, Joe, your thought on this one?
The reason that my trade costs more than Kevin's is number one, because I own an implied volatility earnings event, and at the same time I had an embedded call spread in there because of the fact that it's the 112 versus the 117 I'm buying. They add the money or slightly in the money option. So they're very similar. They work with a grind up towards our short strike. And remember, everybody, when you're trading time spreads, you want to move towards that short strike. Sometimes that happens a little earlier than you like, or sometimes it moves away, but you want to move towards that short strike, giving you that optionality to move those strikes if need be. In my example, I can roll this out a week, or I can roll it up or down. In Kevin's example, since it's kind of built right up before that earnings event happens, he's not going to likely have, and you never know, but he's not going to likely have an early announcement that could push this thing either way. His trading's a little bit more of a kind of a grind up to get to that strike.
All right, guys, good stuff there. Bull versus bull today. Sorry to the viewers. We'll get a bear shake somewhere in here. Not today, though. We've got hashtags coming up. Team from Portfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Netflix. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market will be back after this break.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Dean.
And I'm his mom. Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Landis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly. with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis,
There we go.
options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Come on.
Tune in live or watch on demand.
Little
Head over to
breakout.
schwab.com/coaching
I got the
and start
69
learning
30s.
No
Keep your eye.
politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7,
Probably
any
will break
screen,
it.
anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Could.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King, all alongside Kevin Hayes over at the CBO. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our next guest, and that's Andy Swan, co-founder of Folio. We're sticking with all things streaming, taking a look at
It's
Netflix
$5.
now.
I can get out.
Andy, let's get into it. I saw you
Here's my $5.
different data as it relates to the streamers.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The stock for Netflix the past 6 months have not been kind to it. What does the landscape look like now overall?
It looks like the worst is behind Netflix specifically. When you
Ladies
look
and
at the
gentlemen,
data
we are
just
now at
in a
$5.
screenshot type of view,
$5.10, $5.20.
web visits to the various
I could sell
streaming
my.
platforms. HBO
If we
Max,
break this
both
resistance,
doing
this could
very
be
well,
worth
and
7
you
or
see
8,
Netflix
9, maybe a grand.
is down year over year, but when you actually look at the acceleration, it's a completely different story.
That last dip I did not like, but it was a double bottom.
15% year over year.
But I still
is
didn't like it.
5 points better than it was last year, so it's
I'd
improved.
rather see him
while
let
the
it be
stock
a
is
higher
being,
low.
Beaten down. Time spent
And
on
that was not the
Netflix
case.
apps up
So I can
7%
sell it
year
at
over year.
$5.30
Stranger
contract.
Things really providing a very big boost to Netflix. They kind of needed one of those wins.
That'd be
extremely
$150
dependent
contract.
upon the success of their original programming. They need a hit in order to retain the customers that they have and attract new ones. Stranger Things seems to be doing that for them. So the bar is really low going into Q4.
These are the
But
60
Q4 has historically been
930s.
the sweet spot. The stock's only up 3% year over year. In the last two Q4 earnings releases, we've seen the stock move 14% to the upside and 10% to the upside. So we really like the setup here. Things seem to be turning Netflix's way in terms of consumer adoption and attention, while the stock has pulled back considerably for us. So we like the setup.
Andy, I'm going to interpret your data that you gave us, and you're going to explain to me why I'm dead wrong.
Okay.
I look at the HBO Max numbers on the year-over-year change visits, and if you're Paramount or if you're Netflix, you've got to be salivating over those numbers, how strong HBO Max is. And that's just got to make it more and more attractive, and therefore, I don't think this fight is over. And the price may be,
or it looks like it might be, could go higher from here. What am I getting wrong, Andy? Because if I'm one of those executives and I'm looking at the Folio data, I'm going, we got to get that company.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think the other part of the puzzle is, Netflix is already so huge that it's difficult to maintain this type of market share that Netflix has enjoyed in streaming. But the streaming pie is growing, continues to grow. The minutes spent watching streaming entertainment continues to grow. You can see it with HBO Max. I think that this combination is going to be phenomenal. And Netflix has a history of executing these types of plays extraordinarily well. I think one of the things that we tend to forget about as investors, we get so caught up in the numbers, looking year over year, looking at different data points, looking at charts, etc., is that the people running the company extremely competent or not. And with Netflix, you have no choice but to conclude that this is an extraordinarily talented, extraordinarily competent and driven team that has executed miraculously in the past. And so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt as you move forward. I think that's the key thing that a lot of investors tend to overlook is the quality of the team at the helm. And with Netflix, it's top notch. So you've got to assume that things are going to go well when they make these types of big moves.
Andy, let me ask you this. In our last segment, we were looking at Disney and how shares have performed both recently and over a longer term period. Now, when you look at Netflix, it's had strong performance over a longer than last year, obviously. So we're looking over several years. But I wonder if not its best days are behind them. I wouldn't say that, obviously. But I wonder if the kind of hurdles in front of them are difficult right now, given the challenges Kevin just mentioned over who's going to own these properties like HBO Max. And given the timeline that it may take to actually achieve it, if they're the ones who ultimately end up owning it. And then, of course, the effect of the stock split. Because I look at your chart of the web visits versus stock, and it looks like there's a corner being turned on web visits. But does that mean that the stock price is going to shift in favor of new investors getting in? What's your thought when you look at that action, the divergence or potential convergence between the two?
Yeah, I like it. If you look at the chart, our data
Good point.
on web visits has been a forward indicator on Netflix for quite some time. The dip from January 2025 through July 2025 preceded by about 6 months the dip in the stock price. And now we're seeing a really nice surge going into the new year. Again, Stranger Things getting that viral component. Qualitatively, we're seeing more and more people say, I might have to reactivate my Netflix. I might have to sign up for Netflix again or get rid of the ads. And so I think that the Stranger Things phenomenon, finally they got that hit that they needed to drive people to take action, and they're doing so. So when we look at like portfolio data for Netflix versus the stock price, we see opportunity that we haven't seen in over a year.
Oh, what?
Andy, one last thing here. When you look at these names, like on Netflix, and this stock has significantly sold off, even in the even with a stock split, it is still the chart.
With the stock split, with.
Put your CEO hat on. What's the next chapter? Is the HBO Max, is the Warner Brothers Discovery, is that the next chapter?
No.
Or are you interested in live sports being the next
It was
chapter?
overbought.
Andy Swan is the CEO. There's rumors about a WWE premium that they're going to try to acquire. What do you think the next level is, the next chapter is for Netflix?
Overbought, brother.
Yeah, I think they probably need to counter the move that the UFC
The fight with Jake Paul and Washboardjim didn't happen. 2025.
It's definitely the next thing.
Very disappointing.
Traditional sports or some of the less headline type of sports. I'm not sure if it's NFL or etc. But for me, Netflix has just essentially become another HBO type of service that it originally had its movies and a big library of already created content, and it quickly navigated itself into creating its own content. I think they kind of just need to get out of their own way. I think they're starting to do that. They lost a little bit of their mojo with the original content. I think they were trying to please
did they?
Too many people that were external to the company and some political interests.
Oh,
and now
that was a problem.
They've kind of dusted that off and gotten back to how do we make our users, our viewers, really, really happy that they logged into Netflix. And once you get back to that core kind of first principle, then things get really good because you have an enormous distribution network, you have enormous capabilities in terms of production. That's really all you need is from a
still that resistance level.
Company, what are we trying to do? What's the best way to get there? We're trying to entertain and engage our audience and make our platform addictive. How do we get there? By creating phenomenal original content that apologizes to no one. And I think if Netflix can get there, then 2026, 2027, we could see a massive move out of Netflix. There's no reason to think that this stock has peaked at an all-time high.
That's right.
Okay, Andy, and thank you so much for both the data you brought and your perspective. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio. So we got new insights from the Likefolio team, Kevin. Let's get Joe back in here for the example trade. Joe, you heard what Andy brought. Let's get into it. What's the approach you're taking for the example trade?
Sure, I agree with the majority of what Andy says, and my example trade actually looks at a way of selling a put to finance buying call spread. So basically, we're going out once again to the earnings cycle. This is the January 23rd expiration, selling the 85 put strike to buy the 91.96 call vertical. When I was pricing this up at the beginning of the day, you could do this thing for basically even money. So the amount of credit that you collect by selling the put will pay for that upside call vertical, which is just a dollar out of the money right now. Here's the thought behind that. Look at just the struggles that the stock has had, not just the last couple of weeks, but really basically since hitting its all-time high. It's down $50 basically. And so you have the ability to sell the put, maybe take delivery of those shares at 85. But the problem when you just sell a put is you don't participate in any of the upside. Now, right now the options market's pricing it about $8.50 moves, or about a 9% move for that earnings cycle. If I could sell that put at 85 and then participate in that move from 121 up to 126, it's a $5 move to the upside. And the difference between just buying the call vertical outright versus doing it this way is, since I financed that call vertical, I can potentially capture the entire upside of that move if that move occurs. If we get that bump to the upside, as Andy was saying, it could happen just based upon what he's seeing from his data. I also look at the fact that Netflix got walloped last quarter because they missed earnings, but missing earnings is not normal for this company. It tends to hit on the earnings, and it tends to get rewarded when they're able to mention some new programming, or in this example, as Andy was mentioning, the success that it had with Stranger Things. So given all of that, packaging all that together, if I can sell some downside risk, and with the idea that, look, if the settle's below 85, we're willing to take delivery at that price, because the low, the 52-week low, is about $82, which is pretty darn close to where that strike is. But if I'm right and the stock does rally, I capture that full upside of that call spread between the 91 to the 96 levels, giving me that full $5 because of the credit I collected. Now, the risk is, right, that it continues to drop below that 85 level, but still, I at least am collecting some type of credit against that call spread that I'm buying.
Kevin, you want a reaction to this? Follow this?
Sure. There's a theory in trading that once you have your opinion, try to get your strategy on for as little money as possible. And that's what Joe's done here. Now, if you're not bullish in Netflix, you shouldn't do a trade like this. But Joe's established in his paper money trade that he's bullish in Netflix. And then he established a trade where he's basically got upside potential for no debit. So a very inexpensive way to use the short put, the cash secured put, to finance the long call vertical. Now, the cash secured put could become stock, and the risk is down to zero. There's the risk on this trade. But upside, you would have the cash secured put go to zero, and the $5 call vertical potentially go to $5. So once you've established your direction, bullish, bearish, neutral, put on the trade for the least amount of money. That's what Joe did here.
All right, good stuff there. Thank you for that breakdown. And thank you, Joe, once again, for stepping in today. Speaking of breakdown, we have got the breakdown coming up. We're sticking with streaming, flipping the channel to Roku and next. Wow, let's become more bullish about this one. A lot more fast market after this break.
Dow Jones up 330 some points.
connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Like that.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Very good.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
560.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check on where markets stand. As we get closer to the bottom of the hour, the S&P 500 is still around that flat line, hugging it, better by less than 0.1%. Dow is higher by more than 0.6%. Nasdaq 100 still lower, off by 0.5% there. Russell 2000 still the bell of the ball, rallying more than 1%. A new vote of confidence for Roku today. This one is coming from Evercore ISI. It's upgrading it to outperform from an inline rating. Among the reasons for its newfound bullish conviction, advertising momentum, premium subscription offerings, and a deeper partnership with Amazon. Adding big events like the World Cup, Olympics, and midterms, Evercore sees as the cherry on top in terms of catalyst behind its view. Time now for the breakdown. Joining us for that is George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent with Fundamental Look at Roku. When I hear this stuff from Evercore ISI, it reminds me of what other analysts have been saying, because we've been seeing more and more analysts turn into being bulls on this one. Does it seem reminiscent of other analyst notes recently, George?
I think so. I think there's some positive catalysts for Roku. I mean, what I ended up doing is comparing some of the revenue numbers and their earnings numbers, which are significantly improved. I'll talk about it in a sec, but the call from Evercore is quite aggressive to 145 from 105. Some of the positive catalysts that you attribute this call to is this growth in their advertising manager technology. And essentially, if you look at the trade desk, which is a company we talked about, that stock is performing exceptionally poorly. The aspects of Roku's managing platform is actually
Thank you, Lord.
Is a strong component
I love
of the
you.
technology stack. New premium subscription channels as well have been growing, so they're monetizing their platform a lot better. 40% of televisions.
They're now at $6.40. I've seen them at $6.60, $6.80. I thought I even seen them at $6.90, but the 69.30s. Take it away, George. Sorry about that, buddy.
This is a positive catalyst. Is if you look at market cap of $16.5 billion, they have about $2.5 billion in cash. They're already going through a $400 million share buyback. That's positive. Not to mention that sales, when I went and compared them to some 2022 levels about 3 years ago, sales had actually improved by 50% to $4.5 billion. But going back to 2022, the company lost $500 million. And I looked at it on a trailing basis in the last 4 quarters. They only lost $27 million. So my point is this is a company that's getting close towards that profitability breakout level. And that's quite meaningful considering their revenues have been growing. Earnings are improving. They're still negative, but nonetheless are improving. And the catalysts seem to be very positive for this early May.
It seemed that way, and again, we've had various analysts increase their views on this one. You had Wells Fargo putting it on its tactical ideas list earlier this week. They like the near term and the outlook for 2026. Are there any speed bumps that you see based on the analysis that you've done on its performance?
Well, I mean, obviously there are going to be a lot of speed bumps. I suggest that there'll probably be some positive or negative action if there's going to be any in the near-term catalyst for earnings. So that's something you have to keep in mind. Anytime you have a company that's near break-even, which Roku is, you see a lot of volatility around those earnings events. So you have to keep that in mind. And the other thing, I think their ad management tools, as well as expenses, I think are something to be mindful of going forward, because that could certainly cause a ratchet back in the earnings estimate expectations across all the analysts who have very positive elements to the business going forward, but nonetheless, higher capex costs associated with that are not necessarily anticipated as we move into the next earnings cycle could certainly cause a little bit of a resistance. But I think it's one worth watching, to say the least, because their ad technology platform is relatively successful in the background of their technology platform.
You're at some resistance.
They're actually gaining market share quite aggressively from other companies which have been underperforming.
710.
Okay, great point, great breakdown there. That is George Sillis, our senior markets correspondent. Thank you, George. Let's bring Kevin back in for example trade purposes. So Kevin, you've got bull on this one, a new bull on this one. You've looked at the performance to determine what approach you're going to take. So what is the approach you're taking with the example trade?
This is one of those things, Diane, where you look at the chart and you look like the stock has run a long way, down from $52 as high as 116, now sitting around 110. But this stock was $490 in 2021, 2 times during COVID. And so it's significantly down over time, but it's trading at much more realistic. And as George said, it is coming closer to being profitable. That said, it's run a long way from $52 up to 110. So what I'm looking at, relatively short-term trade. They have earnings coming out February 12th. I'm staying ahead of that. I bought the January 30th. This is just a calendar spread, a put calendar. Bought the January 30th, sold the January 16th, 105 put calendar. That paper money trade is trading about $1.10, maybe a couple pennies higher than that now, but this is a put calendar. The risk on this trade is whatever debits you spend, and you're looking for a move between now and, really January 16th towards $105. And so not significantly below where it is right now. It's only $5 below. The stock, like I said,
you're not paying attention to Bobo.
16, but it's come down off its recent highs, off its highest level. So this is just looking at the chart, looking how far it's run, taking the other side, giving us a modest short delta with a pretty reasonable net delta.
Oh, I see it now, Jimmy.
$1.10 to $1.15, Diane.
Okay, all right, there's the example trade there for Roku. Call calendars and approach. Kevin is taking with this one of those shares a little bit higher today off the back of this bullish view from Evercore ISI, which is joining a forest of analysts who have become more bullish on this one. We'll see how it performs, if it'll be a big winner this year or not. It had a strong year last year. Thank you, Kevin. Good stuff there. That is going to do it for us today on Fast Market of Diane King Hall, alongside my buddy Kevin Haynes. And our thanks again to Joe Mazzola for stepping in today. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Stick around. We've got Next Gen Investing with Alex Coffey and Ginny Horn coming up next.
Yeah, 100%. They broke the 6.926.
The checking account
66666.
named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds.
That means you can stop waiting.
You're up $300 a contract.
Bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab.
Have you ever thought about selling?
The checking account built for investors.
Why should I? Well, because you're at a major resistance. I just now noticed this, but you're at what you call a pivot point area
where real-time market coverage
on the chart.
Expert strategy. From the opening bell.
You kind of broke that today
We've got you covered.
on this ascending triangle, which is very strong for a bottom of a snake pattern.
Of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting
a higher rate of
So I
change
don't
in
know.
sales
Are you-
based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on
just saying.
EPS.
Follow the biggest
Senior
headlines,
$7,
live
man,
analysis,
shit.
breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
$300,
This show is built for
$310
action.
contract.
Break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
Well,
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going
we'll
into
continue.
earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists.
Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock.
Oh,
to see
shit.
This person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, I had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I programmed that 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at SchwabNetwork.com.
I'll be right back.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. And as we do check in on markets here, we are seeing some underperformance today led by the NASDAQ, which is down now about 0.5%. I mean, a modest day of declines, but you're seeing another outsized day for the Dow as well as the Russell, which Russell 2000 up about 1.3%, and the S&P is basically unchanged, slightly higher on the session. So Alex, actually, some of the biggest divergence we've seen with this rotation into more of these value names, of course, these smaller cap stocks, the Russell 2000, and maybe away from the tech-heavy NASDAQ. Today is definitely the most inverse type of performance we've seen from the major averages, really indicating this.
Yeah, it's a bit dramatic. The tech sector in the S&P 500 is down 1.7%. But you have three sectors that are up by 1.7% or more. Consumer discretionary, consumer staples, so both consumer sectors as well as energy. Industrials have been strong for much of the day as well on the heels of some of the news regarding defense spending out of Washington. And so you look at today, under the surface, much brighter picture than maybe these headline performances indicate. 76% of the S&P 500 names are higher. Actually, over 50% of the NASDAQ 100 names are higher as well. But you have, of course, some of the big tech underperformance today, leading to about, like you said, 0.6% decline for the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, and so we're seeing still some major green shoots across the board. Just unfortunately, some of that pressure today being led by the largest names in our tech coverage, names like Nvidia, as well as Tesla actually slightly higher, and Netflix also lower. A bit of a mixed picture across the Mag 7 as we check in on our tech trade. But as always on the show, we'll focus on these individual equity moves. We will kick things off here with a retail focus for our top of the show movers. We'll also then be discussing the charts and example trades in DoorDash as well as Instacart. And we'll also discuss now for FOMO today, Alphabet actually now overthrowing Apple as a more valuable company. Nvidia still is the leader, but a pretty big milestone is yesterday, officially its market cap surpassing that of Apple's for the first time since 2019. And then we'll discuss Ford unveiling these eyes-off technology and what that really means in terms of the race of autonomy into the more automotive side of the business. We'll also discuss the broader themes we're seeing with AI in the infrastructure build-out, always a timely conversation there. We'll close things out with one of those AI players, Applied Digital. So wide variety of, as always, pretty tech-heavy focus for the next hour, but actually we're starting in a more discretionary space.
Yeah, and we're watching that 4 trillion line for Alphabet. I think it got pretty close earlier, but it didn't quite get there. It has pulled back just a little bit off of its session high, so something to monitor. And of course, our discussion around FOMO will center on Alphabet. Well, let's get to some of these consumer stocks. I talked about consumer discretionary and staples both being outperforming sectors today to the upside. Well, all of these names, with the exception of Walmart, would be discretionary names. Walmart, of course, a staples name. Let's talk some apparel here. Let's talk about Gap. The resurgence of the early 2000s, maybe the 90s brands was sort of the theme of the second half of 2025, and building on some of that strength here to kick off 2026.
Yeah, Gap, a huge winner to really the upside and a huge surprise, I'd say, move after its recent earnings is actually somewhat unveiled because this name has been, really lackluster, having to reallocate a lot of its strategy to focus more on that failing namesake Gap, of course, moving away from a name like Athleta, Banana Republic. They do have a wide variety of brands, which is always, I think, important to keep in mind, but continuing to see some analyst feedback, and I think just again solidifying that they're definitely at the forefront of the retail conversation. We're seeing them upgraded to buy at UBS, as they did highlight they believe their sales and earnings growth rates will continue to inflect positively in the near term. And I think that's hugely encouraging, given all of right now the focus on these discretionary names, finding those names that feel like a good value versus, finding, say, a more less maybe like right now price reductive, really discounting type of retailer. But it's interesting to see that because Gap I don't think of as a truly discount retailer. They're not a TJX, but they're also definitely more affordable and have more accessibility is better put than say even an Urban Outfitters. But definitely seeing some favorability at UBS today, and Alex, I think that it's interesting to see the emergence of a lot of these leaders of retail because it's so cyclical. Gap you would have never called a leader of retail just years ago.
Yeah, it's changing quickly, and you kind of see it. The trends are shifting. The Lululemons are not driving the ship anymore. It is a different subset of these retailers. But yeah, Jay sold the adjustment from $26 to $41 a share for the price target. I think speaks volumes of the nature of the shift that they feel. But they're not alone. Barclays recently raised their price target to 33. BTIG pointed to Gap as one that had kind of the consumer discretionary name that had a constructive chart that was maybe poised for a breakout. William Blair pointed to them alongside TJX that do some of the things you were talking about, which is sort of the attracting spending across multiple income levels. So yeah, suddenly Gap has found itself at like the forefront of many discussions when it comes to investment in apparel and retail broadly.
Yeah, and they're not the only ones that are seeing this update as far as their coverage on retail right now. Nina was another note we saw today that actually was focused on Nike, of course, different type of retailer, more on the shoe side, the athletic side of the focus, but Nike definitely competing at least with Gap's Athleta pretty directly. But seeing a note today from Negum as they did downgrade shares to hold from buy to not give a price target, noting that the company is right now turnaround is progressing slower than expected. They also went on to say they're concerned about Nike's recent level of sell-in their North America wholesale channel. And in addition, right now in China, they say that region appears highly problematic and consensus estimates for the next 12 to 14 months, they believe look too high. So Nike actually saw a pretty decent lift, as the back half of this year somewhat firmed up, but didn't really see the enthusiasm tied to its recent earnings, which I know weren't exactly recent anymore, but like Lululemon, for example, was able to say, hey, we're basically completely reshaping our leadership, we're ousting the CEOs, retiring. Nike has the same turnaround strategy, and I think that the market's getting impatient with a name that's underperformed now for years.
And so much of its growth prospects
right to that resistance line.
As we watch sort of the trade policy discussions have impact on that. We just discussed today the trade imbalance was like the smallest it's been since 2009. And so as some of that global trade even breaks down like just moderately, it can have huge impacts for companies like Nike. We've seen that in sort of the Asia Pacific regions for the company. RBC on the 6th cut the price target to 78. Deutsche Bank iterated it at a hold, $67 price target I think just today. So this again isn't just Needham that's downbeat on Nike. It's kind of become consensus.
It has, and unfortunately, Nike has seen a substantial re-rating even over the last year as they've tried to right the ship and focus actually less on that direct-to-consumer strategy, which has been a really interesting tone shift we've heard from Nike, who was once, I think, really coined as like the pioneer of this DTC strategy, but not so much anymore. So our next name today has also been a real standout in the broader retail world, and that is American Eagle Outfitters, with a price target hike again at UBS to $35 a share from $31. And the story with AEO has also been denim, and more denim, as they've highlighted that they've been able to really recover hugely due to some better than expected comps in their Aerie brand specifically, than American Eagle, attributing a lot of their strength to these really high profile campaigns, of course featuring the likes of like Travis Kelce, Sydney Sweeney. Of course, as controversial as they've been, they argue that this is pretty lucrative to the overall growth story for American Eagle Outfitters, which I just find it amazing. They posted like the strongest comps we saw of really any company throughout retail of this scale in the last quarter. And it's amazing, the return of the Y2K really trends, as we've seen like these like graphic tees, you just saw them on screen, now re-emerge to me. It reminds me of like the way I dressed in middle school, but hey, I love to see the trends return.
It's the same analyst, Jay Soul, that covered Gap, and we just talked about the upgrade that UBS had for that company. Covers 32 different companies, 14 buys, 16 holds, 2 sells. One of the holds, interestingly enough, is Nike with a $62 price target. But, American Eagle found its way to continue to find its way into that buy category for this particular analyst, $35 price target. There's not a whole lot else to say. It's the resurgence of these brands, and you mentioned sort of the denim aspect of it. We watch how these different styles almost follow a cyclical-like pattern as the economy and everything else does. What was cool 20 years ago suddenly becoming cool again.
Very good.
It's amazing to see. I mean, the way it just continues to like rotate and what. Again, you would never have said it was cool years ago, is now re-emerging as apparently very on trend. So right now shifting gears into more.
Bill Bottoms.
Obviously, we do include in the discretionary conversation, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the 200 SMA.
Honestly, today about 0.3%, but as we continue to see more and more of this push actually into its AI,
for solid support.
It's interesting to see the same. Not necessarily trade at all like a tech name, but I wonder when that will be brought into the conversation, because they do have a pretty sizable push into AI. They're opening these Walmart supercenters with, right now, AI is a focus for their business, and so that will be an interesting trend I'm sure we continue to see emerge in e-commerce. But seeing actually price target hikes today at Barclays as well as Oppenheimer, as we continue to see this name not only just pioneer more and more of these changes at these physical locations, but also, I mean, like in the case of
1, 2, 3,
they said they're positive on these broad lines and the hard lines, as well as the food retail sector as we enter the new year. Walmart has committed to mostly maintaining their overall prices to be consistent, but has also been a bit, transparent in the fact that they have thousands and thousands of items and they might have to raise costs in the coming year. Now, on the other hand, they did note that they see improvement in some of these discretionary categories, and that right now, with the potential they see for a modest pump from the consumer tax savings and interest rate cuts, they continue to see this name as beneficial. So raising this name with a $125 price target from $108.
And again, Walmart modestly higher today, but if you were looking for consistency that's typically more defensive nature, they have really been the play that say like a Costco, a Target. I don't know if you typically see the Costco or Target as defensive, but Walmart has been what they have not.
Well, the thing that Walmart's been really, really successful at is one, they've really executed well at building out e-commerce and some of these omni-channel, the drive-up pickups and things to compete. But they've capitalized on the trade-down effect, where higher income consumers are going to Walmart now, or at least shopping online at Walmart. And they've also integrated a lot of AI technology to drive some efficiency. So it's both like a growth company and some of those initiatives that it's working on, but then also has that stable kind of defensive aspect to it, the more low beta, consistent side to it. I also saw something interesting. I'm not a Stranger Things fan, but the superstar Millie Bobby Brown, I guess, has an exclusive line at Walmart now that just came out or was announced yesterday. So maybe that'll drive some new people in there and they'll be shopping at Walmart.
I mean, based on the cult-like following Stranger Things, which I did just watch the 5th and final season, that I think that has to be a bright spot, because I will say very mixed.
Definitely timely, though.
Definitely timely. I would say it's been a very mixed feedback as far as my timeline reviews of Stranger Things. The most recent season have gone, but I will say there's still a cult-like following. If you're talking about it, you're still part of that following. So perhaps a bright spot for owning like Walmart, which does have its hand in the right partnerships at the right time. I also feel like they were very involved in some of the wicked marketing as well. But we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. Coming up next, though, time to discuss two names also in the discretionary world, but more on the food delivery side of the business. DoorDash as well as Instacart, of course, otherwise known as Maple Bear. We'll discuss the technicals and some key example trades coming up next.
Oh, here we go.
To what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
Under my next support.
Experiencing technical difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dig into our charts, and today we are discussing DoorDash as well as Instacart, otherwise known as Maple Bear, of course. But joining us is our chart master, Victor Pat, to help us look at some key technical levels. And we'll start off with DoorDash, or excuse me, let's start off with Maple Bear. As I'm jumping the gun here a bit, and Maple Bear, which I want to call it Instacart so badly. I guess for frame of reference, Maple Bear, Instacart, same thing. But as far as the trend we're seeing, it's actually been a really stark improvement in the back half of this year in a lot of these companies with this like food delivery exposure.
Right, definitely. So fluctuating for sure, and the kind of the phase of the chart that we're in right now began after this earnings event, and this was kind of a key time for this stock because although we, for the most part, held on to these lows that we established, and actually all the way back here too, these lows near 35 or so, we did make intraday lows and a closing low beyond that point there. Before earnings came, we rallied to the upside. Our new trend line began. At this point here specifically, that was our close that formed after the earnings volatility died down here. From there, we could draw our blue trend line traveling upward. That has now been broken. Now we have a white downward sloping trend line in play here, showing that we have a series of lower highs, but at the same time, we've also held on to this supportive area near 43. So to backtrack, once again, seeing around here, roughly speaking, these were the areas where price found support and resistance frequently here. So once again, coming back into prominence as a supportive zone. So 43 to the downside, also 40 to the downside here. The high points that was repeatedly formed during this price range here, and then a subsequent low point after the breakout. So that's what you would look for when it stops and starts at that area over and over again. It stands out as an area of potential support or resistance. So when we look at our next set of indicators here, our moving averages, we have a confluence. Our weekly and monthly exponential moving averages are coming together right now right near 44. However, the blue weekly EMA is crossing below the teal monthly EMA here, suggesting that the trend is starting to shift toward the downside potentially. RSI also exhibiting a downward move here and crossing below the 50 midline. So another bearish signal there actually occurring in tandem with the price breakdown with our moving averages here. So finally, when we look at our volume profile study, the point of control, the heaviest trading area, right here near about 44, 45 or so, that's about where we've been rejected now. So that's a sign, perhaps, that the bulls have not been able to establish a foothold at this area.
Back to even. I should have added down there.
Volume comes in here near the 39 level. One counterpoint thought, I guess, too, though, if you were to look at this as a sharp rally to the upside, we have a brief sideways to downward consolidation.
Right now I'm at 280.
Hold on at this supportive zone. This could be bull flag, bull pennant type of behavior, depending on your outlook here. So some things to consider if you're planning a trade in this name.
So, okay, David's obviously making a move modestly to the downside today. We're down about 2%, still underperforming, at least right now, the overall market, but recently seeing at least a modest uptick. So, all that to be said is we do think through now trading Instacart, Maple Bear, whatever you want to call it, for example purposes. Alex, walk us through your thing there.
Yeah, I think Rick did a good job of highlighting the fact that there's plenty of resistance points and maybe some indicators that are suggesting that the trend is starting to break down if there really was an upwards trajectory. That said, if you still believe in this company, you aren't sure that it's going to break down, maybe something in the neutral bullish camp could make sense. So looking at short put vertical, neutral bullish in construction, risk defined, example trade. Going out to January 30th here, it's the 43.41 put vertical, so pretty close to at the money. Uses sort of that recent price action, that recent down move as the anchor for the low point here.
Take profit.
Collecting 50 cents would bring your break even. You simply subtract that from your 43 short strike. You get 42.5 as a break even. You can make $50 on this one. Get that 50-cent credit. Convert it to dollars. You get $50. Max loss 150. That takes place below.
Take profit, please.
Most importantly here, Jenny, is it protects and defends against that serious breakdown that I think Rick showed as a potential if this trend shifts. But it also doesn't need any upside in the event that more of the same continues.
Yeah, and I mean, that has unfortunately seen some choppiness. I know it's still relatively newer to the public markets, but one that we will continue to keep on our radar, and one that is definitely crushing as far as its market share in the food delivery space.
Very good, Jenny Horny.
DoorDash. Now, DoorDash has finally faced the key task of consistent profitability. That was the criticism for this name for quite some time. We did get a pretty big drop on the back of its most recent earnings, and we've been trying to recover, trying to normalize really ever since, Rick.
Yeah, earnings was not very kind to this name. We can see that we had a pretty large drawdown here during that situation that just occurred back in early November here. But from there, it looked like perhaps the bulls were going to carve out some space here at this 195 level, but it failed here, and we did establish new lows around the previous relative lows from all the way back here. We didn't quite test that more notable supported area, our green line near 170. But from there, you could draw this white trend line traveling upward here. That has been broken, but also kind of a mixed picture here, because another trend line that you could draw starting with these high points here near our highs near 285.50, that one has also been broken. This is not the greatest trend line here. You want it to connect more and be more consistent here. But just to give you a general boundary that's been broken, we can see that that was roughly coinciding with 235, our old lows that we saw here pretty consistently. So kind of a general resistance point where a few things are lining up together has thus far proven to be a stumbling block for
the 200 EMA and 63 EMA.
A few more times around this 235 area. Kind of interestingly though, our old blue trend line looks like it perhaps is being supportive in this case, so something else to consider going forward here, the 211 area where we saw some highs, that could be one area to watch for potential support. Moving forward, our moving averages mostly are coming together in a sideways trend at about 226 is where many of them are lining up, 226 to 229 or so. Our longer term yearly 251-day EMA comes in near 216. So again, kind of more things lining up at that level potentially for support. So now the picture becomes a little bit more clear here. Our trend lines are somewhat mixed, but RSI is more negative. Our green trend line has been broken. We are traveling below the 50 midline, not quite making new relative lows just yet, so that would be something else to watch out for. Finally, our volume profile study, we have a node right here near about 220. Things start to pick up again here near 210, and then to the upside 245 or so stands out, 240, 245, that's where things pick up again. So these could be some other areas to watch out for when you're planning a trade.
Okay, and another day today that's seeing actually a bit more of a pullback because we're down about 3.5%. But I appreciate it to Rick Ducat for all of that technical help. Now, as we think through now trading DoorDash for example purposes, considering a pretty massive repricing we saw towards the end of last year, but also the fact that it is still, I mean, the tried and true force of the food delivery space. Walk us through your thinking here.
Yeah, similar strategy, just going out to the end of next week, though. Rick just highlighted that little volume node around 220. Perhaps on the shorter timeline, just to the end of next week, that could act as a support level for a neutral to bullish trade, leaning into some of the weakness of today. So for this example, it's a January 16th, 220, 217.5 short put vertical, looking to collect 75 cents. Max loss would be $175. Max profit would be $75, Jenny, on a break even of $219.25. So with that elongated Z risk profile, and of course stay above 220, and it would have a chance to make that max profit to the end of next week, which again $75, max loss $175, break even $219.25.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see alongside the continual recovery of Uber has also seen a bit more of a repricing. So it's not been just felt by DoorDash, but a lot of these names trying to recover some of those pretty substantial losses in the back of last earnings season. So we'll leave it there for Chartmaster today. Now coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We'll be discussing Alphabet as this name continues to charge ahead, gaining 65% in 2025 and now surpassing Apple as a more valuable company as far as its market cap for the first time since 2019 yesterday.
Sick breakout, pullback.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes
sit up.
that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at npedalides and connect with me, Nicole Pedalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
We're hard on us traders.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim.
They're very hard on our traders.
With
Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab. And we're at the VWAP on /ES.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. We really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for FOMO. Today we are looking at Alphabet, which did finally surpass Apple as a more valuable company as far as its market cap. Although today actually still seeing another day of strength, and so is Amazon. Apple is slightly lower as far as the recent Mag 7 history is concerned. But Marley Caden is joining us here, of course, in studio to help us make sense of some of the analyst commentary, which has been, I mean, pretty positive, especially based on it's another 1.4% gain today.
Yes, 1.4% gain, a new all-time high today for Alphabet, and they are encroaching on that $4 trillion market cap number. Not quite there. They're right about 395 right now. But their latest move to the upside likely helped by this note from Cantor Fitzgerald. They upgraded Alphabet to overweight from neutral. They have a new price target of $370. That's up from $310. Right now we're about $326.53. So some pretty significant upside there. The first thing that they believe that Alphabet has what they call, quote, the strongest footprint access across several layers of the AI tech stack. So they say their decades-long investments have finally enabled them to have some very competitive moats, and that they believe that with the regulatory headwinds easing, we've got that ruling in the DOJ case, that Alphabet should start seeing benefits by leveraging its distribution in consumer and enterprise as AI transitions from what they refer to as the frenzy to the synergy phase. So what does all of that mean, right? We're moving from hype to actual execution, and of course that involves some of these chatbots, and that was ChatGPT is a part of the conversation that I mentioned heavily in the note. We know ChatGPT has been in the lead. They launched in 22. It was initially a threat to Google's search business. Now Google has launched its Nano Banana, that's its image generating tool, as well as the Gemini 3.0, which is being met with really positive reviews, and it's also winning a pretty decent share from ChatGPT. Now ChatGPT still does have an advantage in terms of user base. Cantor estimating it has about 900 million weekly active users versus Gemini 650 million monthly users. But that lead looks to be narrowing, and Cantor says that they expect it to accelerate from here. They only expect Gemini to increase its taking of the share from ChatGPT. More importantly than that, though, They see that there's room for two of these AI assistants to coexist long term. What they don't think is that when people start adopting them, that they'll be willing to use two. They're not going to go two different places for the same function. And if that proves to be true, Cantor Fitzgerald thinks that Google is better positioned to be the selection because it has its search technology, its maps, its payment information. They think that that makes its technology superior for use when we get to the point where people are actually adopting an agent into their life or into their business. They think that Google's set up. They said, quote, Google's unique competitive advantage in grounding user AI queries, etc., is likely to help the company advance these integrations in select categories, and they cite retail as one of the primaries more seamlessly. So they're really tied to this adoption of AI, which is a big theme at CES right now, this move from the hype into this agentic, actual functional AI that's helping you live your everyday life, and they think that Google's got a great position there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We've talked about this before. It's almost like the thesis for Alphabet writes itself. They have all the data access. They have huge sort of mediums already that they can implement this technology. You think YouTube, you think Google, the search platform. Now they have Gemini. And, you know, even Wolf Research, which earlier this week had kind of a downbeat big tech note, in that note raised Alphabet's price target. So it's becoming the consensus to, you know, believe in Google Alphabet, and what a difference like a year makes. Because a year ago at this time, you know, we were talking regulatory concerns for Alphabet. We were, you know, watching the tech market start to, you know, kind of collapse on itself with all the tariff uncertainty, even though I don't know how that impacted the tech stocks, but Alphabet's really taken hold of the Magnificent Seven, and it's in my mind the new leader going forward.
I mean, it is, and the numbers support that. They're up 66% over the past 12 months. The same gain in the S&P is about 17%. So they've been really outperforming a lot of that in the back half of the year. We started to see that optimism really come to the front. But it is becoming more expensive. I was talking to George Tillis about Alphabet earlier for Disruptors, and we were kind of walking through this note. It's now trading at about 29 times the earning expected over the next 12 months. So it is getting a little bit more expensive. It's higher than the 5-year average has been for them, obviously, because they're performing better. But Cantor says that they're going to maintain this 370 price target, which I think is not a street high. The street high is 432. The average is 333. So it is above the average, but below the street high. They're basing it on a price to earnings ratio of about 30 times the forecast over at Cantor.
I mean, just since the 5th, though, guys, we got a 365, a 380, a 390, a 380, two 370s. So in some ways, amongst their recent peers, they're like on the low end, even though it implies like a good, you know, 10% rally from current share prices.
Yeah, and I will say that I know that this has not been, I mean, like so far this year has still been, I mean, it's very early to say anything, and I know this can try to be completely rewritten, but I also think it's hugely encouraging the way it's been able to really carve out like a niche, even fighting or competing, is better put, against like NVIDIA with its TPUs and some of these offerings, and now NVIDIA is trying to work around to continue to stave off that Alphabet competition. I think that that's amazing in terms of the AI fight, because right now it feels like it's been a bit of a battleground, especially with CES this week.
It certainly is, but Alex brings up a good point. I think we talk about this every time we talk about Alphabet, is that Alphabet is just so much more. It's such a diversified company. They have so many places to draw from. And in the AI race, they are so well set up. I mean, we haven't even talked about Waymo, you know, is another component of their business not tied in any way to this note today. It wasn't mentioned at all. But, you know, there's all these arguments to be made. Even Jensen Huang going on stage at CES and saying that autonomous driving and robotics is the future of AI, and that's going to be the next big thing. Well, Alphabet's got that too.
They're the leader.
They're the leader.
At this point, I mean, Tesla might have a more scalable model, but we talked about this, Jenny, like what, 2 or 3 days ago with George Tillis. This LiDAR technology is just objectively superior. It's just expensive and kind of hard to hide, where Tesla's sort of Tesla Vision using cameras and stuff is scalable, a little bit easier and cheaper to produce, but it's just clearly not better. So Waymo way out in front, and that's like a, you know, a footnote on the financial statements of this company that's expected, guys, to generate $400 billion in revenue this year. And that's insane.
$400 billion. Like, we don't even discuss. I mean, like Alphabet's like YouTube, like some of like the major components of its business that frankly it just has its hand in so much of everything. It's hard to even decipher what part of the company is the most important to its top and bottom line right now. I mean, it's so huge. So commend them for a really stellar performance, 67% gain overnight in the last 12 or so months. But as you think through trading Alphabet now, it's definitely garnered a lot of attention. Of course, surpassing Apple as its market cap has continued to swell. How do you think through this name for example purposes?
Yeah, it needs what, 2-ish% or so of a gain to get to that 4 trillion mark, and we're talking somewhere in the low 330s probably. It's a little bit difficult with Alphabet just because it has the two different class shares, so it's hard to say an exact point. But say you think over the next week that Alphabet's going to continue to climb and perhaps hit that $4 trillion market cap level. I have a call debit spread, it's a vertical spread, basically at the money. It's the 325, 330 call vertical expiring next week, looking to spend $2.50 for a debit. It would create an equal risk to reward, so you would risk $250 with a chance to make $250, but you'll need some help in the market. So Alphabet's, the Google L shares would have to be over 330 by the end of next week for this one to have max profit. It's break even theoretically at 327.50, which really is basically where we're at right now at 326.34. A $1 move for Alphabet is really not significant one. We're talking about 0.3% or so for that. So, all things considered, if you see upside, this is one that will benefit from that if it happens over the next week.
Yeah, and one that we'll continue to watch is it's been on a pretty nice run this week. Alphabet shares so far this week at least up now 3.6% roughly. But appreciate it to Marley Caden, host for the Schwab Network, for all of that breakdown, all of the commentary that we are seeing right now surrounding Alphabet, and the enthusiasm it continues to really draw to each and every day. But now coming up next, we'll continue our conversation about the broader AI infrastructure build-out as it's been the topic of the week with CES 2026. We'll also discuss the latest that we're seeing here out of Ford, which is getting a nice 5% jump today, adding to its near 8% climb so far this week.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a... Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques, like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at _Vargas and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss the latest we are seeing today out of Ford with a really nice 5% climb during today's session. Now joining us is Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers, for more discussion on the latest technology we're getting out of Ford. So rarely do we see Ford make this big of a climb. I will say, Diane, today I will give them credit where credit is due, but walk us through this news.
Yeah, right. As you mentioned, shares of Ford are moving more than 5% higher. Off the news, and this is according to multiple reports that they will be releasing eyes-off technology. This is coming down the pike. This is not a 2026 thing, but a little bit further out. They're expecting to launch the first model in 2027. 2028 seems to be the target where we'll see more wider, not necessarily adoption, but a little bit of proliferation of this technology and type of vehicle. The price point, I found this interesting because it looks like they're looking for an affordable price point. They're targeting around $30,000. Keep in mind, last year the average price for a new vehicle was $50,000. That's a record high. So they're coming into this, approaching the EV space with a more affordable target in focus here. The plan, they said, it will be planned to expand to other vehicles in the future. The first model on the platform, they said, will be a mid-size EV truck. It's unclear if that will be in the F-150 EV family. Keep in mind, its F-Series was the best-selling vehicle for the company. It was America's best-selling truck for the 49th year in a row last year. So again, they said they're building it on their upcoming universal EV platform. The first, they say roughly, the first pickup, or the first truck rather, set to hit the market in 2027. So a year from now, I can't believe we just entered 2026, talking about 2027 already, but the street seems to like this. You also have an analyst increasing their price target on Ford today. That's Piper Sandler. They boosted their target to 16, and they moved to all the way from neutral, so they're coming off the sidelines, guys.
Yeah, and seeing, again, pretty nice session today as Ford doesn't typically trade with this much volatility, but definitely one that is on our radar today. Pretty nice outsized move as we're seeing Piper Sandler gain some favoritism. So appreciate that, Diane King Hall, host of Morning Movers, for all of that breakdown. Now, to continue looking at the broader infrastructure build we're seeing in AI, I'd like to welcome a special guest today, Arneem Holzer, Global Macro Strategist at Easterly EAV Risk Solutions. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really want to get your broader thoughts on what you're watching right now as we set up 2026 for this broader AI infrastructure discussion.
Thanks for having me on, Jenny. I think the big issue here is really trying to understand what this ride is going to look like in 26. We feel fairly comfortable that the economics of the One Big Beautiful Bill and some of the AI-oriented build-out is going to power the economy, but there are still some concerns around other factors, including the tremendous amount of debt that's going to be issued and the potential effects that's going to have on the capital markets and what we would call, not to be too wonky, the beta of these stocks, the riskiness of these stocks.
Yeah, let's expand upon that because you have in your notes this idea of what you put in quotes, bubble talk versus the real scoreboard. Where does that tie in?
Well, I think first of all, the degree to which boards have to approve these very disruptive capital raises. Remember, we're not talking about a $200 million plant renovation or retooling. We're talking in many cases about 5, 10, in some cases close to $20 billion indebtedness campaigns to really tool up for AI. And when boards make those kinds of decisions, Jenny announced, these are not decisions that can be turned around very quickly. So our fundamental view is that the impact of the CapEx is going to be disruptive, but it's also going to be positively stimulative for the economies in the build out of infrastructure, grids, and obviously hyperscalers. The difficulty is when it's going to be, at what point are we going to start having to decide who the winners are in the field? And it's not clear to me that the economic and the underlying equity earnings are necessarily linked, right? We could see towards the third or fourth quarter of this year, or maybe even early 2027, companies having to start justifying those expenses. But the spend looks ingrained, which I think is positively sanguine. It's a positive economic development.
So as far as, I saw something really interesting that I wanted to get your thoughts on, and basically it was like, we all tend to look at 2026 as this new year, like we flipped a new page, but really nothing has changed. I mean, why would the market change just because the calendar changed? I get that attitude, and so as far as in this like bubble concern right now that we're seeing with so many skeptics of the AI bill, I mean, do you say to that, like, why would that necessarily change just because we entered the new year? Why do we necessarily have to even reassess if there's a bubble concern just because we're just reassessing that forward-looking price activity of 2026?
It's a great point, Jenny. I mean, if you look at, from the end of 24, it's really funny that you mentioned this. If you look at the gold performance since the end of 24, it's up 69%. Defensives, XAR, aerospace and defense, is up 59%. Technology is up 26%. Utilities are up, under 13%. Equal weighted S&P is up about 13%. So to your point, there's a story here about the way AI has impacted, but it probably hasn't been as disruptive as some of the geopolitical events. And we think that the volatility around things that are not necessarily being discussed, and obviously we saw what our unorthodox president has been doing, for good and for difficulty in trying to understand what's going to happen. I think you're seeing some sectors outperform, and the focus isn't necessarily there, as you see aerospace up, XAR up 59%. But when we look at volatility is still relatively low. From the end of the year, it came down from the 20s, 18 to 20 range, down towards 50 and a little below 15. And now we're seeing it kind of peak back up. And I think this is part of the same story, which is just because people are worried about the AI indebtedness doesn't mean that the whole story, as it builds out towards a broadening of the S&P, et cetera, is going to be riskless. And across the board, we see volatility, whether it's in equities or fixed income or even the currency area. We see opportunities to really to play volatility and to make sure you have an interest in volatility play, because this is not necessarily simply about the market. It's also about the way the market reacts. And I think the 26 is going to be more about not just simply the levels and yields and rates, which a lot of strategists talk about, and I know you have a lot of folks on your network that talk about levels and yields and rates, but we think that the quality of the ride and the way you take advantage of this quixotic or changeability and volatility, similar to what we do in our hedged equity product, is very important this particular year.
Well, without giving away the secret sauce, what is something that our viewers who are primarily self-directed could take away from that? Is it some sort of a long short book? Is it something where you're hedging on the index level but still involved in some of these, maybe narrower stories within, or what is something they can take away?
Well, I think the first thing is that all investors should have some exposure to products or funds that can take advantage of the range of volatility. If we look at a year like 2017, there was no volatility. The market went straight up. The market had, 6, 7 VIX and traded on a 5, realized vol. That was a very difficult year. That was a year to just be long beta. I would say that this is a year where you want to make sure that you have some exposure into things like our equity, like our hedged equity fund, and products where managers have some ability to take advantage of selling vol when it's high and buying vol when it's low, because there are going to be ranges of this. And I think that's the piece, particularly even if you just look at fixed income, there's going to be a tremendous amount of debt raised. There was in 25, there will be in 26 and 27. Different from the 1980s, which I lived through, where government debt really squeezed out corporate debt. I think you could have the reverse here, where this very, very attractive corporate debt, looking at AI and infrastructure, could start to squeeze out or increase the cost of the fiscal profit. In other words, of the longer debt. And you're seeing the yield curve, the 210, for example. You've seen how even though the Fed lowered rates, the yield curve, the 210, actually steepened. So that concern means volatility will likely be higher, not just in fixed income, but if the spreads around corporate debt and the yield curve rise, it makes volatility more of an issue. So we would say don't just focus on the returns this year, focus on the quality, and volatility will definitely make that a more interesting position to take. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I think a really great summation of some of the recent trends we've seen emerge, and we always have time to discuss some of the most important trends in the market. It's definitely AI infrastructure and all of that build. So we so appreciated it. Arnim Holzer, Global Macro Strategist at Easterly EAB Risk Solutions. Now coming up next, last but not least, it's time for Under 30. We are talking applied digital here, which is seeing a nice pop today as we're up about 6%.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss our under 30 name of the day, and that is Applied Digital, which is now a frequent flyer on this segment. But joining us now is George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, to help us make sense of the move we're seeing today, now up 6.2%, George. So walk us through what's driving this upside.
Well, and clearly there's a lot of sales growth for Applied Digital, which we talked about several times in the past. We started off as a Bitcoin mining company. It's one of these businesses that is now utilizing that core infrastructure to build out high-performance computing and artificial intelligence capacity and leasing services alongside partners, which include NVIDIA and CoreWeave. If you look at the GPU computing segments of their business, they've been growing substantially. They did report adjusted earnings, which actually came in on a break-even basis. They were expected to lose 10 cents because they're spending a tremendous amount of capital dollars to build up their capital intensity. If you look at the sales numbers, they came in quite a bit ahead of the estimates, 126 million for the quarter, and that was higher by 250% year over year. And if you look at that number just for the quarter relative to even the last 4 quarters, basically in the trailing 4 quarters, excluding when they reported, they generated around $260 million. So they're basically running now at about half of a full year's revenue from the previous year, which really suggests this stock continues to move higher based on prospects and, of course, deals in megawatt capacity, high-performance computing infrastructure, and essentially partnerships. The company also gave some guidance, which is actually pretty high. They expect at least on a 5-year basis to return on a net operating income basis $1 billion to shareholders. And that's important because if you look at the loss last year, it was a loss of $100 million. So they're expecting a 10x increase in essentially what they lost last year into profits in the next 5 years. So they've got a lot of growth potential here, a lot of runway, and the stock is moving higher as a result of that. George, how close are they to reaching kind of that point where it's a little bit just more consistent, delivering, stable revenue as opposed to hyper growth? How close are we to getting to that point? Well, I mean, right now it seems like the growth rates are accelerating, to be honest with you. So that can be, quite powerful in terms of what's expected price going forward.
you have to keep in mind that capital intensity and capital needs is expensive. So as the prices have been moving higher, returns over the last year over 200%, they have been issuing shares, and this is what they should do. They're basically capitalizing on this movement, issuing shares, raising money, and spending. And again, it really comes down to the trajectory of that spend, and then of course the returns on that spending. And I sort of elaborated what the guidance the company provided in the next 5 years in terms of net operating income, which again is quite a bit higher. If you consider market cap too, this is as of the close yesterday, $8 billion. They're expecting the next 5 years $1 billion in profit. So again, that might suggest that the stock is still trading at a discount considering these trajectories, but there can be some challenges you have to keep in mind. All of this is based upon the continual build-out of AI data centers and the demands associated with that, which again can create a problem for shareholders if there's some slowdown going forward. But right now, based on what we're seeing from NVIDIA, Micron, CoreWeave, and again, Applied Digital, things are still moving higher from a CapEx standpoint. And of course, demand for investment for these data centers is still very strong.
Yeah, and I will say that the same, continuing to climb here and also now having risen, a whopping 233% over the last 52 weeks. So definitely one that's been volatile to say at the very least, but appreciate it, George Tillis, for all of that breakdown on Applied Digital having a nice performance today. That'll also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Thursday. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is if they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years. Through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children, they've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalidis. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've had a lot of action here today, back and forth over the unchanged line. A lot of stocks to speak of as well. Here's what's on today's show. We'll take a look at the next leg of AI, that trade, and how it could impact your portfolio and the markets overall. We've also been watching those memory stocks on the move, rallying. Do they pull back? AI adoption. Of course, I spoke to Dan Ives this morning, who says it's just 10:30 p.m. in the AI party that goes to 4 o'clock in the morning. So Dan Ives' Revolution ETF, the Ives ticker symbol, is what we're going to be focusing on. In fact, we'll speak with the fund manager of the Webbush product and why it differs from other tech funds. Also, we'll take a closer look at the housing sector. President Trump focusing on the administration's work to ban institutional investments into single-family homes. Why does this matter? And here's a look at the market. So we did hit records yesterday for the S&P and the Dow intraday. Right now, though, we're seeing a down arrow. Right now, the S&P is down 5 and the Nasdaq's down 194. The Dow is up 266 points, but not back to the record. The record is 49,621. We're at 49,253. So, about 400 points off the high. So close, but no cigar at the moment. When you look at oil and gold, you're seeing it mixed. Gold's down about $3, while oil is up $1.50. And 1560 on the VIX, and the 10-year bond yield sitting at 418. Bitcoin did creep higher throughout the day. It's at 91,300. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with me, and we've been taking in a lot of story stocks. We talked about the jobs picture, and the defense stocks were really leading the way. They're off the best performers on the S&P 500, but certainly the group did so well today. Some of your thoughts.
Hello, Nicole. Yeah, the defense act's got a bump from President Trump. Basically, it was a bit aspirational, but talking about a $1.5 trillion defense spending budget, that is about 66% higher than where the budget is currently. That gave a lift to Lockheed Martin, that's still higher. Northrop Grumman, that's still higher on the day, but RTX, the old Raytheon, that stock was up over $10 now. It's down on the day. So, you may be breaking down the nuances there, but all things considered, the fact that he wants this defense spending, and what do we know for sure? Well, it may not get to 1.5 trillion, but it's probably not going down, right? Defense spending is probably going up next year. So that's good news. I don't know if it'll ever get to 1.5 trillion in the next year, but it's certainly not going to be lower, Nicole.
Right, understood. I mean, when we think about the follow-up, we think about what's gone on with Venezuela, the possibility that Greenland's in our sights, the concern about the Western Hemisphere and protecting it. A follow-up, a thought?
Well, I think when you look at everything on the landscape, right, there's been a lot of confrontations militarily out there, right? The war in Ukraine, Iran, Israel, what's going on in the Gaza Strip, and now you've got things going on in Venezuela. There's a lot of reasons to buffer our national defense. So I think that this is President Trump, like I said, a bit aspirational, but trying to make sure we upgrade some of the things. Modernization, nuclear enterprise, over $60 billion for modernizing our nuclear triad. Emerging threats, right, for like hypersonic weapons and space capabilities and cybersecurity, industrial-based investments to improve supply chains and munitions productions. So there's a lot to go through there, but as you know, our defense, we are bigger than most other countries, top 10 countries combined in terms of defense spending. We're massive, Nicole.
All right. Look, we talked so much about the 3 sets of jobs days, right? We had yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Give us a little sort of wrap up, and tomorrow's the big jobs report. I'm waiting on it.
Yeah, after we've gotten ADP, then we've gotten JOLTS, and then we've gotten Challenger job cut and jobless claims today. Tomorrow will be the money ball, and that is non-farm payrolls and unemployment. Why is that the #1 data point of the month? Because it's a wealth of information. Not only do we get information on the labor market, expected to be 55,000 or maybe slightly higher. Some of the comparisons are starting to drift higher. 4.5 or 4.6 unemployment rate. But then we also get wages data.
That is, so we'll get our first look at inflation, up 0.3 month over month and 3.6% year over year. Remember, you're going to start to make the case now, and the Trump administration can do that, is wages are outpacing inflation. That's really good for the U.S. consumer.
Right, understood. I mean, what do you think the Fed's watching for? Anything in particular? Because I know that we've gotten in these mixed bags as far as different pieces of economic data.
Well, the Fed is, of course, watching the relationship with their dual mandate, right? Inflation, they'll be watching the wages data for inflation information, and then, of course, they'll be watching the labor market for full employment. Do we get it'll be a nice surprise if we get a 4.5 level on overall unemployment. So, yeah, with unemployment has ticked slightly higher up to 4.6 the last couple months, there's certainly their focus maybe can switch away from inflation and towards the labor market. That would, in case, lead to lower interest rates.
All right, Kevin Hanks, great to see you. Thank you so much. And tomorrow morning, we'll have all the details for you on Schwab Network, of course. So we're taking a look at the bigger picture. Ben Connert's with us, the portfolio manager at Carnegie Investment Counsel. Thank you so much for being with us. How are you feeling? We were talking about the up volume and down volume. And in fact, the up volume really is surpassing down volume here on Wall Street. But we definitely get that volatility. I mean, if you look at the S&P, we went over the interchange line so many times today.
Yeah, it's just start of the year. Volatility is not surprising. I think people are trying to feel out what's going to happen. You know, the end of last year, you have tax selling, people reversing some of that tax selling, and we're just getting started on earnings. So I would expect volatility in the short term here.
I see. Is that an opportunity?
Yeah, if there's names out there that you like long term and they go down, it can be an opportunity to buy. But you know, as a long-term investor, volatility can kind of just be noise, and you really want to focus on the underlying fundamentals of the companies you're looking at. And if those fundamentals are strong, and you want to keep owning the companies.
So when you talk about the opportunities, I mean, are you buying indexes or specific sectors? When there is opportunity to buy on a dip, maybe there's not a name that you can name, but is there anything that you sort of watch to buy on the dip?
Yeah, I would look towards maybe some unloved names from last year, basically non-AI stocks. We think there could be a little shift here. A lot of the last few years, the market's really been focused on big tech, large companies. It's been driving the market. We expect that to shift some in 2026. So maybe look towards some unloved names, maybe different sectors. You know, healthcare was dragged a little last year, as well as the consumer sectors. So maybe there's some opportunity there. Those names can be, there can be chances there.
Yeah, this weekend we're waiting to hear from the Supreme Court pertaining to tariffs. We were hearing today about the tariffs being used to increase the military budget, tariffs used to pay down U.S. debt. These are some of the reasons why they're taking these tariffs in, to try to make things fair, I guess, and to use this money. What say you? What might we hear from the Supreme Court? Are there sort of a base case scenario, or what?
I would not be surprised if the Supreme Court said tariffs issued under this order are not allowed, but that doesn't necessarily mean the Trump administration can't reinstitute similar tariffs under a different set of executive rules. Ultimately, I do think these tariffs are going to be in place for the long term, and so you know you want to make sure the companies and the sector, the companies you own, can deal with the tariffs. It's going to be part of life for the long term. Once money is produced by these, the government wants that money to keep flowing.
What about commodities like energy and metals? Those are two areas that everybody's focused on these days.
Yeah, obviously energy, Venezuela is adding some uncertainty. It's not really sure how that market's really going to restart. Minerals, obviously precious metals are the big talk. Commodities can always be dicey because it's sort of it's a supply-demand play. You don't have companies really generating added value. They're just subject to the supply and demand. So there's always volatility there, and that's the kind of thing you have to be confident in the long-term demand for the underlying commodity.
And is there something to avoid? I mean, picking the right stocks or making the right action is just as important as avoiding the mistakes. Are there common mistakes that you look for or sort of warn investors about?
The biggest warning we would give to our clients and any investor would be watch where your portfolio is concentrated. Obviously, last year AI companies were successful. You don't want to necessarily continue to have a portfolio that's overly levered towards AI investments. So look to diversify away from that, and sort of get exposure in different markets.
And the Fed cuts, how important are they? There are some people who are really betting on them and others who say they don't really hold as much importance. Maybe we over-focus on them.
I think to a degree we do over-focus on them. The Fed cuts impact the short end of the curve more than the long end of the curve, but the long end of the curve is kind of what impacts your day-to-day, and that's what impacts mortgage rates the most, and that's housing is the largest spend for most people. So the market expects, the Fed said they're going to cut once, the market wants them to cut twice. I would expect about 2 cuts, but unless it dramatically shifts from that, I don't think it'll be a huge driver to the upside or the downside.
And when it comes to the jobs picture and how the economy fares, because I mean, so much of it is perception or how people are feeling, and you want to have GDP running. I mean, the AI spend is really contributing a lot to GDP growth. But do you think the economy is in a good spot? Do you think people will have jobs? Are you worried about the jobs picture?
Yeah, the jobs market is getting worse. The first quarter, we're adding first quarter 25, adding 100,000 jobs. That dipped to 50 the second and third quarters, and by the fourth quarter, it was negative job growth. We'll see what the jobs report tomorrow, but the jobs growth is slowing. That means consumers will have less money to spend, and that can slow the economy. So I do think that is a concern. Unemployment rate is still low, but you don't want it trending. It's trending in the wrong direction, and you don't really want that to continue.
All right. Well, thank you, Ben Connor, Portfolio Manager, Carnegie Investment Counsel. Thank you, Ben. Really appreciate it. And folks, right now the Dow's up 269, the S&P's down just 7 points, so we'll have to wait and see what happens at the closing bell. Coming up, Options Corner, and Rick Ducat is standing by. He will highlight unusual options activity from the day, how investors are looking to trade on recent news, Johnson & Johnson, Lowe's, Southwest Airlines, real options trades. He'll bring them to us in a moment. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Higgs. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's time for Options Corner. We're doing some options trading here and analyzing unusual options trades that we've seen throughout the day. Rick Duquette, lead market technician, takes a look at some key names to watch that have had some heavy trading. And in fact, we look at Johnson & Johnson within 5% of its all-time highs. You found a trader that's taking a neutral to bullish approach on this stock with an options trade. Tell us more.
Sure, Nicole. Neutral to bearish is this particular trade here. So we're selling calls, but there's some interesting news about this stock that I wanted to jump into first here. Johnson & Johnson submitted some documentation to the FDA for its new robotic surgical system, the Atava system. They submitted a de novo classification request, which is a fancy way of saying they are looking for the FDA to classify how risky it is to get these procedures done by this surgical robot here. So typically, or not typically, sorry, they're requesting the target areas for the upper abdomen, like gastric bypass, hernia repair. So pretty interesting thing to consider here. Definitely something I'd be curious how risky it is if a robot was going to do surgery on me. And Johnson & Johnson really strong during the past year here, held up much better than many other names in this healthcare sector, especially during the April tariff news announcement shock here. All kinds of changes too for the healthcare sector. Drug price negotiation from the government, changes to vaccines, all kinds of things like that on the horizon here. But J&J held up pretty well. Now though, it seems like one trader may be looking for a ceiling here after this pretty strong series of gains here. The trade in question is targeting the 220 area to the upside, minus 10,000 March 20th, 220 strike calls at a 288 credit here. So that comes out to about a $2.88 million credit received here. Max loss would be potentially unlimited, as is the case with all short calls. It could be combined with a stock position here to give a covered call type of strategy here. If it were simply short calls that were not covered, it would be quite a difference in the risk setup for that those two different types of trades here. Break even 222.88, about 8.2% to the upside here. The expected move range is about 7.7%. So this trade would be kind of banking on it staying within that range. It's got a bit of a cushion before it would even get beyond that point here to the upside. One notable thing too about this trade, the trade volume here, 10,000 lot trade, that was about 36% of the day's total options volume at the time I checked here. So a significant, not only a significant dollar amount, but a significant chunk of the options market itself for this company today here. Sizzle, the options volume versus the 5-day moving average came in at 2.5. So a heavy day in this name as we go forward.
All right, well, thank you for that. Watching Johnson & Johnson down today slightly at 205 and change, a neutral to bearish trade there. And then we turn our attention over to Lowe's. What are your thoughts there?
Right. So Lowe's, this one, we saw Barclays upgraded Lowe's from equal weight to overweight. They announced a 285 price target as well. So there's some good news there. We also saw a price target bump from Jeffries to 285 from 280, also keeping their buy. But you can see some big swings in Lowe's chart recently, but pushing above that resistance ceiling that it's established recently here. A Morgan Stanley note also kind of caught my eye too, talking about how travel spending has soared during the time period after the pandemic, the COVID-19 days. Goods spending plummeted during that time in the aftermath because people already bought the things they needed. Now it seems like they're kind of expecting this cyclical rotation to occur once again, kind of away from discretionary travel and services and more toward goods, and pointing toward consumer discretionary names, home builders in particular, and home improvement stores like Lowe's and HD. So now the trade in question here, interesting day as well. Big day for home builders. XHB home builder ETF up pretty strongly as well. So someone looking for some bullishness potentially. Plus 5,000 March 20th, 270 strike calls at a 527 average debit here. So this trade, if you were to look at the tape here, it was a spread trade. It was a bunch of different lots over the course of less than a minute here. This looks like it was probably about the total here. Again, these are all opening trades as always. I always try to find opening trades as best I can, and so these are all trades where the volume exceeded the open interest for that particular options contract here. So 71 days out for this bullish trade, unlimited potential max profit, as is the case with long calls. Max loss $2.6 million. That's the debit paid for this rather hefty trade here. When we look at the kind of risk assessment here, break even 275.27, about 7.5% to the upside here. Expected move comes in just shy of 10% during this time period here. So looking for a rather wide range during the next couple of months here for this name here, and it would need a bit of a push beyond that break even to start earning some cash here, but it's well within that expected move range here. So again, a significant part of the day's total volume. In this case, this 5,000 lot trade here was about 38% of the day's total volume here. So again, this one lone trade was a pretty large percentage of all the trading that took place overall in this name here. The sizzle came in at 6, so 6 times the 5-day average options volume.
Oh, well, that's good to know. I mean, it shows you how busy this name is, especially since we've been talking so much about housing and everything, too. Last but not least, we've seen a lot of demand for the airlines and what went on during the holidays. What about a name like Southwest Airlines, up more than 30% in the last year or so? What are your thoughts on the trade you found?
Exactly, and I like talking about this one after our last one because it's kind of that same idea. We're still seeing quite strong travel demand here. All kinds of stories about how holiday travel demand broke all kinds of records here for the TSA, screening numbers. So still quite strong travel demand in this name here. Lots of price target bumps in the past week as well. Today, Morgan Stanley. Yesterday was Citi and Bernstein. January 6th was UBS, Jeffries, and Bank of America. But these price target raises kind of come with a caveat. Morgan Stanley is the only one who had a buy rating. Most of them had hold ratings. Bank of America actually had a sell rating too. So kind of a mixed bag there, a bit more of a neutral picture than it might sound at first glance there. So if we were to look at the trade in question, plus 21,000 February 20th, 47.5 strike calls at a 72-cent debit. So a larger quantity for a smaller debit here. A bullish opening trade once again, $1.5 million debit paid here. Again, max profit potentially would be unlimited, but here's the thing that stood out to me about this trade. It was two things. First of all is that it would need a bigger than expected move to even hit the break even. The break even 48.22 comes in about 12% to the upside or so. Expected move, it's only about 11.4% according to the options market here. So this would be a bit more of a risky trade, looking for this outsized move to even become profitable here during the next 43 days or so. But the chart has been quite strong. We're still near those highs. Anything's possible here. Again, though, this trade was a very large part of the volume that took place in this name over the course of the day. 21,000 lot trade here. That equated to, in this case, about 66% of the total volume. volume. So always interesting to see these very outsized trades, especially when you see a very large trade in a market that doesn't typically see those types of numbers here. So the sizzle reflects that here. The sizzle comes in at about 4.1 for the airline, this airline company today here. Definitely some elevated activity, some attention for these airline names.
Right, understood. I mean, you're really showing us where the action is, where the heavy volume is. We see the liquidity. Thank you so much. Rick Ducat, great to see you. Good action there. Southwest, Lowe's, and Johnson & Johnson. Some real trades that he brought to us in the options market. Thank you for that. Coming up next, diving into the state of AI and the revolution that's underway, and the portfolio manager of the Dan Ives ETF, which obviously we've seen so many winners in there. Palantir and NVIDIA and Microsoft and Google and Palo Alto and CrowdStrike and so on. What's next for 2026? We'll be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl?
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Want to take a look at a few movers in the market right now. First up, got to take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is down more than 2%, despite a Bloomberg report that China could approve imports of the company's H200 chips this quarter. But that's certainly been news that we somewhat have been expecting. Meanwhile, Reuters reporting NVIDIA will require full payment up front for those H200 chips. Needham downgrading Nike to a hold. No price target there. The analyst saying that the company's turnaround is progressing slower than expected, and the Chinese market, quote, appears to be highly problematic, end quote. All right, it's time to talk tech. The Dan Ives and the team at Wedbush rang the opening bell this morning. It was so much fun here on Wall Street. It's my pleasure to bring in a special guest, the portfolio manager of the ICE ETF and chief investment officer at Wedbush Fund Advisors, Cullen Rogers. Cullen, thank you so much for being with us. I think the most exciting part here is that when Wedbush came out with this IVES ETF,
Cullen?
you tell us since inception, but all I've been seeing is that all these tech picks have continued to outperform the broader market. Isn't that right?
That's right.
That is. First of all, thank you for having me back, Nicole. It's good to see you. And yeah, I mean, this is an interesting time. I feel like the AI narrative is everywhere. It's what everybody's talking about. The names kind of have had some pullbacks over the last 6 months, but they seem to come back every single time. And so, yeah, I mean, it's been quite a run. I think we launched at a very opportune moment. And as you said, we rang the bell this morning, and I feel like it was a great feather in our hat and kind of a milestone for the fund and the platform itself. It was a ton of fun.
The IVES ticker has been around a while. I mean, the whole idea has been tech related, right?
Well, there was a previous ETF that was cloud computing. And so this is a totally new ETF just specifically designed for AI infrastructure and the ecosystem. So previous ETF was another concept. This is a new one. But again, Dan Ives, he's the king, the man, the myth, the legend, all things tech. And again, I don't think there was anybody better that we could have chosen or worked with to leverage their research into an investable product.
And that's what I said today when I quickly interviewed him. I said the man, the myth, the legend, because he really stood his ground, particularly during times when people started to question tech or question AI or the revolution. And he stood ground and said, listen, I'm telling you, you know, Palantir is the Messi of the group. NVIDIA, it's NVIDIA's world and everybody else is just paying rent. All these types of comments that he makes that, you know, it's the AI party and it's only 10:30 p.m. and it goes till 4 a.m. It just shows the, and I know you have an extensive research team looking at all these. I mean, what drives this? Because I heard how GDP growth is really based on, at least a third of it, on AI. What's going on in the world of AI in 2026?
I think, again, Dan has a very unique lens in the way that he looks at the market. I think he's able to look through a lot of other things that people may get trapped in. And when we look forward in 2026, I feel like we're entering into the age of monetization. We're building out infrastructure, CapEx is going to remain high, but I feel like this is the time where the rubber hits the road, where these applications of AI are going to get rooted into enterprise operations. And in order to do that, they can't have throttled exposure. You can't have, you know, a spinning wheel when you're trying to do something. And so I think the next phase will be proving out this entire infrastructure that's being built out and seeing if you can monetize it well. The interesting piece there is that we all have cell phones, we all have computers, no one has to buy anything. And so I think the road to monetization will be very quick. And so again, I think big things will happen in 2026. We'll see if there are pullbacks or what kind of valuation traps we get in, but I think it's going to be a good year.
So meantime, I mean, we were talking a lot about the memory stocks this week. AI is so intricate. I mean, you could start with just Mag 7, but then there's data centers, there's memory chips. I mean, when you talk about the different categories, if there were 5 categories related to AI, I mean, what would you say are some that you're following in particular? I mean, I think he mentioned cybersecurity today. What an important part that is, too.
Yeah, and I think an even bigger part over time is going to be cybersecurity. But you have cybersecurity, you have hyperscalers, you have consumer internet companies, you have autonomous robotics, you have chips, you have software. Those are probably the big 6 pillars that I think Dan looks at the market through and we look at. And I think that's going to change. One of the unique aspects of this ETF is that it's guided by Dan's research, and I don't know what those pillars will be in 5 years, but they may be different. And so as Dan and the entire Wedbush team sees the AI ecosystem changing, evolving, moving, and things going in different directions, he's going to be able to pivot the whole portfolio into those spaces, because I do think there will be a lot of verticals and adjacent industries that pop up over the next 3 years as this infrastructure is built out.
So what kind of price targets are we looking at? For example, NVIDIA's at 184 and Palantir, which is a name that you guys have really touted, it's at 175 right now, but what an incredible run. I know it's off the highs, but what kind of price targets are you looking for these kinds of names? Do you have bull case or base case?
I unfortunately do not run the target zone. That's Dan's entire sphere. But I do know that Dan is incredibly bullish almost across the board on most of these companies that he's been touting for the last several years. And I think, again, we're going to see whether or not a lot of the things that we've been trying to prove out and what CapEx has been going to actually make their way into the monetization engine and we start seeing profits from it. But price targets are high, and I think they will continue to be high until we enter some sort of sphere where they're not able to generate profits from all this CapEx.
We're also waiting on IPOs in the tech world too. OpenAI, Anthropic, SpaceX. There was a cybersecurity one that I was looking at yesterday. I think it started with an H. I don't have it handy, but there were a lot of exciting names that are coming on board. Is that something that you're also going to be looking at? Do you expect a lot of IPOs in the tech space?
Absolutely. A lot of companies have been staying private so long due to the access to capital they have outside of the IPO market. And I think that eventually will revert back and it will change. And as they come into the public sphere, they enter into Dan's realm and the Wedbush analyst team realm. And we could see those enter in. But again, you've got major players in the private space that are huge, that are going to be entering the fold, I think, in the next couple of years. And so absolutely. I think the question will be how many and who does continue to stay public and what that ecosystem looks like.
There's no doubt there's been a lot of cyclical funding and a lot of spending, and that's sort of driving everything and bringing some optimism as well. The administration early on brought all the tech CEOs in. It's something that they've made very clear that they want to be a leader in the AI world in doing so. That being said, what would you say is a headwind and what would you say is a tailwind in your mind, Cullen? Last thought.
I think there's so many headwinds across the world right now from the various things, but the tailwinds, I think, will overpower things. Again, we've got geopolitical stuff going on. There's a lot of uncertainty across the geopolitical realm. I think there's going to eventually be some regulatory barriers that enter into the AI space, which is going to probably benefit the incumbents and the Max 7 and the bigger names. But the tailwinds are, no matter how fast this is monetized, no matter whether it's this year or next year or the year after, if we look forward 5 years, AI is going to be a bigger and bigger part of our lives. My young children use AI at 9 years old. And so I think it's going to become a deeper and deeper part of the fabric of not only our personal lives, but our professional lives. And as we build out this giant infrastructure and it becomes kind of the backbone of a lot of enterprise operations, I think those tailwinds will overpower any of the noisy other pieces that are going on. And so, again, I think you have to look long-term here. You have to kind of look through any of these short-term hurdles and look through to the next 5-10 years where we'll go from 10:30 at the party till 2 or 3 in the morning, and it's going to be a whole different story.
Yeah, Cullen, it's great to speak with you. Thank you so much. The ICE ETF has done so well. I know this sort of relaunch last summer with the new AI spin on it, and it just has done incredibly well because this is where a lot of the money has been flowing. And as you noted, with a 9-year-old using AI use, it just shows you what the future will be. Cullen Rogers, it's great to speak with you and see that you have continued beliefs in AI and the revolution just being sort of more at the beginning and then the end with a lot more tailwinds. Great to see you. And we got to meet Gary Wedbush today too. And his wife Kelly. It was great to have all the Wedbush folks here today. A lot of fun. Thank you so much. Cullen Rogers of Wedbush Fund Advisors. Thank you. Good to see you. Still ahead, we're spotlighting the ETFs, and we'll highlight some of the new ways investors are targeting yield and using option strategies to their best advantage. We'll explain.
Definitely different times.
sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's time for our weekly ETF Watch List segment, and we have Mike Coe with us, co-founder, chief strategist of Open Interest. Thank you so much for being with us. Everybody loves ETFs. It's certainly been the way to go the last few years. The inflows are just record after record. Is that right? And do you expect more?
I do expect a lot more. Look, I mean, the reason I think that people like ETFs so much is because they're easy to trade and invest in. They behave, basically you can get into and out of them, much like a stock. They're tax efficient. And there's been a significant proliferation in the number of
here's the right shoulder button, know to call it or
the ones
not.
that we're talking about in this particular instance are those that generate a lot of distributions or a lot of yield and incorporate things like options. And
Ladies and gentlemen, we're down at the right shoulder. We've had head after head after head after head.
Investment world that's probably
And we're down here at the right shoulder.
We've got about 150 billion in
Will
the
we come
US
down and do a double bottom?
ETFs at the moment, give or
Or
take.
will we bounce
So it's
off
a
the right
relatively
shoulder
small
here?
percentage,
That's the
and it's a
question.
percentage I expect to grow materially, just as the options market has.
And I just can't get the
It's
answers.
really interesting because when you talk about
Today.
this, you're talking about this in a way that it's really a good strategy. Why is it now that this is such a great strategy for 26 and 27?
That's what I
think
said.
there's a couple things. First of all, there are always going to be those
That's a
investors
good point,
who are
Wash.
interested in strategies that give regular distributions, because a lot of investors live off the distributions that their investments give them. There have been some important developments that took place in terms of the SEC's interpretations of rules on ETFs. Some of that was to respond to some of the early strategies that were developed several years ago.
I'll do paper
And
trade.
one of the things that happened was they interpreted some of the rules, and that gave more flexibility to more recent option strategies that generate income by selling options against, for example, long equity positions. So this is a way that somebody can get exposure.
Yep.
For
See?
example,
Yeah, I
to
would have lost that
equities
one.
broadly. We have a strategy called BIGY, B-I-G-Y, which
Right when I got in it.
the largest companies in the U.S. and then sells options premium against them. That way you have some exposure
In 20
to
seconds.
the underlying
Boom.
stocks, but also can collect distributions. In this case, 1%.
Jim got in, so let's hurry up
is
and
where
sell
this
it.
one is targeted to provide. So this is given comparable
There was a
total
fake
returns,
buy,
actually
folks.
beat the S&P,
I tricked you.
over the course of the last year by 100 basis points or so, net of
Woo!
fees, but was also paying out distributions of 1% a month.
Right, and look, I mean, you talk about Biggie, and
Woo!
that's going to have some of the Mag 7 in it. I mean, no, it's 50, the top 50 big companies, but it's going to have the Mag 7 because they're the big ones. But it has, all these others, and it brings some optimism there to have those on your portfolio and have that diversification. What about the semiconductor choice that you brought to us, SOXY?
Yeah, so we do have products as well that are sector specific, as SOXY is. I think we just got a picture of my dog who's in my office with me today in the background there. So we do have some that are sector specific, and of course, those are typically going to have a much higher beta than something like the top 50 in the S&P 500 would. But there's a benefit to that as well, which is that generally the higher beta stocks are also going to have slightly higher implied volatilities. That is to say, options premiums. And so that, is a way that one can both harvest a little bit yield, but sometimes you get a little bit more capital appreciation. Of course, that sector has performed exceptionally well, as all will know, over the course of the last year or so. So for those that are looking for sort of broader diversification, you know, something like a Biggie or some of those broader ETFs. But if you have a specific interest in something like semis, and I can understand why many would, you know, then you would look to a sector ETF to accomplish that.
And then what about something like NVIT? I mean, where does that fit in there?
Yeah, so we also have single stock strategies that have targeted yields. So you can invest, for example, in something that does an options overlay against Tesla or NVIDIA. So NVIT is what we call a target 25. So the objective here is to deliver distributions in the neighborhood of about 2% per month. And the underlying stock is just NVIDIA in that particular case.
Right, and then I know you have TEST, which was in there, the Target 25 ETF, and MSST. Final thought, tell me anything about those.
Right, so I mean, when you're looking at TEST, that's the Tesla strategy. So again, you're looking for distributions in the neighborhood of 2% per month with Tesla as the underlying, and then MSST uses strategy, which of course didn't perform so great in 2025. It had a gangbuster year in 2024, as all will know. If the crypto trade comes back to life in 2026, that would be a strategy that would likely benefit because, of course, strategy is a Bitcoin company.
All right, well, I'll tell you, Mike, it's so great to see you. Mike Coe, great to chat with you, founder, chief strategist, open interest. Thank you very much. And people love these ETFs because it really gives them some diversification, sometimes some hedges to protect them, things like that. Different strategies for your portfolio. Coming up, the housing market. There's been so much news in the housing market. And what does 2026 bring? It has been tough. We've had a higher rate environment. Affordability has been an issue. Now what?
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety
right
of
here,
futures
huh?
markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24 hours.
I see a megaphone.
No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k,
You got it. Head and shoulders right there too.
or even retiring, you can count on Schwab
Right down
for market insights,
Spy.
live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Vardas, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. Really interesting topic here on the housing market, home builders. We know affordability has been an issue, supply has been an issue, rental prices have been on the rise, and rates have not come down too much. Now we've had President Trump this week talking about working on a ban for institutional investment to not be able to purchase single-family homes, saying that particularly in the Southeast that it has run up prices. What does that mean for buyers, home builders? Our panel weighs in. Alex Barron, President and Founder, Housing Research Center, and William Lee, Chief Economist and Managing Director at Global Economic Advisors. Bill Lee, let's start with you. Your thoughts on what goes on here? I mean, the president saying that in Atlanta, Jacksonville, Charlotte, and other places, Tampa, for example, that corporate ownership is really pushing up the housing prices and making it out of reach for folks. And that's why he wants to look at this. And it's not the first time. It's my understanding, according to BTIG, that it's been looked at for years by those in Congress. So it's not the first moment that this has come up. Your thoughts?
I think President Trump is realizing that the American dream of home ownership is getting further and further away, and he wants to do something about it now. And I think one of the things that we noticed is that in the post-COVID migration toward the Sun Belt, a lot of institutional investors went in there into markets like Atlanta, Charlotte, and bought up easily about 20% of the available supply of housing that people would have bought, and that caused those prices to really skyrocket. But now I think what's happened is that the investors have pivoted to a different model. They're going toward a build-to-rent model. They're building communities that are specifically designed for rentals and leaving alone more of the single-family housing. But of course, what that does is that in these communities, these new communities have rents that are way above market rents, easily 5 to 15% above the market rental. So even these communities are becoming less and less affordable to young people coming into the marketplace. So I think President Trump is really trying to say we have to help the people find housing. That is really the integral part of the American dream. But this proposal of his to limit institutional investors, I think, is going to be one of many packages that he's going to be throwing out there, like lowering the cost of mortgages and lowering the regulatory requirements around builders. And I think those are the places that we should look for more and more initiatives to try to make housing more affordable.
Alex Barron, you think that this rhetoric is overdone? That's not the problem.
No, I don't think so, because if you look at the biggest corporate single-family homeowner, which is Invitation Homes, they only own 110,000 houses. The second biggest, American Homes for Rent, owns 65,000 houses. And that sounds like a lot, but that was over a period of 15 or more years that it took them to amass that number of homes. If you look at how many homes they purchased in the past year, Invitation Homes sold a net 250 homes, and American Homes for Rent purchased 30 homes. So I think that this proposal is maybe a little bit late and it's highly exaggerated. I don't think those institutional buyers are the problem. I think there's other issues dealing more with the way the Fed handled the pandemic that is what made the houses unaffordable for people, not these corporate rental companies.
So is it a mortgage rate issue too, maybe, Bill Lee? Do we need to have rates come down? That's part of the issue. We know the president says that he now knows who his Fed chair pick will be. Obviously, people are betting on Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh, maybe Chris Waller, and that we just need more rate cuts. Is that it?
There's no question that housing would be a lot better off if the mortgage rates were lower, but the Fed really has limited ability to influence that unless you're doing adjustable rate mortgages that are tied to the short end. The Fed really influences the short end, whereas the deficit is where the long end is being held up. But even there, I think the revenues we're getting from tariffs and other places is starting to get the deficit to actually go down, and not only as a share of GDP, but in absolute dollars. So I think Secretary Besson has mentioned that we are going to get relief on that front. But Alex pointed out a very interesting issue, which is these institutional investors cause a lot of volatility in the housing market. It pushed up prices like crazy, and now as they find that they can't rent out a lot of these properties because their rentals are too high, the rents are starting to crash. That kind of volatility is what really makes it very unattractive to invest in residential housing. And I think that's why President Trump wants to limit the influence of these speculative investors to coming into markets to try to smooth out what's going on in the residential market for everyday buyers.
We're getting ready to get into the home selling season, right? I mean, it's a new year. It's going to be spring soon. This is the time for the home builders, for the do-it-yourselfers, for the Home Depot and Lowe's. Alex, what are going to be the bright spots in your opinion? Can you forecast a little bit for us?
Yeah, I think the first half of this year is going to be tough. I think it's going to be more of the same of 2025. The builders are having a really tough time selling homes right now. They're cutting prices aggressively. We just finished touring Dallas, Texas in December, and we just came back from Orlando and Tampa, Florida yesterday. And what we're seeing is that home builders are cutting prices aggressively. They're offering aggressive rate buy downs. They're doing anything and everything they can to try to make homes more affordable and hoping that people will buy them, and yet that isn't working. And I think the fundamental problem is that the Fed needs to lower interest rates aggressively to kind of restart that whole process. Hopefully, once Powell is gone and the new person is in place as of June 1st, that will start to turn the market, and hopefully, we will find the bottom sometime between now and then. So that's been kind of my hope, and that's my outlook for 2026. A weak first half and hopefully a strong rebound in the second half.
And look, I mean, construction, you certainly still need more supply. You made that point, Bill Lee. Very interesting conversation. Thank you both so much. Bill Lee and Alex Barron, thank you. A great conversation. The housing story continues. It's a very interesting and developing one at that. So continue to follow Schwab Network. I'm Nicole Petalides. So glad you're with us today here on January 8th. I was peeking to see if the S&P had turned positive, still lower, down about 9 points. But the Dow is back in the green at 238 points. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. Market on close.
5. That's for the lotto. 69 20s and 5 of them. Come on, Jimmy, ready?
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert
155s.
strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change.
There's 180.
Follow the
5,
biggest headlines,
90.
live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built
So
for
SPX
action, we break it all down in real time.
69 20s, like Jimmy said.
And precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a
60,
further downside.
another 170.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming
165.
Schwab Network, streaming
Come on.
24/7, any screen, anywhere,
Blake it.
free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
Hello, Marley. I'm Sam Bartis, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll get an outlook for 2026 and all things from economic growth, rate cut expectations, and what kind of headwinds and tailwinds we should be on the lookout for. Later, we'll talk things oil and examine the impact and the situation in Venezuela and what industries could benefit from a boost in oil production. And in Options Corner, we'll take a look at options activity on Coinbase after BofA upgraded shares there to a buy. But for now, Marley, take us through what you're watching today.
Sam, Alphabet hit a new all-time high today following an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. The firm says that Alphabet has even more room to run to the upside even after its impressive performance in 2025. The analyst also hiked the price target up to $370. That's up from $310, citing the company's broad multi-layered AI footprint as a significant competitive moat. And Constellation Brands jumped as much as 7% today after reporting net sales and an earnings beat in the third quarter while maintaining its fiscal year 26 guidance. Now, although those numbers are still weaker compared to a year ago, investors are hoping to see a turnaround. Bill Kirk from Roth Capital told us earlier today that he sees Constellation as one of the top picks in the space. Caesars Entertainment shares soaring higher today also after Susquehanna upgraded this stock to from a neutral up to a positive rating, also increasing their price target to $31 up from $25. The firm says the risk reward looks very attractive, arguing that earnings revisions could turn higher as promotions normalize in regional markets and Las Vegas numbers improve with a larger group and convention mix. The note also points out that tax refund seasons and easing price pressures could be potential tailwinds later in the quarter. Lots more to get to, including Costco's sales numbers for the month. But before we get to those stories and more, let's take a look at where the markets are as we head into the end of the trading day. We are a completely mixed picture right now. The S&P trading down 0.1% at 69.13. The Nasdaq also lower about 0.75% at 25,455.31. Now in the positive territory, we've got the Dow 0.5% higher at 49,230, and the Russell 2000 trading up 1% right now. Our winner on the day at 2,600 even. Taking a look at how the 10-year is today, we'll see where we're sitting. We're about 419, slightly higher. The dollar also slightly higher, 98.68. Gold mostly unchanged, 44.63.90 a troy ounce right now. Crude oil 4% higher on the day. We're up at 58.27 a barrel right now. We'll have an energy oil conversation later in the show. And Bitcoin trading lower, down 0.25% at 91,000 even. Before we get to some of the top stories with our first guest, I do want to check in with Sam, though, on the floor of the NYSE and see what stories caught her eye today. Sam?
Well, Marley, Nvidia shares weaker today, although not a huge amount by Nvidia standards. But Bloomberg reporting China is planning to approve some imports of the H200 chips as soon as this quarter. They're said to be preparing to allow companies to buy from Nvidia for commercial use, but will be banned from use by military, government agencies and state-owned enterprises. Reuters reporting Nvidia is hedging against that uncertainty of China's approval, saying the company is requiring payment up front from those wanting to get their hands on their chips. China news also surrounding Meta today. Beijing now saying it's going to investigate its recent acquisition of Manus to look into whether it complies with export control laws. Manus, remembering, is a Singapore-based company with Chinese roots and founders. Shares in Meta also trading lower today. And investors are chewing on a bunch of data out this morning. Challenger job cuts coming in at the lowest since July 2024. Jobless claims rising last week, but less than expected, but still relatively low, continuing to point to that low hire, low fire environment. We did see the benchmark 10-year yield ticking higher after all of that, as Marley pointed out there, suggesting things aren't falling off a cliff just yet. We also got the trade balance narrowing to its smallest since 2009 at $29.4 billion. But for now, I'll send things back over to you, Marley, with Jenny in Chicago with some of today's top movers.
Thanks so much, Sam. Like you said, Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing, joining us today to talk about some of the movement we've seen today. First, let's talk about a sector on the move. We're talking defense stocks here getting a major boost today.
Yeah, and especially this morning. We saw Lockheed Martin pacing for its best day since 2023. We've since seen some of that 9% gain parse back a bit, but the defense sector continuing to really whipsaw today after President Trump did call for the increase in U.S. defense spending to be $1.5 trillion by 2027, so that would be up 50% in just 1 year. It sounds like a dream scenario for defense stocks, but I do think caution should be properly executed here, just following some of his commentary on Truth Social. Now shares again of L3 Harris Technologies jumped, Lockheed Martin jumped, Northrop Grumman, as well as General Dynamics, and all those names were having really solid sessions, but really coming after then tumbling on Wednesday following another post from Trump saying that he will not be tolerating the defense contractors issuing dividends or making stock buybacks, adding that this industry has been too slow to deliver equipment to the military and yet pays these massive dividends to its shareholders. So prioritizing the actual product and services these companies promise instead of course, returns to shareholders, which I do say is commendable by the president. But the defense stocks have then made back some of those losses from Wednesday today and then some. So apparently dividends aren't necessarily needed when revenue growth is still poised to jump. I still think that is the central story here. One problem is $1.5 trillion is going to be tough to deliver on. I mean, the last time we saw the U.S. increase its defense spending by 50%, that was in 1951 as a result of the Korean War, just for some context. And I mean, the Reagan administration has been known to increase the defense spending. That was 20% between 1981 and 1982. So this is massive. I think that we so often tend to see $1 trillion and it's like, what's 1 trillion to 1.5? I do the same just because we're so frequently talking about $1 trillion market caps at this point. But I do think that to question the execution of this is definitely correct. And I think that's why we're seeing some pause and still what has been a really nice session for these defense stocks.
Yeah, very nice session, but could be part of the reason we're seeing that pullback that you mentioned. They're giving up some of those gains, but still higher on the day for those companies after a down day following that dividend commentary. An update, though, for Alphabet. Let's talk about Alphabet. They get this upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald and are now, as we say, trillions, we say so casually, fast approaching that $4 trillion market cap.
They sure are, and so surpassing Apple officially as of yesterday's close. As far as their closing prices, then put Alphabet above Apple's market cap for the first time since 2019, and definitely being encouraged today by this Cantor Fitzgerald note as they believe that Google's Gemini versus ChatGPT is the heavyweight clash of the AI world, but that the search company they believe can come out on top. So they actually raised their rating to overweight from neutral. They did also raise their price target to $370 from $310 a share. OpenAI's ChatGPT, of course, was really what led a lot of the charge into the LLMs in late 2022. The initial focus was the threat, though, to Alphabet's core search business. However, in recent months, we know that narrative has changed as Alphabet's launched its own Nano Banana image generating tool, which is my favorite name across all of them. Gemini 3 also was launched back in November. That did win over an increasing number of users, as I believe it was Mark Benioff who said that he thought it was changing the game as far as ChatGPT and these various chat assistants were concerned. But for now, ChatGPT does still have the advantage in terms of its user base. Cantor did estimate it pulls roughly 900 million weekly active users. Gemini is sitting at roughly 650 million monthly active users. But the lead looks to be narrowing. We know that search has now continued to really benefit Gemini, and the move is set, they believe, to accelerate from here. So this is as optimistic of a note as you can really get, because not only is it acknowledging the formidable threat that is ChatGPT, and it's one of those where we've seen the strategy of if you can't beat them, join them with Apple, for example, but they continue to say that Gemini will take the lead here, and we'll have to see if that occurs in real time. I will say, as an avid user of all, I do not tend to favor one over the other, but they do get costly. I mean, ChatGPT for right now, the extended, the more premium version is $20 a month. For more of a creator purpose, it's $200 a month. I mean, these are not cheap offerings, so you do have to be selective, which you pay for on a monthly basis.
And certainly, I think that's part of their point, too. As people have to decide to go to one, they think that Alphabet, Google is set up in a better position to take the lead there, even after their impressive year last year, up 66% in the last 12 months. That was in 25, and continuing that rise this year. Also moving higher today, Costco.
And Costco has actually been quite a disappointing name in the back half, especially of 2025. But actually reporting some comparable sales for the retail month of December that rose 7%, including this 6% increase in the United States and an 8.4% climb in Canada, as well as a 10.5% gain in international markets. E-commerce comparable sales shot up nearly 19% during that month, which of course included the very critical holiday spend. But they did say comparable sale traffic was about 2.7% higher than the previous month. And after stripping out the impact of Forex as well as gas prices, comparable sales still rose about 6.2% for the month, including an increase of 6.3% here in the United States. Now, total sales for the 4-week period that ran through the end of December were also still up 8.5% to just shy of $30 billion, easily outpacing right now the estimated retail sector average. As they did note that the right now strength they're seeing is for these food and sun-dried categories. Those were up about in the high single digits. Jewelry, tires, and small appliances also shown throughout the month. So I do always think that the offerings that Costco sees really resonate. Like for some reason their pies around Thanksgiving or like their meat offerings around Christmas are always really interesting tidbits of like why you go to Costco, why you pay for that annual membership, say over just your average grocery store.
I do it for the meat. I'm there with you. Their meat offerings are incredible at the holidays. The tire thing, I'm going to reel myself to not be a car person here. I do own a car. I don't know why you buy tires in December, but maybe they're for the spring. I don't know. I'm sure someone will comment on that for me. But tires, a big seller in December.
Makes sense. I mean, December is an interesting timing, but tires are very expensive, so I can get why you're trying to.
They are. I would buy them at Costco. Just not sure why in December. Yeah. But Caesars Entertainment having a huge day. They saw shares pop as much as 9%, also on an upgrade here, and an interesting time, but particularly for this industry.
Well, right. As I feel like we've seen, I mean, this industry remained fairly challenged and also just scrutinized with its international push. I mean, there's a lot of expectations for tourism actually in 2026, so I think maybe following that train of thinking. But Susquehanna upgrading shares to positive from neutral. Price target also raised to $31 a share from $25, so obviously would imply upside to even where we're currently trading with a 9.2% jump. Calling, though, the current risk and reward too attractive to overlook, highlighting that earnings revisions are likely to be higher due to their regional portfolio that seems to be positively inflecting near term. They also said Las Vegas expectations should sequentially improve as well. And that's what I found so interesting because so far there's been such mixed feedback and scrutiny over Las Vegas specifically and how that's recovering in terms of the overall international travel trend. And I've seen analysts that say Las Vegas is actually the weaker spot of a lot of these companies' brands, but perhaps that is good reason to see optimism in a space that has maybe underperformed the rest of what we're seeing in tourism.
Yeah, and I've seen repeated notes saying that when they have their earnings on February 17th, investors will be listening for commentary on those Las Vegas room rates. That seems to be the big concern, and group bookings. Those are the big ones. But Jenny, thank you for highlighting that for us. A big move to the upside for Caesars on that note, and upgrade from Susquehanna. That was Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing here on the network. And I do want to send it back to Sam in New York to find out what we have coming up for the rest of the show.
Well, Marley, we'll get the outlook from 2026 from economic growth expectations, how many rate cuts we could expect, and where to put your money to work. Michael and Pose will be right back.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartis on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. Just a quick market update for you as we've got about 45 minutes left in this session. And of course, we have seen some of the steam continuing to come out of tech, particularly some of the big cap names. That is dragging down the Nasdaq today, 0.7% lower, and it's keeping things in check when it comes to the S&P 500 as well. Really dragging things there. We are on the flat line. We are really just a range bound on the benchmark today as we see this push and pull beneath the surface, but very much a day of rotation out of technology into other parts of the market. In fact, Brett looking pretty supportive today. We're seeing the Dow Jones higher by about 0.5% now, and the Russell 2000 up 1%. So that's our outperformer right now, as we are seeing some of the small caps catching a bid. As I mentioned, it's been a good day for some of the discretionary names and some of the energy names as well. So, of course, we've seen a good day for defense, the home builders off the back of some of the policy updates from the Trump administration too. A lot of data to chew on this morning, and so as we take a look at some of the futures products, we're looking at the DXY right now at 98, so picking up there. Crude oil is recovering there after dropping yesterday up 4% right now. We're at $50 a barrel. We'll be talking to an oil guest later on in the program, but we're seeing Bitcoin is losing some steam. Obviously, many have been talking about this high correlation with, of course, risk off in tech. Is typically what we see as far as the cryptocurrency is concerned, actually dipping below that key 90,000 level earlier this morning. We're down around 0.4% off the back of the recovery we've actually seen in prices earlier this week. So we're pulling back there, and the 10-year yield, we're at 4.19 now on the benchmark. We were hovering around 4.15 earlier today, but of course, as we got challenger job cuts, as we got the initial jobless claims, it started to continue to tell us a picture of low higher, low fire, but things not just falling off a cliff as we stand. So perhaps we're going to be watching out for the jobs data tomorrow to give us a little bit more of an economic update here. But here's where we stand as far as the sectors are concerned. As I mentioned, technology has been the only one in the red today. We've seen companies like Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia all lower today, down 1.7% as we stand on that sector, but the rest are up. Consumer spending having a very nice day. We are seeing very much a rotation out of growth into value today, so 2.5% there, discretionary up 1.6%. Com services up 0.4%. We've got other sectors like utilities up higher, real estate up higher as well. As I mentioned, a lot of the home builders catching a bid off the back of some of Trump's changes to home ownership there from institutional buyers. Industrials are up, and materials are also up 2%. So we are seeing a nice day for most of these sectors. Just healthcare, actually, that's losing a little bit of steam here along with technology. But as we know, healthcare has had a pretty good run lately, and many are pretty optimistic about this one. Energy up 3.5% right now, definitely tracking those oil prices higher, as I mentioned, with at $58 a barrel there. All right, let's bring Molly back into the conversation and welcome in our next guest now. Very pleased to say we are joined by Rob Williams, Managing Partner, Chief Investment Strategist at Sage Advisory. Thanks so much for joining us, Rob. So a pretty eventful start to 2026. With everything that I just said in mind, you know, everything from what happened in Venezuela over the weekend as we watch sort of the geopolitical sort of spillover effects and the impact on the market, and then, of course, what is happening in AI at the moment. We've got the jobs data. We're waiting to see what that means for the Fed. How are you thinking about things moving into this year?
Yeah, you know, our view was that last year was so much about policy, and we're starting off policy-centric, but ultimately, last year, you know, new administration, tariffs, all the policy. This year will be about the economy and how it reacts to all that policy. And so far, so good. You know, there's been upheavals in other areas and geopolitical events, but if consensus is in that kind of, we're going to get 2% growth, we're going to make some progress towards inflation, we're going to get some Fed cuts, maybe not 3, somewhere between 1 and 3. That's still fairly bullish for risk assets, and that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing a little wider breadth, which I think is a good thing. I mean, you were used to be fearful of putting diversification in your portfolio. I think you could be less fearful of that. So I think the big picture is still pretty good. I think 26 might be just a year of less, right? We're going to get a little less return because of valuations. In equities, we've got a little lower yields already now because of the Fed last year. So yields are lower, so a little less return, and I would have hoped less policy volatility, but so far that one is not shaping out exactly.
Not quite exactly, but that setup that you mentioned here, forecasting about 2% growth and 1 to 3 cuts coming out of the Fed. What indicators are you going to be looking at most closely in terms of keeping an eye on inflation and economic momentum?
Yeah, obviously the jobs are the big risk for the economy, and just 1 week doesn't make a trend, but this week was good on the productivity side and less inflation pressure. Less jolts and less job cuts, less layoffs, and we'll see tomorrow. Inflation, look, it's sticky, but maybe less sticky this year. We know the housing market is not going to put a lot of pressure on inflation. We know energy prices aren't going to put pressure. Service, so we're going to keep an eye on. We're pretty confident on those, but we're keeping an eye on the service sector inflation, make sure that doesn't continue to rise. That was an issue last year. So far this year, it's kind of flatlining, so we'll be looking at that. And then we'll be looking at the jobs very closely, but remember the bar for jobs is much lower than it was in past cycles. Immigration, productivity, aging population, you're looking at 50K or less just to maintain that unemployment rate, not 200K jobs. So while the numbers could get a little uglier, and we're certainly exposed, and that's a big economic risk, we can weather low jobs. We just can't weather negative jobs. And I think enough to keep the Fed in play for another couple cuts. I think 3 cuts is very aggressive given the path we're on right now, but I think 2, because the Fed is still fairly dovishly minded, I think 2 cuts is still a nice forecast.
So you're overweight equities, you like small caps, you're also giving international a little bit of a look in, certainly given that is likely to continue to outperform as well, particularly when you look across emerging markets. Can you sort of talk to us about the specific sectors, where and what are the opportunities out there?
Yeah, when you step back from the equity market, and actually the fixed income market too, very, very similar, right? Both coming off of big years, you're not going to get a lot out of valuations. Multiples don't have a lot of room to compress, especially in certain areas like tech. Just like in credit, spreads don't have a lot of room to contract. So you're going to get your money from yield in fixed income. And from the equity side, I think you want to hold full beta to the market, but I think you want to look for valuation opportunities. That's why we've been a fan of small caps. That hadn't been a great performer until the back half of last year. Like I said, that market breadth has kind of been better. Growth hasn't been dominated. So I think on the equity side, you really want to be thinking, fine, I'll take a full beta. I want to be part of this upside, but I need to have the average valuation of my portfolio a little lower, and I need to have some diversification. For us, that means small caps. That means more international. Last year was a first up year that non-U.S. stocks beat U.S. stocks in a long time. I think 2011 or 12. So I think you want to have more diversification internationally, and then sectors you can look for valuation. You mentioned healthcare earlier. Maybe down a little bit today, but I think that's still a good opportunity. I think the banks are a good opportunity, very fundamentally sound, with some upside and decent valuations. So I think you're safe to spread out away from some of the heavy tech concentration that the market has.
And Rob, with fixed income specifically, you're recommending a full duration but lighter credit exposure. For our viewers, can you give an example of what that might look like in a portfolio right now?
Yeah, so it's a real balance, right? You want to out-yield the benchmark if you can, but I don't want to take extra credit risk. So the way you do that, first of all, if you have an active manager that can do credit selection, curve selection, you can still out-yield and take less credit risk in the portfolio. A great way to do it right now is have less credit and more securitized assets, things like agency mortgage-backed securities, right? These are AA, liquid, minimal to no credit risk, and it's getting you the same yield as a BBB credit. Right? We're not against credit in the sense that fundamentals are firm. You're just coming into the year the tightest spread level that we've seen since 1997. So you're just coming in very tight in credit. So I think you want to try and out-yield, but you want to do it with other things. Mortgage-backed, security selection, overweight the banks, just like the equity side. Banks are fundamentally very sound and still getting you attractive yield. So there's ways to pull those levers with an active manager and make your fixed income portfolio safer, but still out yield.
Rob, we've obviously seen a very nice start to the year. I mean, across the board. I mean, you talk about opportunities in fixed income too. I mean, while you say it's a year of less of everything, I mean, you're right. We're likely to be in for still some returns, but not sort of the magnitude that we saw last year, particularly when you talk about the bond space when we are starting at a lower sort of entry point here with respect to obviously having 3 rate cuts in the system already. But something I'm hearing a lot about in this market right now is a lack of fear, a lack of bearishness, and maybe even some complacency. I'm just wondering what sort of questions you're fielding out there about the potential headwinds and the risks and how you mitigate some of that, how you manage some of that in the portfolio and try to hedge some of your bets.
Yeah, on the fixed income, it's like I said, you can hedge credit risk with having extra duration to kind of offset that pain, and also having less credit risk by having mortgage backs and things like that, and being on different parts of the yield
Back at
curve.
resistance.
You can have full allocation to your credit, but have because the curve is still pretty flat in that space, you can get close to the same yield and have less actual interest rate risk and take that risk down. On the equity side, I think you have to be diversified. I know small caps sound like higher beta and more risk, but we know a lot of the valuation issue is in mega cap growth and things like that. So I think it's better to have some diversification, because you're right, it's very complacency, especially on the credit side. You know, a couple things we're worried about is more cracks in the illiquid markets in the credit space, and that's spilling over you know, to investment grade credit. We saw that rear its head last year. There's some indication that you just need to focus a little more on liquidity and quality in your fixed income you know, portfolio in 2026, because liquidity is not exactly the same as it's been over the last 5 years. We've seen bank reserves, central banks around the world are not easing anymore. Some of them are starting to hike. So liquidity is getting to be a little bit of issue. Look, double B outperformed triple C last year. So people have
34 minutes left.
Recognize that. In the high yield market, the higher quality high yield is outperforming. So people are starting to see that, but I don't think a lot of people realize that. So I think you really need to think about quality and liquidity this year in your portfolio.
Well, Rob, we appreciate you being with us this afternoon. Some great insight there. That's Rob Williams from Sage Advisory. And coming up next, we'll talk all things oil and what's next after the U.S. military operations in Venezuela, and which energy stocks to watch in reaction. Market on Close. We'll be right back.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So
oh gosh,
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists.
Anybody see that?
Understand the ins and outs of 24.
Ladies and gentlemen, he did it again. We're not sure how he does it, but he was getting in here and he was trading. And he called out this trade down here off this here shoulder line. And we were just kind of laughing at him, like we always do. And I look over to the left, and I said, damn, that thing's at $4.60. And I'm not sure how that happened. Boom! I'm not sure how he does it. I'm not sure how he does it. How dare you? We love the 6930s. Can we make it back to resistance? Look how beautiful that was right there. And that wonderful pullback. Then the building of the wedge and the inverse head and shoulders and the boom. $5.50? Are you kidding me? How do you do that? Thank you very much. Okay. Marley.
Go. I'm just wondering, you know, there was this Wall Street Journal article sort of suggesting that Trump is expecting, or at least believes, that these efforts in Venezuela could actually see oil prices down to his target of $50 a barrel. We know that OPEC Plus members, some of those are in the business of trying to defend prices a lot higher than that. I'm just wondering, you know, I don't need you to comment on prices specifically, but how you guys are sort of thinking about that when there's just so many diverging views on where it goes from here.
I think the long-term trend for energy, certainly fossil fuel energy is lower. The floor is the cost to get it out of the ground, but that probably keeps going lower because technology just simply gets better. I think it's obviously a benefit not just for the energy players that are going to help rebuild the infrastructure for Venezuela. They're the real winners here, but it has an enormous implications for things like the transportation sector, where 20 to 25% of your cost, your online cost, is fuel. That goes down. It's certainly a benefit for those companies. What do they do with the money, and do they return it to the consumer, who also benefits?
It's another good question.
And David, as we look at this, who are the winners here? As you pointed out, this is really a long-term thing. Their infrastructure is not what it needs to be. It needs to be built back out in Venezuela. Who are going to be the long-term winners here?
I think it's tough for some players in our oil patch here, but for me, a name like Schlumberger, now called SLB, and if you look at a 5-year chart, this was already breaking out even before this had happened. But any effort to rebuild the infrastructure inside of Venezuela, SLB is going to be a part of that. Additionally, like a lot of other companies, they're an AI play as well. They partner with NVIDIA in what they call their Delphi and Lumai projects. They use cloud and AI to optimize wells in real time. And you're getting a company right now, like so many in the oil patch, you're getting oil field-like cash flows, $9 billion quarterly revenue, trades at 14 times earnings with a 2.7% dividend. A lot of people are going to like that, hence you're seeing it up pretty strongly today.
So obviously we're seeing beneficiaries emerge like the Chevrons of the world. I see reports around their license extensions in Venezuela as well. We've been talking about the Valeros of the world as well, those in the business of, obviously opportunities there as far as infrastructure. You mentioned transportation stocks. How are you looking at those? Which ones of those are likely to be beneficiaries or at least emerging as winners too?
I think all of the airlines will be beneficiaries, and certainly the cruise lines as well. The only name that I own right now in the airlines is United, but they're all a benefit. All will benefit from this. What I'm talking about is not going to show up in the earnings statements anytime soon. This is years, if not a decade, to play out.
SPY hit
25%
resistance.
of the cost of fuel goes down. They're going to be minting cash, and the question is, what do they do with that cash? Will they return it to shareholders in the form of dividends and buybacks? Or do they lose their discipline and start to go after market share and start to lower prices and bring on capacity? That's a question that's going to have to be answered for the sector. In the past, they've made the mistake and they've increased capacity and did the buybacks. We'll see what happens this time.
And so you bring up a great point here, because whenever we start to see that a significant portion of cost for any of the airlines is going down in some meaningful way, and we know that fuel is obviously one of the biggest costs for airlines, if they're using it and eventually don't pass that on to the customer, are those that decide to going to have a greater competitive edge here, David?
They're going to try to, those that go after the competitive edge, we'll see who wins in that scenario. But in the past, when they bring on capacity and they lower prices, it's been a war. But it's also a big mistake to do the buybacks as well, because they've done that in the past, because eventually there's always something that happens somewhere down the road, some geopolitical event that smashes the airlines, and they have never put anything aside for a rainy day. The history of the industry is not good.
All right, well, we shall see how this one plays out. But, David, we appreciate you being with us to highlight some of your thoughts here as this unfolds. David Nelson from Bell Point. And coming up next, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take a look at the options activity on Coinbase after B of A upgraded the stock to a buy. That's next on Market on Close.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education.
I think next week's going to be a good
An
week.
expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Shares of Coinbase are lower on the day after B of A upgraded the stock to buy from neutral and kept its price target at $340. The firm said that under the surface of the fourth quarter crypto correction, Coinbase's product velocity has increased and its total addressable market expanded in parallel. Shares have gained about 10% so far this year for Coinbase. It's time for Options Corner, where we'll take a closer look at some of the action surrounding Coin today. Joining us to help us do that, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician here on Schwab Network. Now, as we talk about Coin, interesting, they had this upgrade from B of A. Shares were higher. They've since turned lower, but we're also seeing some pressure on Bitcoin today, and we know they're highly correlated. So, as we take a look at the performance against the broader market, you can obviously see some of that crypto-tied volatility in here.
Oh, for sure, yes. Volatile name, one that always captures investor interest here, but down about 6% on the year. So a departure from what we've seen. It's kind of speaking to the cyclical nature of just trading in general here, because we can see that some of these other exchanges that have a hand in crypto and crypto derivatives, those are the outperformers now. Now Coinbase is at the bottom of the group here. So these things just kind of tend to shift. The early adopter Coinbase had its moment in the sun. Not to say that moment is over still, too. It's just these things can tend to wax and wane here, and Coinbase is a bit of more of a slower period at this point here. So we did get that upgrade from Bank of America as well. Also, though, a price target cut from Barclays, 258 from 291. They kept their hold rating. Crypto just kind of a little bit softer in general overall lately.
Yeah, and certainly that one where you're talking about the price target coming down is barely just above where we're trading right now. We're at 244 right now, but we have seen Bitcoin under some pretty severe pressure of late, teetering pretty close to that 90,000 mark. As we take a look at the technical setup here, obviously the volatility highlighted, but also the downward move that we've seen.
Yeah, so what happened here recently is we had a consistent floor for the most part near 232. An old high point here that we had matches up with some low points that we saw after another gap to the upside on earnings. From there, it came back into focus several more times here as the bulls held the line at this area. Actually, as well, we have now broken through that downward sloping trend line. We have filled the gap here that formed that smaller gap here. So what many traders might be looking for now would be that bull flag, bull pennant type of setup, where after the gap we had our downward to sideways consolidated phase, and then they'd be looking for a push above those initial highs. The next place they may have their sights set on from there could be this area right here, 284, an old low point, and then subsequent high points, or even 300 here, another of these very consistent floors that we saw previously, backtracking over there in the beginning of the chart. Also, that was a high many times. So an interesting setup here as we approach the conclusion of our trading week. Our moving averages, mostly they're moving more in a sideways directions, downward to sideways here. Our two shorter ones are clustered together near about 244 to 249 or so. So that would be a confluence point to watch that the bulls could hold on to as a supportive area additionally here to our other factors we discussed. RSI, a long downward slide. We did have a bit of a breakout here, but it was not to be. It didn't last. You could say, though, that we are seeing bullish divergence here. We had RSI oversold, then we have a higher low, but notice that price made a lower close at that same time. So this speaks to potentially momentum building up in this name, regarded as a bit more bullish. Finally, our volume profile study. This shows that the heavy trading activity areas, one down here, near the 200 level or so, and then the point of control up here near 260. So a push beyond this 260, 270 area opens the door to a retest of this point near 300.
Yeah, and still considerably below that at around 244 right now. Now, we're not seeing any huge moves in Bitcoin today, which is usually a day where we'd see some increased options activity for something like Coinbase. But are we seeing, what's the options action we're seeing today?
Right, this name, pretty active. There was about 172,000 options traded today. At the time I checked here, the sizzle was a bit lower than average here. It was 0.9. We can also see that the January 16th, 2026 expiration here, by far the most active for volume and open interest, about a 6.8% expected move during that time period here. There was some very interesting trading activity, though, right before the show. I don't have describe fully all the details because there wasn't enough time. But
that wasn't funny.
Burst of trading raised the sizzle from 0.7 to 0.9 in only a few minutes here. There was $356 million worth of trades that took place right around 2 p.m. In the January 16th expiration here. It was all puts in $10 increments from 330 to 420 or so. Each trade on its own was over $1 million, except for one that was $990,000.
All right, well, even with this slight move to the downside that we're seeing today, year to date, so the last 5 trading says we're up about 8% for Coinbase. Want to thank Rick Ducat for being with us for Options Corner today and always. And I do want to send it back to Sam to find out who we'll be talking about for Overlooked Stocks today.
Thanks, Marley. Well, George Sillis has his eye on AZZ Inc. heading into the close. We'll break down the news about that company, what you need to know about the stock reaction coming up next on Market on Close.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com.
How's it going?
First day, so
Sometimes you know.
next. Try again.
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartas, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks, and we're looking at AZZ Inc. after shares touch an all-time high after its latest earnings report. So I'm joined by George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, to talk about AZZ. What did we hear from this report? Just for those out there that don't know, this is in the business of metal coating, but just explain what it does and what we heard from these financial results.
Yeah, I think in the context of what's happening from a secular standpoint, there are a lot of tailwinds in the basic materials space, and this is an interesting company. AZZ is essentially a Texas-based materials company that specializes, as you mentioned, in galvanized steel and metal coatings that are corrosion resistant, like plate steel manufacturing. Steel Dynamics is another flat-rolled steel company that they compete with. They also provide aluminum coil coating for things that are used in construction and appliances, and aerospace and defense, I think, is also a catalyst. But not to mention, they also have a power transmission business, which supports infrastructure solutions for electricity. And I think that's another one of the backdrop catalysts for this name. And other names that they compete with in the aluminum space, like Kaiser Aluminum, Alcoa, all these names have actually been moving higher. So this is a trend in the group, I suggest, that's going on here with a secular standpoint. But nonetheless, this is a resilient company that's been growing its margins and has a strong balance sheet. If you look at the breakdown in sales, they posted a beat, $425 million for the quarter, up 5.5%. So not a significant grower, but nonetheless, it's in the mid-single digits. EPS on an EBIT adjusted basis grew 21% to $1.52 versus the $1.48 estimates. They reaffirmed guidance for the full fiscal year between 1.6 and 1.7 billion dollars. And the company, which I did notice at a market capitalization around 3.3 billion, has 900 million in cash, 500 million in debt. And with that said, the strong balance sheet, they are initiating an additional 20 million share buyback, which again is something meaningful, as well as the fact is they did commit toward
AZZINC,
so they
as
seem to be
in
very
company.
conservative in their allocation of cash.
Hope they got their as
and
together.
capital expenditures seem to be very much in line with historical averages, but earnings growth continues to trend higher than growth. I think what's happening is this pricing power has been very significant catalyst for this entire group. Steel, aluminum, CMC, which is basically a rebar company, they've performed quite well, and I think AZZ Incorporated is following suit with the rest of the industry.
Now 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to coil coatings, but it's not particularly sexy. But I mean, that seems to be the theme of 2020.
No, it's not too sexy, baby.
Sort of brought sexy back to some of these in the business of industrial.
Until you say NVIDIA.
Sort of become these sort of AI adjacent type themes to play, sort of back doors into the whole technology trade, because this is what's used to really build up the infrastructure. As you mentioned, this company pretty well positioned as well, because it sort of has its hand in the whole power and electricity and energy demand as well. So, you know, I'm just wondering, not to mention the higher commodity prices, which is good for this company too, as far as margins is concerned. Is that what you're seeing out there? Is this sort of becoming a beneficiary of all of that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, clearly the rising tide of commodity prices, at least in the metal space, is lifting all the boats, including the equities associated, whether it's gold, silver, in the industrial metals like copper, aluminum, flat-rolled steel, and again, for AZZ standpoint, galvanized coatings, coated-based steel. I think the other thing is, everyone talks about the digital technology component of AI. That's one thing. Core architecture, semiconductor names like Broadcom and NVIDIA, but all of the periphery names are benefiting from this, especially, I suggest, what's going on with electricity. Because there are many data centers, there's a couple in California to mention, that are available to operate. They just don't have access to power. So I think the electrical grid is still, an area of interest for this AI data center build out, considering that the electrical grid is still very much antiquated, and the supply cannot increase relative to demand on it. And so again, when it comes to infrastructure spending, whether it's Department of Defense, industrials, the Trump administration seems to be very much in tune with, preserving the United States superiority in areas like defense, as well as maybe rare earth metals. I do suggest there's a policy catalyst embedded in improving the electrical grid. So you're going to see, of course, the trickle-down beneficiaries of that from companies like AZZ, which again are demonstrating strong balance sheet growth and margins, as well as guidance. So the fundamentals of the company are sound. 40% increase over the last year is not too shabby.
352
for
Eastern.
a traditional company that's still growing in the mid-single digits in
Very
sales.
light day today.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, sitting at such an important and critical intersection of so many of those trends.
And I was on the road doing like, 8, 10, 12 trades a day.
And the sort of domestic manufacturing
Yeah.
that we're hearing about as well, and not to mention some of the renewables too. I see on their website, I mean, it comes up with things like, wind farms and solar panels, etc., aluminum packaging.
I've seen a
too.
couple in here I could have took.
Just looking at the performance, as you say, it's been rewarded by the street. I mean, it's something like 40% over the last year or so when you look at the 12-month chart.
I did see a couple I did take.
The analyst calls here. I mean, you've got no one that seems to be in a
So I'm
underperform or sell-type camp here.
Hyped up. Not a bad day.
Anything that the analysts are saying that you find interesting about this one as
Around
far as
average.
how they see
A
things?
little below it.
Well, I mean, you look at the price, let's call it 117. If you look at the analyst midpoint consensus, $126. If you look at the low analyst of 103, so right now the stock is nestled between the low and the midpoint analyst estimate. So again, as they continue to guide higher and produce, earnings yield, strong balance sheet, that's going to reward the shares continuous to the upside. So for what it's worth, right now it's still trading about 7% below the consensus target at the median level. The high target right now is still 141 on the street. But again, I suggest the theme really is the secular trends that are going on in the industrial metal space. And Like I said, the digital build out is one thing, but the actual hardware and infrastructure that supports digital AI is still very much in demand. And I think that speaks to why this stock continues to move higher. And of course, still trading below its targeted midpoint range, like I said, around 126.
Yep, sitting at a 52-week high today, as you mentioned. AZZ trading up 6.6% right now. Thanks so much for that, George, and getting us across the details of that story. I'll send things back over to Chicago with Miley for now.
Thanks so much to Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market session. That, of course, means Alex Coffey will be joining us here.
5 more minutes.
Break down today's action. That's next on Market on Close.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
We're back here in Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Kanan in our Chicago headquarters. We've just got a few minutes left to go in today's session, so let's bring in Alex Coffey, host of Next Gen Investing, to help close out the day. Alex, a big rotation day, as you and I were discussing, out of technology into more value parts of the market, despite the 10-year yield picking up to 4.19 at one stage of the session. Just talk us through your thoughts here.
Yeah, today was a unique day, but not necessarily one that isn't welcomed, I think, by market participants. When you see the broadening nature of the rally, as we kind of watch here to see if the S&Ps ultimately are able to close green on the session. But right now, up about 3 points. But that doesn't really tell the story, because you have 71% of the components that make up this index in green territory. We've spent a lot of time in recent sessions discussing this idea of dispersion. Well, we're certainly seeing dispersion under the surface, but we're also seeing that dispersion start to pick up in terms of implied volatility and, to be quite frank, actual realized volatility. We've talked about memory-related stocks and like the really, really fast start they had to the year. Well, now they're building on multiple day declines that are almost equal in terms of their magnitude. So today, to me, is about everything else outside of AI, really getting a bid in this first week of trading. And that's an important step, I think, for this market. We can't count on these AI stocks every single day to power the market. At some point, they're going to have to take a step back. The question is always going to be, guys, where does that money go when that happens? And I think today we got an idea that it can be somewhere else within the equity market. And on balance, that can be a positive, even if it means we go a little bit sideways for a bit.
And Alex, I was talking to Dan Deming earlier today, and he was flagging, I should probably say, something that he was surprised by in the markets. We're still seeing a VIX with a 14-15 handle on it, but he was citing a lot of the volatility that we're seeing in metals and oil prices right now, and even in crypto. And it said he's surprised it hasn't carried forward into equities, and that he thought that was something he was going to keep a close eye on. What are your thoughts there?
I would argue that you are seeing the volatility. If you look at the average, index component of the S&P 500, if you were to make a VIX on like the average stock, it's something like almost 37 right now. It's just the comparison, because for every name we have up, we have one down, or today it's 3-1 basically.
There it is. Okie dokie. Well, long day, that's for sure. I'm going to go get my lunch in, my dinner in, and get a good night's rest. I've been oversleeping at night. I don't know, I'm getting better sleep, getting more sleep. I don't know what the deal with that is. I'll catch it like this morning. I caught myself up, it's what, 3:40? Shit, I should have been up about an hour ago, hour and a half. Alrighty, well, yabba dabba doo. Nvidia. Oh, somebody took a poop.